Hey, hi, hello, welcome to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. We got a lot of stuff going on today, but for now, we're going to do a little bit of Visions of Mana. We are boss rush fighting all the Benevodons, I think, is what's going on. I don't know why we're here. Oh, we went to a place and then they were like, you need to go talk to Ash. I'm just gonna check to make sure that the girls don't have anything new for us. I know. We're as strong as we could be. We did do some stuff out of order, like getting the legendary weapons. We went and did all of the ruined combat gauntlets and decked ourselves out with the hot shit. Uh-oh. What, are they actually using these books as a pillar in the building? It's fucking terrifying. Okay. I'm starting to understand. Wait, hold on. That's an arch made of books. I wasn't paying as close attention to design as I could. This is very, yeah, Lavender Town. Okay. Also, I'm doing laundry, so I'm gonna step away in a little bit to go finish doing that.
今は寿病の治し方を知りたいんだ。トレントがディロフォロスの呪いで寿病みたいな感じで真珠の行方を聞きたいけど、
事情はまあまあ飲み込めました。小生を頼っていただけるなんて、もちろん樹里氏の期待にお応えできますとも、寿病の症状である。
Okay.
ロロバットで品種改良した花なんです。密に需要競争の。
I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to fight Treant.
すぐに解決策を出せるなんて君を頼って。前に伺った時は寿病の治療は調査中とのことでしたね。
パルミナ氏には植物とはその環境に適応するために姿。この花は寿病に負けないよう特殊な環境を疑似的に作り適応させていった品種でありまして。
長話はいい。
花の完成の一押しになったのはビラルスで起きたギルダーバインの事件ですよ。
あの時の。なんでアッシュが知ってるのさ。
行商の三姉妹からビラルスで起きたことを伺いましてね。草木の不調を改善すボンボヤジが頑張ってくれましたよ。こうも早く活躍の機会が来るとは予想外でしたけど。
ロバッツォの人たちってすごいね。自分の住む場所とか
諸子の性分というものでしょうか。我々はあちこちに赴き興味の目を。
とにかく助かったよ。みんな早くトレントに。
それじゃあ僕たちは行くよ。アッシュも待って。
皆さんも残るし。さすもちろん。
Cutscene? Surprise cutscene? No, we're just gonna fly. What's that sound? Okay, I'm gonna get to the bottom of what that sound is. Oh, this little guy.
はサボテン
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. We need 4 more. Oh, I want that so bad. No idea where to find them though. Guess we listen out for that sound going forward.
少し休憩しよう
Need, oh god, 9 more before we can get that XP bonus. Maybe we go and revisit the world. Like start from the beginning rather than going to the next obvious place. Because I do want that. Let's see all the locations. Little cactus locations, visions. Oh, no. Okay, actually, it might be fast. Really want that. XP bonus. Might have already found him here though. Grass near some farming equipment. Farming equipment. This is farming equipment. I think we must have already done this one. Oh no, it says it's over here. I don't hear him, so I think we might have already done this one. Oh no, there he is. No sounds here though. Alright, that's 12. Charred passage. 12 out of 20. 8 more. I think we might have done this one already. Sitting at the edge of one of the grassy cliffs. Oh, there he is. Seven more.
よし行こう休息していこう
Oh, yeah, we should save. This might have been the first time we actually had to find him, so I'm gonna stop qualifying it by being like, hey, he might not be here, and just keep on keeping on. There you go. All right, 6.
どこに向かうこの辺りで少し休もうか
What, buddy? I see him. Five.
どこに向かう？この辺りで少し休もうか。
What was that sound?
Yep. 休息していこう。いい子だ。また頼む。
いい子ね。
I hear him.
サボテンだな。
4. Mm.
よし、行こう。
What the fuck? There's people here. Okay, deeply confusing phenomenon. We might have actually already found him here. No, wait, I hear him. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 3 more. Maybe this is the actual first place we found him. No, that's a flower. Okay, so he should be Okay, got you. So this is the first one. Fallow step.
よし行こう
Myrogonus. Attach the side of the cliff on the northern side of the map. Attach to the side of the cliff. Might have already done this one too. Did thoroughly explore, if you know what I mean. Don't hear nothing. And it did say specifically in this area. Bro, you scared the shit out of me just now. Uh-oh. I messaged you on Discord. No, that's you. You said that all these misogynistic dudes are jealous of the fact that people socialize as women and have the ability to give birth. That's 100% a you take. My counter position was in opposition to that take, because you've been saying that for a long time. Yeah, I disagree about the jealousy about the ability to get to carry. I don't think that is the origin of the girlhood to godhood trope. I think that it's something like a lot more weird and insidious. Well, I thought you said it, no. But yeah, my professor validated that thought last time. LOL, I feel so validated now. Word. Glad you feel validated, but I still disagree. Like, I'm down to yap about it, but that's not my position. I'm even like in a position where I'd be willing to concede that that might be the reason, because it's just like if I saw historical evidence of that being the case, I'd be like, okay, yeah, but I don't think it fundamentally is the case. Okay, I think we just already found this one. All right, we gotta go to Rada. Attached to the rocks behind the house that overlooks the sea. Might have already done this one too. Maybe we should do the latter ones instead. Like skip a few, just so that we're not rehashing things too much. There's only 3 more though, so maybe we just do all the spots. Oh, I hear him. There he goes. Goofy. Good afternoon. Hi, Layla. I don't think there's anything more weird or insidious than a misogynistic man who wants immortality, and I'm internalizing that as a legacy and sees childbirth as a method of immortality that is sequestered womanhood. I mean, again, I think that it's something weirder and more insidious than that, and like, I know that you can't think. I hear you when you say you can't think of something, but I gotta re-interrogate what I think the origin point is, because like my brain is so puzzle focused right now that it's difficult for me to be like, okay, well, let me break it down for you right now, because are you a fan of tea and also probably separately biscotti? Biscotti? No, I get it. I really want to follow this line. Yeah. Okay, so girlhood to godhood. Girlhood to godhood. We're going to leg this. No. Where's leg this? I like hot fruit tea. I've not had a piece of biscotti that didn't have a form of nut that I'm not allergic to. I'm a fan because I like beige foods, but also not a fan because it's likely to kill me. Hope this answers your question. My favorite fruit tea is lemon ginger at the moment. I know ginger is a root, but I like it with lemon. Okay, I need to go get my laundry, so I might do that after we find out whether or not the little guy's over here. It says he's hidden in, oh, there he is. Oh, nice. I also like hot fruit tea and need to figure out how to make one that I get at a boba shop. I think it's called Four Seasons Lemon. You can get lemon in winter, or is this like a misnomer? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. Just gotta go get my laundry, which should take like, what, 3 minutes? We're so back. We're so back. So back. It's confusing in the US because hegemony and wait. Y'all talking about a lot of stuff. All right, we need to get 2 more of these babies. I've discovered a biscotti-like cookie in South Asian grocery stores called dry cake or rust. Which is excellent with black tea and plant milk. Oh yeah. Lemon, grapefruit, oranges are all winter. It's confusing in the US because US global hegemony and global trade means everything is available year round. I had no idea till I dated someone from Florida. I don't think the rust goes as well with fruit. Hello, Sweetly. What are you doing?
Working too.
Oh, why?
Just one of the shifts changed. What?
Oh, there's also a combat encounter we haven't done here.
Yeah.
Hi, Galaxy, says Layla. Hi, Galaxy, says Reganis. I think they might like you more than me. Oh, they're waving. Chloe says hi, Galaxy.
Did you go, baby?
So, secret project, which isn't a secret to you, but is to chat, is happening. You want to see the progress? Oh no, it's just I've got 5 days. Wait, this isn't the week where you're going. Okay.
Yeah, I fucked that up. Really. I mean, I'm still gonna go to the top.
This is the current progress. It is very far from being done. But I'm gonna straight up just focus up, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And for the next 5 days, just be doing this.
Tomorrow.
Tonight or tomorrow.
I'll be off at
What time? 10:30? Okay, yeah. Let's do tonight. Y'all, speaking of dating, I'm still in my infatuation period at the moment with this person. They send me a bunch of math crochet problems because we bonded over this love of math and my love of crochet. It's so sweet. That's so cute, says Layla. What? Oh, why did you open that? Oh man. I just don't want them all over the apartment, and they're just only gonna end up all over the apartment. You said you do like the feel of them? No, I'm just,
doesn't seem.
Okay, well thank God for that. That's how I feel right now. Oh my God, they're gonna end up everywhere. What does it say? Attached to one of the smaller lower ridges on the cliff by the lighthouse. Smaller lower ridges on the cliff by the lighthouse. Did we already do this one? Food! Girl, get you something to eat. Oh my God. It begins. Yeah, I think we already did this one. No! Oh no. Oh, thank goodness.
このまま運んでくれるようだ。このまま運んでくれるようだ。
No! No, 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 no. Okay. We're too far south at this point, so it's not here. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll do these two combat encounters. Layla mentioned they didn't know about Winterfruit until they dated someone from Florida, and I was like, oh yeah, speaking of learning new things while dating people, except I didn't exactly say that. Got you. Oh, what's gonna end up everywhere? Galaxy got Jasper a bunch of these little balls that have like opalescent fur on them. They're multicolored and they're kind of the texture of like a stress ball, but like felt on the outside, or like something similar but plasticky. That sounds pretty cool. I don't want them all over the apartment. Like Jasper's presence has already veritably changed the entire texture of our living space, and like on paper I'm okay with that, but having about a dozen like just randomly strewn out balls all over the place is going to make it more difficult to clean, and like just boxes and pieces of paper are not. They're level 50? What the fuck? Why level 50? At least we have a minute to do this. Jesus. Level 50. I guess their level goes up the further up they are. Having an orange cat and not naming it Garfield has been making my brain brick. I don't like Garfield. I like actively hate Garfield. Don't like the name, don't like the character, don't like anything related to it. My current dating and ex's orange cats have been named Iro and Lilo. Newest one is probably going to be Dulce. I've known many orange cats named Dumbass. Multiple orange cats named Dumbass? Oh, you mean just... That's what people call them. Yes, got you. Moon elemental attacks. Okay. We're gonna go over here and do this water trial. It does not seem like little cactuses here. We still need 2 more. little cactuses. I'm a little scandalized that these things change based on your level. I thought that they were gonna be like the same for every encounter. It wasn't that cat's turn with one brain cell to share. Oh no, don't do that. Oh my god, don't do that. Stop. How are y'all attacking despite being... I don't think we're really able to do this in time. What are you weak against? Ow. Girl, you better heal yourself. Hell yeah. I liked Garfield a bunch as a kid, but looking back on it, John is an incel and the writer did not have much love for the art of comics. A hot take that I agree with. And honestly, as a kid, I was reading practically everything with pictures and text in boxes. That special interest bug. My touchstone for Orange Cats is Garfield, but I understand hating Garfield. He's kind of a repugnant little shit. Well, here's the thing. Have you heard of Heathcliff? Heathcliff was also a repugnant little shit, but I liked that cat a lot. Big fan of Heathcliff. Not a huge fan of Garfield. Okay, what am I doing? I'm looking for wait, are we up? No, we tried Petal Ridge. Now should be in the residential district. Oh, I don't remember how to get there. Oh, no, don't do that. I just remembered there's a big hole in the ground. You know, we haven't visited Niccolo once since, like, our required interactions with him. Which A, I think is funny, and B, I would like to fix post haste. Okay, it says he should be over here amidst the middle of the courtyard. Oh, there he is right there. Look at him, little homie. All right, one more, and then we get our XP boost. Niccolo. My favorite Garfield fan comic. Man, I hate Garfield so much. I'm struggling to imagine enjoying this. Another dang Garfield cartoon. Garfield, you ate all the food. You are so lazy. Fuck you, John. You too, Garfield. Shut up, John. I'll do what I want to. Give me some of that lasagna. No way. Who's this person? Give me that goddamn lasagna. No. Get your own lasagna, Garfield. Don't you mean Charles Guiteau? Okay. Fully missed me with that one. Side quest from Niccolo? Who is Charles? Wait, President Garfield. Who got assassinated? Oh. He was the only other president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms, right? Dreams. Hello, Nicola. Everything all right? You're looking a little worried there. I'm looking to ask because a good customer of mine placed an order, but the shipment for it suddenly got canceled. I could try another supplier, but it's unlikely that the merchandise... I assume due to assassinated President Garfield? Oh, I see. From the same comic that gave us the term sea lioning. Harpy down. Oh god damn, it's just a combat thing. Okay, so here what you're saying is I can just I can buy multiple hold on. Okay, we don't need critical rate boost because it's basically absurd already. But if I got critical damage, okay. I can spend all my money getting 4 of these and then just be doing an ungodly amount of damage all the time. I think I have to. How? Well, truly unconscionable is this? Flame Saber is important. Class strike damage is pretty important. But 30%, yeah. No, we do this. Where's the critical damage one? Just, I was right there. Can I not do multiple of the same thing? No, okay. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. That's fine. I can, once I get upgrades for my other folks, equip it to them. This isn't really related to anything, but I did kind of want to watch this video later today, so I've been thinking about it, and it's that I watched a video that's by a former therapist and author who has antisocial personality disorder, and she's talking about it by framing it as a neurotype rather than like, you know, how we often talk about sociopaths and psychopaths. And talking about her experience internally, having like gone through therapy training to better understand it. And I thought that was interesting, but also I worry about the normalization of like antisocial behavior and the sort of like co-optment of the type of work that autistic people have done to better self assess and what the like basically long-term potential consequences are of. Wait, this is the downstairs one? No. Yes, it is. Damn it. I want the upstairs one. Oh, wait, no. Nah, damn it. Add back. Dang. I worry about the long-term consequences. Because, okay, a thing that I was also thinking about is the overtime normalization of like certain types of neutralizing language and how like you can be a person who has oh, I hear him. This is the last one, right? Or is it two more? I can't remember now. Help. Neutralizing language. So you normalize because people with antisocial personality disorder are similarly lack accommodation in the context of like neurotypical spaces, but oftentimes the way that they get diagnosed or identified in the first place is that they like either do intense physical harm to people or like, you know, otherwise do something that is you know, that most of us would consider socially unacceptable, which is not necessarily the criteria by which autistic people get identified. Autism is a social disorder, but it's as a result of like existing in a way that inherently marginalizes you, whereas a lot of people with antisocial personality disorder like in their process of learning to mask end up adopting behaviors that are like pro-social but with a limit. Wait, actually, oh, can I cancel? No. We'll just presume that we got it, and then if not, then we'll find the little cactus in the area that we're going to. Oh, no. Oh. Really? That latter part, doing something considered socially unacceptable, sounds like how many autistics get clocked. Yeah, but when you say socially unacceptable, it's not socially unacceptable like doing intense physical harm to another person, or like stealing something, or like stealing something that's very valuable. Speaking of not understanding social interaction, I might be dating someone. Interesting. Interesting.
持病に効くものを持ってきたよ。闇の巫女が手伝ってくれたんだ。
I wish that I double checked to make sure that I got the right number of the things before doing this, because what if I have to fight him right now?
ありがとう。なんとも不思議な蜜じゃわい。若いに戻ったからのように力がみなぎるぞ。
よかった。ちゃんと聞いたんだね。
お前さんたちには果たすべき使命もあるのに、手を煩わせて面目ないわい。
It's like autistic people are more likely to engage in self-harm, or like be very apparently unable to get along with other kids, versus people with antisocial personality disorder who might like seem normal to most people for a long time because they're masking, but then like, you know, suddenly stab somebody. It's very different. It's like, it's rare for an autistic meltdown to, I mean, like there are autistic kids who have, like, you know, in a meltdown because of dyspraxia, like hit a person or in, like, you know, cause serious bodily injury, but it's not a precise and intentional and deflected instance of harm. Like they actually oftentimes feel bad about it afterwards.
ハウルクスは芽吹きにふさわしい場所へと向かったはずじゃ。クイディールにおいて深海の面影を強く残す場所、ウルール浮遊島にな。
浮遊島？空にあるとしたら一体どうやって？
Blame me, duh.
ジュリー、うちらにはラムコがおるやん。浮いてる島だって今のうちらなら簡単に行けんで。本当に頼もしいや。
ニコラよ、傍観者もわしは祈ることしかできぬ。どうか無事に戻ってくるんじゃぞ。
祈ってくれるんなら十分さ。じゃあねトレント、行ってくるよ。
That simple? Okay, let's see if we got the thing. We did get the thing. Is there another XP boost one? 2 times XP boost. I don't think we'll need 2 times XP boost. We're already very strong. Very strong. Okay. Chloe, did you want to tell us more about this person you might be dating? Says Layla. No. Floating island. Finally. Ba-da-ding. Is it coffee time yet? Oh, remains of the mystic realm after it was conjoined with the mortal.
空中へと浮かび上がったの。とっても不思議で美しいところだけど、気をつけてね。空に島が浮いてるなんて知らんかったわ。みんな知ったらびっくりするんじゃ。
ここって神獣が住んでいた世界の面影が残ってるんだっけ？
Yes, but I need to be AFK for a second. No worries.
ここで力をつけられたら厄介だからね。
Floating Isle of Ulul. Is everything here gonna be 50 level 50? Not even.
この島で芽吹きにふさわしい場所を探してみましょう。どんどん行くぞ。とりゃ。とりゃ。
Ooh, that's a lot of XP. That's a lot of XP there. They're expecting us to be around level 30, and that's hilarious to me because I simply could not be asked. I want to hold one button to win every fight. Level up. What's this? That's a deer. We should probably get the save spot, right? Let's be procedurals about this. Systematic.
よし、手に入れたぞ。はっ。この辺りで少し休もうか。
Okay. Now it's time to Roomba. Roomba, baby, Roomba. We go and get everything. Everything that is possible to get, we get it all. I think maybe we summon the dogs. Oh, we can't. That's interesting. No dogs on the floating island. Sorry, friend. No dogs on the floating island. Hobgoblins? Oh my god. She's too strong. Okay. Let's keep an eye out for a little cactus since now we care about that, apparently. Okay. That's fine. I can't reach them. Roomba, 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 Roomba. Ancient ruins? Am I gonna be able to get another? Oh my god. You're joking. Wait, hold on. I already have the strongest weapons in the game. I don't need more. Julie? I don't have the strongest armor in the game though. Yeah, give me that. Thank you.
手早く倒せ。
こんなものかな。
もらっておこう。
Okay, there should be an item here. Maybe it's up there. Roomba, 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 Roomba. Also, at buttercup, from browsing the ASPD wiki, it seems like the causes of ASPD are genetics and maybe adverse childhood experiences. Are people with ASPD who do harm not also victims of epistemological deficits? I forget the term you like to use. Epistemic injustice. Yes, for sure. But okay, so and I think that it is a radical position to take to say like beyond just rehabilitation, like a general increase in knowledge about this is important. And I think that it is also like flatly prison abolitionist, like a generally sound prison abolitionist take, to say that like it is unjust to punish people who have not been like adequately accommodated because of their neurotype, to like punish them for their like the symptoms or traits of their neurotype. However, I think that calls into question, and in a way that can be used in order to deflect conversations around like agency, culpability, and consent, like whether or not it is like okay to allow people to violate and harm people using their neurotype as an excuse, right? That's the thing that I'm actively concerned about, is not like because like, you know, there is this individual person who didn't like happened to not do anything particularly damning in their social life growing up, and like was able to get into a relationship with a person who accepted them for who they were, and got a profession as a therapist and psychologist, and was like curious enough about their own neurotype that they were able to sidestep the like potentially more dire consequences. But like you could basically say that about not anyone, but the vast majority of people of that neurotype, that they function in society fine because society is designed to not just accommodate but reward people of that neurotype. And like arguably you could say the same thing at this phase in like society in the during the technological revolution, that like that is also true about autistic people, and that the people who are autistic who fall by the wayside or end up in the prison system are outliers rather than like are exceptions rather than the rule. But the explicitly stated way that people with antisocial personality disorder experience distress is differential from the clear, intense distress experienced by autistic people by not being able to fit into society. like it's a self-described and like documented quality of people with antisocial personality disorder that like they experience like social pressure in a way that is extremely differential from the general population, and that the masking that they do is to attempt to fit in despite having like compulsions and inclinations toward doing things that would do harm to people or compromise the actual structure of society. And like not in a transgressive way, but in a way that like might lead to like a few like a to feudal rule. I don't think anyone's neurotype ever excuses any behavior, just contextualizes it. Someone who harms should not be allowed to run ramshod over other people and should have consequences for their actions. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah. But like, it's difficult for me to have like a conversation about that that sort of like flattens that language when the differential is like more likely to cause self-harm versus more likely to cause systematic interpersonal harm and or like pattern behavior that like means that like without treatment or internal assessment about the rationale for their behavior, like like yeah, it's a difference between like autistic people. What is that thing? What is that thing? Autistic people. Oh, it's hold on. I'm trying to think of of a specific example. Okay, self-reinforcing stereotype about mentally ill people is that they oh, god damn it. This is funny because it sounds like y'all probably are not perceiving me as being particularly inarticulate, but I'm just having trouble phrasing the thing that I want to say because it feels very clear in my mind. But then, like when it gets to my mouth, I'm like, I'm not saying the thing that I actually want to say. Okay. There are a number of mental illnesses that have been portrayed in media as being dangerous and pathologized in the public consciousness as leading to like this person being an actual danger to society when that simply is not the case, right? But and what is more likely is that people who suffer from these like forms of distress are more likely to commit self-harm rather than like do anything that is like demonstrably harmful to society or other people. And like we've been able to sort of like on some level rehabilitate that reality by showing the difference between media representations and like actual people who experience these neuroatypicalities. But if the neurotype is specifically diagnosable based on whether or not a person has done like intimate harm to a person, rather than the like, you know, largely like self harm oriented neuroatypicalities, that provides a potential opportunity by putting them all under the same umbrella to allow systemic excusing of that behavior. And like, I'm talking about trends here. I'm not saying like my personal take on like actual interpersonal culpability. I like based on this video that I watched about this person with antipersonal personality disorder, like I feel pretty heavily inclined to either like I've met people like that and gotten along with them, and have also borne witness to the sort of antisocial behavior that they engage in, and have been able to be, you know, the person who says like, hey, like I think maybe we shouldn't do that. But also there have been instances where I haven't been there, and I find out months later that they almost strangled somebody to death because there wasn't that voice of reason around. And like how am I supposed to, or how is society in general supposed to rehabilitate people who the way that they alienate their peers is by doing intimate violence, right? Like that strategy is a lot more complicated than rehabilitating people who like just need to meet more people like them in order to like discontinue the internalized self-hatred that they had been harboring. How? No. Jump, 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 jump. Ow. Yeah, it seems like you gotta go first. Yeah, like I fundamentally agree with your position, Layla. What I worry about, because I'm a big picture thinker, is the long-term consequences of especially in the state that the world is in right now, right? Like people have already used the excuse that oh, Elon Musk didn't know what he was doing when he did the Zig Heil. He like he's autistic and has dyspraxia, and like they're basically making excuses for him, even though like him being autistic does not excuse the white supremacist views and actions that he maintains. But that line of excuse did work in the milieu that we occupy right now. Like people were like it's fine. Official institutions that should be critical of that behavior were specifically like, we think it's fine. He's just an awkward little guy. And like being able to grant people who not just uphold those ideas, but like actively are the perpetrators of that kind of violence, to be relegated to they're just little guys is the thing that I'm concerned about. More complicated, but not impossible. But I think a good starting point is not stigmatizing people for conditions that they did not themselves cause, which creates an environment of someone with a condition just flatly trying to deny that it exists, while also maintaining that harming people, regardless of neurotype, has consequences. I think the issue has more to do with the structure of power that would have created an excuse no matter what than an individual condition. I 100% agree. That is also already my position. Wait, where do we get where to progress? Oh.
よしこのまま導いてくれ。
Girl, you're so strong. Creating this like line, people whose mental illnesses create harm for mostly others being inherently mistrusted, that doesn't actually prevent harm from being done, and I'm pretty sure it just makes identifying those conditions more difficult for the person themselves and the people around them. Yes, I agree. The thing that I said while you were away, Layla, is that the thing that you said, I think the issue has more to do with the structures of power that would have created an excuse no matter what than individual conditions, is exactly my point. I already agree with everything that you said. And in an not ideal, but in a world or community wherein the systems of power were not configured the way that they currently are, I would hold identically every single position. Like, I would have started with the position that you did, but the context that I'm thinking about it in is the context that we're currently living in. Rather than being like, yeah, no, I 100%, like, in a world where collectivism and individualism were so intermeshed that like you couldn't have a conversation about one without having a conversation about the other, I would agree with you. But the specific configuration of power that we live under right now means that like we need to take into consideration how we frame specific things, because lending normalization to a specific idea can lead to it gaining power because it has an advantage just based on where in the power hierarchy it exists. And like, that's kind of the problem, is that like a person who has a neurotype that is like more inclined toward interpersonal violence, like actually has an upper hand in this specific configuration of society, rather than it being an act of detriment, because people will see it as like, oh, this person isn't afraid to get their hands dirty. This person like, you know, like you know, they instill fear, and so people are willing to follow them, and so that becomes a very specific configuration of power. Whereas like you know, in order for someone like Elon Musk to accrue power, he had to be like already embedded in a generational superstructure that enabled him the ability to make a shit ton of zany decisions and not have to suffer the consequences for them. And like that's not necessarily the case if you're like a poor person with antisocial personality disorder who, like, because of the set of circumstances that you're in, needs to enlist in the military. And then like when people discover that you are like uncharacteristically hyper violent, and that makes you a more efficient soldier, like you're able to climb the ranks of that specific institution. You know, like those are two very, very different ways of acquiring power. And normalizing violence inclined antisocial behavior has more dire consequences than normalizing any autistic trait. I think that isn't true. It looks like people with ASPD have higher rates of criminality, substance abuse disorder, and suicidality than the general population. Yes, I think they're more likely to wind up in jail than in the military. Here's the thing is that in that video, which we'll watch later while I'm working, the person says that that they basically only test for nearly exclusively test for antisocial personality disorder if a person has a criminal record. So the likelihood of there being subclinical people out in the population who would also be diagnosed given other circumstances is fairly high. The likelihood is fairly high. And you know, that means that there could be this is similar to narcissistic personality disorder, right? Like if a person is like excruciatingly successful at what they do, they never receive a diagnosis. They just continue to be the boss that people hate. You know. Think about all of the autistic people who remain subclinical for the majority of their lives, working in like tech and the arts, etc., and like only got diagnosed in their 70s. Like there could be millions of people who are who would otherwise be diagnosed as ASPD, but because they did a successful like had a successful military career, simply never sought out or needed a diagnosis. Now, marginalized people with antisocial personality disorder, I agree. They're probably more likely to be what's going on? Imprisoned. But like white men, different story. I guess my issue is the conflation of the diagnosis result of external factors and the behavior not limited to people with the diagnoses. Limited to the people with diagnosis. Yeah. And like, okay, I understand that you're basically like arguing on behalf of this specific portion of the population, but similar to previous conversations that we've had where like the tone ends up seeming argumentative, like I 100% like fully agree with the spirit of what you're saying. Like I just like, you haven't said anything that I've been like I disagree, except for the likelihood that there is a larger population of people who are subclinical or you know or are just able to get away with these specific types of behavior. And like I'm in my personal life and how I interact with people am not inclined to be like, oh, that person has antisocial personality disorder and so I'm not going to interact with them. That's not how I operate. Like I base my personal interactions with people on like how my personal interactions with them go. I am disinclined to conflate the diagnosis and the behavior. But what I'm worried about and the thing that I'm talking about is in the midst of the rise of fascism, a normalization of a specific type of neurotype that has a positive in terms of reinforcement, not positive in terms of like good, but positive relationship to the trajectory of society. So like saying like in a society where there is a increase in demand for a specific type of neurotype because it fits more with the structure, the power structure, and using the tools that have been developed by people with other types of neurodivergence to normalize systematically these neurotypes that are in line with power seems dangerous to me. Side note for context, I think that I would have matched the diagnostic criteria for ASPD had the adults in my childhood been more attentive. Yeah. That also doesn't surprise me. But like the difference between sensory seeking autistic and ASPD are I mean there's pretty clear differentials in like the pattern behavior, but how they look are pretty there's a lot of overlap. Big Venn diagram. Okay. And I guess what seems dangerous to me is stigmatizing a neurotype. I'm not advocating for stigmatizing it. I am developing an increased concern around using the language that helped to normalize autistic traits to being used manipulatively by power to normalize antisocial personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder. That's the thing that I'm concerned about. Like, do I actually actively think that there should be normalization around being able to talk about these things in service of meeting the needs of, on an individual and group basis, people who like have NPD and ASPD? Absolutely, yes. I think that having access to more language to be able to talk about one's experience is like demonstrably a good thing. But I'm thinking about how power co-opts successful movements and uses the simulation or like will utilize a successful tactic to warp things back in the trajectory of power. Because I think it is much more likely to result in people who display those behaviors and hiding them rather than receiving treatment. Because, like, for example, I don't think NPD is actually normalized, even though there is diagnostic language around it. Oh no, I think that it's demonized. Normalized is the wrong terminology. I'm not saying that we have achieved that. I don't think that we have arrived at having achieved normalization of antisocial personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder. I'm saying that I am witnessing, like, I'm doing like Black prophetic tradition, witnessing a person with antisocial personality disorder talk very clearly about her experiences in using similar types of language that autistic people have cultivated over decades, right? To be able to explain our experiences. And I can imagine power seeing this person and being like, this is something that would benefit us to normalize. I don't think that NPD or ASPD have been normalized, but I'm looking into the future about like ways in which the language of neuroatypicality can be co-opted by power in order to warp like the predisposition of certain people who are already in power into no longer being culpable for their actions because they're just, oh, I'm like, I'm just a little guy, I couldn't help it, like I was just acting out because I had a antisocial meltdown, It's like that like, do I think that a person, even if a person has a autistic meltdown and does harm to another person or causes distress to another person, do I think that they are fully and uniquely like culpable of their for their behavior? Yes. But in legal settings, I can imagine it becoming possible for people to be like, the current terminology for it is like claiming insanity, right? It's like you can plead insanity rather than be held culpable for the harm that you did. And like that, it feels concerning to me. You watched Attorney Wu, right? Extraordinary Attorney Wu. I guess I need to see the video to know what you're talking about. Yeah. Remember how they did not accept the well, there were two instances. There was the intellectually disabled person and the semi-verbal autistic kid who was accused of murdering his brother, right? And like both of those, like Wu basically lost both of those cases because what she wanted was the thing that would cause the not the defendant, but like the person who was suffering the most to experience less distress. Like that was what she was after, and was not able to get that for either of those parties. And like I'm imagining a potential future where yeah, people are able to get away with things because they make those same kinds of claims. It's like, like thus far, I think that largely people have like, you know, exactly what you said, ended up imprisoned rather than vindicated or allowed to like get away with their actions. And like, I don't necessarily foresee that changing immediately. And I do think that that's bad, and I don't want it to, and I want them to stop doing that. Prison abolition forever. But I can also imagine, like I have a former friend who, like I mentioned, like, in like a fit of rage, attempted to kill one of our mutual friends. And like what ended up happening is that, also side note, I think both of those cases in the show got a not guilty verdict. Oh, I wasn't expecting to have to do the fight right now. I can't. Oh, okay. Well, we're doing this right now, I guess. Oh, you don't got no health, girl. Girl, you don't got no health. Uh-oh. You know what? While I'm here, I might as well do this. And uh-oh. And do this. Why don't you got no health? Is it just, do we just overpower ourselves that much? Or she heal? I can't, no, I don't want to escape. I don't want to escape. I want to do this. Thank you. Okay. What, do we just kill her if I do this? Is it just over? That would make me so happy if the fight was just done. Nope. Oh, go, 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 go. Okay, well. I'm trying to, oh, I have to, there's a cooldown. That was it? Level 51, baby. The highest level that we've seen an enemy so far in the game has been like 55, I think. I feel like it's not just gonna cut scene, is it? Oh, damn. Interesting. Wasn't expecting this.
新曲第1559番、ご清聴ありがとうね。素晴らしいです。歌も活躍も神獣を倒しちゃうなんて大昔の英雄にも負けていませんよ。
I think it might have been too easy.
安心して眠れるはずです。次の巫女が選ばれる時まで。そういえばね、ドリアード、僕巫女のみんなと旅をして思ったんだ。世界はどんどん変わっていく。僕たちもそれに適応しないといけないなってさ。だから僕はいろんな土地で仲間をいっぱい増やすことにするよ。まあそれって
That's a buttercup on his little
ビラルス以外で育つことになる。
brooch.
さまざまな環境に合った草人が生まれるだろうね。
Neck thing.
これはもうこれまでの草人ではないかもしれないけど、そういう生き方もいいなって思ったんだ。それがジュリの思い描く未来なんですね。うん。草人の中でもその一歩が踏み出せるのはバルたちと旅をしたこの僕だと思うんだよね。いいですね。私はとてもいいと思いますよ。よし、そろそろ僕たちは行こうかな。まだ問題は残っているし。
Things to do, monsters to defeat.
それじゃあ最後にあの歌を聴かせてもらえませんか。巫女たちが初めてビラルスを訪れた時の歌です。おお、第1460番だね。でもどうして？あの時に私出払っていたじゃないですか。ここにいるみんなが聞いてるけど私だけ聞いてないんです。しょうがないな。僕らは命をつなぐことこそが大切なのさ。未来へと幸せつなぐ。
I think that fight was supposed to be a lot harder than it was. I'm glad that we fucking grinded our way to being super overpowered, but
歌詞を変えちゃった。新曲第1560番、ママの出来かな。こっちを旅して。
yeah, I guess we could have just slapped him a little instead of demolishing.
新曲楽しみにしててね。
I don't know what I was expecting to win slower.
うち新曲の1560番の歌詞好きやで。ジュリー、君たちといたからできた曲だよ。次の新曲も楽しみにしてて。
We didn't get to collect all the remaining stuff. They booted us out. Okay, well, we're 2 hours into stream, and I kind of want to show Layla this video. So I think we're going to grab a couple things and then head out. Yum. Were these things like part of the fight? Like, could we have run over here and gotten these? No. I'm remembering that they were like, you can't escape. Oh.
よし、手に入れた。 たぞ。
I got a bad feeling about this place. Let's turn back. Huh? Huh? Interesting. Okay. So that's why we... Okay. Interesting. Where's the meridian? Maybe we go save.
どこに向かう？
Okay, well...
この辺りで少し休もうか。
It is, 2 hours into stream. Maybe we put ourselves on track to... I mean, what I'm doing is just coming up with excuses to keep playing. Maybe we put ourselves on track to do the next fight. Who we wanna engage in combat with next? The reason why we did the Benevodon of wood first was because I was like, I just got the ability to imbue my shit with fire, or like remembered it. Okay, so the water one's probably gonna be pretty hard. And which one is this? There's air and moon. I feel like air's gonna be the next one that I want to do.
ラングレンに行くのね。風の真珠ベイヨロスの気配があるから気をつけて。こんな形で里帰りとはな。みんなのことは心配やけど、なんかな。
Oh,
アリナは立派にやってるって。胸張って帰ろう。ねえラムコ。
but I'm cool. I mean, finishing a fight seems like a pretty good demarcation point. Yeah, but I don't want to ADHD come back and forget what I was doing is the problem. Okay, we'll just we'll skip this because it's well what we're gonna do is go to the Airy village next. We saved just before going here, so I just gotta remember that that's what we're doing. Okay. Any new downloads? Shader pre-caching update. Cool, I guess. Layla, are you here? If Layla's not here, then I'll probably go take a break. Otherwise we'll watch the video. If they are here. Yeah? Okay. You down to watch the video? Take your break? No. The break is contingent on whether or not you're here. I'm at work, I'm gonna be here. Okay. Here's the video. can't hear. Sorry. Thank you. And I'll turn on subtitles. Okay, so that was a video. Patrick Gagney. um yeah, that was great. Thanks for sharing. See, that response is the thing that I was worried about. That was great. The reason why we started talking about it, Reganis, if you scroll up in chat, is that Layla and I were having a conversation wherein I was saying, I think that in the current political and power structural milieu, like this feels more like a group of people who would in terms of power and hegemony, benefit from normalization of a specific way of thinking about something, trying to co-opt how autistic people have framed our neurodivergence in service of, like, this is a person who has been to parties at the White House, was a successful, was able to get a PhD, comes from a family of people who were successful in the music industry, didn't actually do anything that caused like long-term physical harm that resulted in them being institutionalized in any way. What else? Has a successful book, is being featured on Business Insider, you know, like like I'm not trying to be conspiracy brained here, and I do think that it is important to be able to diversify how we think about and assess the mechanisms behind a variety of different neurotypes in service of like being able to service the people and meet them where they're at. But like, I'm looking at this video and I'm going, what impact is this actually going to have on society? Big question mark, right? And I feel more worried than like, hell yeah, girl. Because the way that power is structured now, people who have this neurotype are positioned in such a way that they can societally benefit from ameliorating the cultural, like smoothing over the cultural attitudes about this neurotype in this specific way, you know, which is different from being able to smooth over like people who experience chronic depression and reframing laziness, because like depression often leads more to self-harm rather than like active violence. Or for people who are autistic, can I talk to you about this on Discord? Sure. I'm yapping because I'm responding to an entire conversation that happened when you weren't here, and I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to chat in general. But yes, you can hop and I got to catch up with what you were saying because I was yapping. um uh I mean, you added more emphasis to it than I did, but okay. Oh, I hopped in Discord if there's something that you specifically want to say. Now there is another interview with a black person with psychopathy, and I kind of want to watch that as like a follow-up. Oh, I've never seen this one before. I'll save it to watch later. This is the one I was thinking about.
Testing.
I can hear you.
Okay. I just have a quick thing that I'm going to say, and then I'm going to hop off because
Okay.
homework. But I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, it's like if the way that this person is actually like describing the way that research on psyopathy is collected, which is majority made majorly through the prison industrial complex system,
Mm-hmm.
then in my mind, I feel as if like that kind of like she's like they said in the video, it we have very conservative research on this. And if we have an opportunity to like broaden out that research, like make it more diverse and equitable and inclusive, then I think that will overall change our opinion on what psyopathy is, in my opinion.
Sociopathy.
Because like
Right. But
sociopathy,
I have a specific response to that. What's your follow-up gonna be? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that like as someone who is on one end of the spectrum when it comes to emotional output and input, and how I am basically like an emotional typhoon. I just think that it's like very interesting how like we can make space for people like me who have like very hard time like reining in emotional outbursts and stuff like that. But when it comes to folks who suffer from psyopathy, we don't have much in the toolbox to like handle that. Does that make
Psyopathy.
sense?
No, sorry, a compulsive response. Okay, so the thing that I wanted to say though, is that I agree with you that like in a perfect world or in a society that was like more pro-social, generally speaking, and didn't grant benefits, boons to power, and specifically violent power, specifically masked violent power, like I would just agree with you, right? Like there needs to be more research, there needs to be more clinical assessments, there needs to be et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And like and I'm a prison abolitionist, right? So like whole cloth, get rid of that system, let all the sociopaths and psychopaths who have been diagnosed in that system out free in the world, so that we actually have to like face them, like look at them face to face and deal with the consequences of our actions, their actions, etc. But I think that part of what you said is accurate, that like that it's wildly underdiagnosed, because there are a bunch of people who are able to go live out in the world and be subclinical, because the structure of society, how it exists now, allows people who are what's that word, who harbor violent sentiments and have enough self-control that they don't act out in a way that gets them put into prison, they benefit and are able to climb social ladders and are valorized and rewarded basically for that attitude. And so like the thing that I'm worried about is this sentiment taking hold in a way that, and I'm not saying that this is a thing that should happen, or that this is a thing that like I don't know what the counterpoint to this is, because what I think is what you're saying and what Layla said earlier, which is allow sociopaths to be able to self-determine in the same way that we've allowed autistic people to self-determine. However, because of the specific configuration of power in society and hegemony right now, I worry that people who have already are already elderly and have been sociopaths their entire lives will see this framing as an opportunity for them to be like, oh, I'm just a little guy. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill him. You know, like I was just acting. I just had a meltdown.
No,
I just had a meltdown. I'm sorry. You know, like.
That's not what I was trying to.
I know.
I get that that's not what you were thinking. That I was saying.
Okay.
I'm not. I know that's not what you were saying that I was thinking. But I'm also like. But that. This is kind of like the same conversation that we were having, where it's just like, yes, like autistic people tend to have different ways and means of like expressing frustration and things of that nature. But just because I'm autistic does not allow me to be like a
Right.
racist dickhead or like a
And this is
misogynist,
a
something like that.
thing that Layla brought up before, is that like the person who performs any type of violent action is culpable for their actions. I don't care if you're I don't care what neurotype you are. Like, no one should be allowed to be a bigot. No one should be allowed to be explicitly violent. No one should be allowed to dot, 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 dot. And I agree, but I'm not talking about what sort of culpability a person in the kind of society that we want to build should have. I'm talking about how power will interpret like what tools have been presented to them to wield more power.
Yeah, because I totally hear what you're saying. Like the sociopathy thing that we're talking about, a lot of those behaviors, like capitalism just valorizes. Like
Yeah, narcissism and
being like
sociopathy, capitalism loves.
yeah, they
But
love that shit. And like most CEOs try to like adopt those types of behaviors or thought patterns and stuff like that. So I totally get what you're saying. But I think that like with the normalization, as old girl was talking about, of sociopathy. And I'm not saying that this is like going to be an overnight thing because this requires like generations of like dedicated research in order to unpack. Like after a while, we will be able to have the tools to separate when someone is like dead ass like a sociopath, like is out here trying to manipulate people, and like some guy who is just so happened to be diagnosed as a sociopath. You feel me? Like, does that make sense?
I don't agree, but in a perfect world, maybe, you know, on a better timeline than the one we're on, sure. But like, I was just thinking about how, like, Elon Musk, who like, if I probably shouldn't be going around armchair diagnosing a person, but he claims to be autistic, and there's some evidence to that effect. But it's very clear also that he has a extremely difficult time conceding when he's wrong, and like will deny reality in order to make himself look good, and those are narcissistic traits, right? And like it's extremely rare to happen, but like what if this is a person who has a narcissistic personality disorder and autistic comorbidity, right? He is he is able to claim autism when he does things that are fucked up because of the way that power is structured right now, and gets away with doing abhorrent things because of the like narcissistic coping strategies that he's developed to what do you call it, deflect blame away from himself. And so he's like using the work that autistic people have done over the course of decades in order to establish like how our neurotype impacts our ability to navigate the world and social situations, and he's weaponizing it in service of his own narcissism. Do you know what I'm saying?
I get it.
And like, I don't think that in a vacuum or in a society that is smaller, where we're having to deal with people on a face-to-face basis, on a one-to-one basis, that like that narcissism, narcissistic personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder, or any kind of disordered borderline personality, bipolar, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think that any of these things are carte blanche bad. I don't think that that we should even begin to categorize them as bad. And I also am not averse to engaging in like close relationship with people who have these behavioral traits, because I think that Patrick is right that like we're just talking about the human condition. We're just talking about like standard neuroatypical emergences, psychological emergences as a result of nature and nurture. And like like I'm not out here saying like we need to stop this, like prune this bush, or what is it called, nip this in the bud and stop people from thinking about sociopaths as people, because I just don't believe that. But I am concerned about how people who are already in power and have like a specific inclination already in terms of how they've learned to mask these types of behaviors will see this as a tool to be able to amass more power. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that. No, I get that. I understand. That's why I'm just like of the opinion that like when it comes to normal people, you feel me?
Who?
Oh, Layla's saying stuff.
Who's normal people?
I mean, like people who aren't in
Oh,
positions of power. That's what I call normal. Like
yeah.
people who don't hold positions of power,
No, I
or at
got you.
least like not a position of power that like extends like nationally or globally. Like locally,
No way.
even that seems pretty normal to me. You know,
Say that last part again, Giannis.
even locally, it kind of that kind of like leans into normal. But then again, local government be making decisions, so maybe I don't know.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Layla says, one, I want to see the second vid. Yeah, I'm about to play it. And
Me
two,
too.
what exactly is the scenario that you're worried about? I feel like the version you presented is exaggerated to the point of being useless. I didn't mean to murder because I'm a little guy. It's still a confession to murder and therefore prosecutable. Okay, what Elon Musk has already done, or like not even Elon Musk, but his stands
Those little
were
cults of personality.
yeah, we're like, he's autistic, he's dyspraxic, he didn't mean to do a Nazi salute, and they're using that as justification to allow him to get away with something that is an act, a symbolic act of hate speech, right? He's
Yeah.
asserting what his plan is for the future, and if people could acknowledge that, maybe people would like be able to rally around and act against it. But he has a fan base that are wielding soft power by being like, oh no, he's autistic, he's just a little guy, you know, like that's the thing that I'm talking about. I'm not saying like that there is some culminating disastrous Armageddon like consequence of sociopaths being framed this way. I'm saying that I can foresee a world in which they have used the same language that autistic people have cultivated, like with an abundance of labor on our part to be able to verbalize our experience and basically co-opting it in service of allowing them to get away with institutional and hegemonic violence, right? Like that's the thing that I'm concerned about. Like I just don't want to see instances of that happen. And what I'm seeing is the seed being planted in the earth watching this video. I'm like, oh no, like this is a thing that's possible now. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Maybe
Like,
I no, I totally get that.
yeah.
I just like I'm just gonna reiterate like a little bit what Layla said. It's like I want to see what is being said on like the black end, the person of color end of the spectrum. So I
Mhm.
feel as if by only hearing it from like a white person's point of view,
Well,
we're only
successful
going to
white
get
person.
this yeah, the successful white person's point of view. We're
Mhm.
only going to get a super clinical, still conservative, extremely limited viewpoint on what sociopathy actually is. What does sociopathy look like in a queer majority POC setting? What does that look like? How does that community handle that situation? Is that person still being cared for? Is there still understanding being extended to that person? And if not, what is it that that person did that ultimately got them cast out of the community? And
Mhm.
ultimately, what would it take to obtain forgiveness from that community in an attempt to come back? And is
Okay.
that a genuine reach out or what?
I want to reframe that because you remember how my take on forgiveness, that forgiveness is a thing that you cannot acquire and that you cannot like what do you call it, uh elicit from another person. That forgiveness is an act that a person chooses to take against someone who has done harm to them, regardless of whether or not that person has apologized.
Right.
That's
And
my
I
take
agree
on
with
forgiveness,
you.
right? And so we don't want to
Yeah.
attempt to engineer a forgiveness scenario. What we want is a like rehabilitating the person so that they like can be met by the community with the possibility of reintegration, not necessarily forgiveness, because again, like that may never happen. That's all I'm
I
saying.
understand.
Mhm.
I understand that, and also get the vibe that when people talk about forgiveness, they're also talking about shame and guilt as well. And I don't think
Christianity, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel as if like divorcing forgiveness from Christianity, right?
Mhm.
I think that someone would is basically acknowledging the fact that they did something wrong. They may not feel bad for the fact that they hurt someone's feelings, but they do understand that feelings were hurt, a person was hurt, and they are the locus point of that hurt. In
Yeah.
order to resolve any type of like issue that they may have with that person, they're going to go out of their way, even if it makes them uncomfortable, or even if they don't feel any type of outward emotion about it, they still want to make it right. And that, in my opinion, is like forgiveness divorced from Christianity.
Yeah. Yeah. An interesting overlap in what Patrick was talking about in the video is that like I also do not feel guilt, shame, or remorse in ways that are typical to other people. It's just I can't explain it. I simply don't experience them the way that people have talked about being motivated by those things. But like I also like have a lifelong aspiration of mitigating harm overall. And so when I'm in a position where I like cause harm or hurt someone's feelings or do something that has destabilized the situation, like I feel rigorously compelled to bring balance back to that situation. And if that means that I need to apologize, I don't feel shame about needing to do that. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
like
yeah. And
what I want is for the other person to be okay. The end. Mhm.
yeah. And I think that like is something that a lot of folks are going to struggle with getting to the other side of, and like a dialogue with non-sociopathic people and people who are sociopathic.
Mm.
Because I think like because of like years and years and years of conditioning under like Christianity and stuff like that, there's like an internal want, like a need, like I need you to feel guilty for hurting me. And I
Mhm.
felt that too in our arguments, Cup. Like I was like, I need Cup to feel something over the fact that they hurt me and you don't. But
No, no.
I still got an apology, so I would have to resolve that internally. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it's like I think that is going to be like the bigger hump than actually like figuring out what
Start,
forgiveness divorce from Christianity is.
you
Does that
started
make
cutting
sense?
out. You started cutting out toward the end.
Oh, I think that's going to be the bigger hump, like resolving the internal understanding that, like, listen,
Excuse me.
forgiveness does not have to like does not always require guilt and shame in order to resolve a hurt. And I think that that's just going to be like a big hump with people who have been indoctrinated under Christianity, hearing that, oh, I don't feel guilty for what I did to you, but I do feel affected by the fact that you're upset over something that I did.
Right.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I think that I mean, I don't even know if it's just Christianity. I mean, I think that that is a huge component of it for sure. That is the origin of people feeling that compulsion, that need, that like the absence of shame or guilt is somehow bad and or wrong. Um, uh, but I mean, I think I see it in other places too. Sorry, I like I'm doing like a internal analysis because I'm thinking about how cancel culture operates, right? And like
Mm-hmm.
um I think that cancel culture like functions because the people who are on the attack like are expressing the thing that you're talking about. They long for that person to experience guilt and or punishment for their actions, while being
Mm-hmm.
impotent to have any impact whatsoever on that person's actual internal world. So they're like, well, then
Mm-hmm.
we'll disrupt their relationship to reality. Um,
What do
uh,
you mean by that?
will make it impossible for them to get a job or
Oh,
like excommunicate them from the community that they were a part of or dox them so that
yeah.
they feel unsafe, you
Oh,
know.
oh
um
gosh.
that's what I'm
I wasn't
saying.
thinking about all that.
No, I'm just saying that like those people are acting on that same impulse. It's a more extreme version of it, but it's like I want this person to know how bad I feel, right? Like I need this
Yeah.
person to know how bad I feel. And it's like that is not a viable, like, I don't know at what point in my life I learned that that is just not a thing that's ever going to happen. But like, I rapidly realized at some point that like, oh, no imposition of retributive justice is going to cause another person to like mirror how I feel having been harmed by them.
Can
Like
I be honest
what's
with you real quick?
Mhm.
That feels like revenge to me.
That's
Like
exact
that's kind of how
retributive
I,
justice is revenge. That same thing. Yes.
yeah, that's how I parsed my feelings whenever like we would have like an autistic tism, right? And I would be like having to like be away from you for a while because I'm like that upset with you.
Mhm.
And I would be like, I can't, I don't feel good wanting to like first person feel how I feel because I feel too much like revenge. And I've already gone down this path when it comes to like resolving my feelings with like my parent. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
it's just like you're not my parent and you don't control how I feel. So
Mhm.
it's just like I had to like not internalize, but like I had to like find some type of resolution internally on how to resolve my feelings post our autistictism or an argument or whatever it is that we had that caused like a massive blow up. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I already had intuited that that is the case. Um I fully understand. And in circumstances where people have harmed me, um uh like a see, this is an interesting like consequence of this whole complex is that like I don't experience guilt or shame or regret the way that other people do. And when people do harm to me, like it may cause me to feel generally unsafe in the space where the harm was done or around that person. But like
Mm-hmm.
I have like emotionally and intellectually understand that like it's up to me to forgive them, and
Mm-hmm.
like if I want to feel safe around them in the future, like it's up to them to perform actions that match that possibility. You know what I mean? That like
Mm-hmm.
that like okay, in a burst, in a fit of rage, you acted violently towards me, but I am choosing to act with trust that you're not going to do that again. And if you do, then we're going to have to establish a boundary. And once that boundary is established, if you cross it, then I can't engage with you the way that I did, you know, like,
Yeah.
and it's like there are steps and thresholds that like people that I established for people to either cross or respect. And like, rather than it being like someone did harm to me, and so now I want to do harm to them. That is not a thing that even
Sure.
emerges in my emotional complex. The only time that I like fly off the handle is if I see someone doing harm to a person who I care about, and then they get the smoke immediately. uh,
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And I feel as if like us being on two totally different sides of the spectrum and us being friends for like what is this year six cut that we've been friends?
yeah, 5, 6, yeah.
Um, yeah, one of those. I feel as if like this type of conversation only comes from having blow up after blow up after blow up, coming to the conclusion, wait a minute, stop. Do
Hmm.
I hate this person and just enjoy like blowing up? Like, is me blowing up on this person just catharsis, or do I actually enjoy being around this person? And I came to the conclusion that I genuinely enjoy being around you, Cup. But like there is no catharsis out of blowing up at you. I've come to
Hmm.
that conclusion a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's not the source of the catharsis. The source of the catharsis is us getting to the other side of that blow up. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I've only ever like in instances where that kind of thing has happened, where there is some sort of like wires cross misreading situation. I don't know if you've noticed what my approach is the reason that I stand my ground is because I want us to get to the other side as fast as possible.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
and
And I think
conceding like does not fix the source of the miscommunication. It's I have to
yeah,
wait
no.
for you to calm down to be able to to even address what happened.
And sometimes that takes days.
Yeah.
Sometimes that takes weeks.
Right.
And like that, like have being that emotionally charged, right? And being friends with someone who can like see the forest for the trees for what it really is, right? I
Mhm.
think that most sociopathic people are looking for that type of connection, where things can be talked out and things can be talked out, mitigated, harm is mitigated, and then there is a resolution. Um, and I feel as if most folks are not that concerned about that. I feel as if most folks, especially now when we have like such a terminally online generation, I feel as if the requirement, the prerequisite to even like handle like folks who are sociopathic is to just straight up have patience. And that's on the other side of the spectrum as well with people who are just emotional typhoons. I hope this is making sense.
I don't
But
agree, but I hear what you're saying. And the reason I don't agree is because of what we've been talking about. And Layla actually commented on it. Layla said, okay, so then does that mean we shouldn't have developed better understanding of autism because Elon stands use it to justify that action? The answer is no. And I'm not even asserting like on a large scale a course of action, what I think we should do, how I think we should think about people with antisocial personality disorder. I am simply stating an anxiety that is bubbling up inside of me. That's all that I'm doing. Like,
yeah,
and it's coming from this like cross analysis of like seeing these sort of like puzzle pieces come together. But I'm not saying that like I can see the entire puzzle and this is what's going to happen and this is what we should do about it. It's just that I saw that video and I was like, I feel stress from seeing this happen in real time because like of the cultural and political climate as it exists now. I can see the power as like the political power that is operating right now and the undercurrent of this successful person talking about things in this way, like merging together into a new mutated version of fascism where people are able to just get away with a lot more things than they already have, which is not like, I'm
yeah.
not saying that that's like like that it's inevitable or that it that there's something that we should do about it or that autistic people should not have done this self-interrogation or anything. Like I'm not making any sort of moral judgment or ethical judgment whatsoever. I'm just like, oh no. Like that's like, I know that I've used paragraphs of text to arrive at that place, but that's all that I'm saying is, oh no.
No, I feel as if like certain folks, I here's me, right?
Mhm.
Because of the fact that we have such a low and conservative amount of research regarding sociopathy, right?
Mhm.
I do think that there is a normalization process that needs to be done in order for us to really understand the ins and outs of this diagnosis. But at the same time, I recognize, just like how you recognize, how capitalism rewards narcissistic and manipulative behavior patterns. And as a result of that, I'm more, capitalism loves that. And capitalism also does not give a lot of resources or, I'm gonna just keep it at resources to parents in general for them to be able to notice this type of behavior patterns that are coming from their kids in the first place. So there's a lot of like yes, we should be giving like space for people to be able to talk about their neurodivergent diagnosis without any type of shame or judgment, even if they can't recognize it as such. But at the same time, we also have to call a spade and be like, okay, bitch, we live under capitalism, and there's a specific reason why you are as successful as you are with your diagnosis, and it has a lot to do with your phenotypes. You feel me?
Yeah. Here's the thing though, is that you said shame or what did you say? Shame
Or guilt.
or guilt. But the thing about sociopathy is like it is characterized by a lack of those things. So it's not that they are masking because of a feeling of shame or guilt around their neurotype. It's they're masking because they are cognitively able to acknowledge that it's a disadvantageous outcome not to mask, you know. Which is different, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And like
Yeah, that's just texturally different.
yeah. But I'm not saying that like you're wrong. I think that like Patrick said, like representation like can lead to people being able to not need to mask, and better education around how to like what treat, but not as in like clinically treat, but like behave toward people who have this specific neurotype, and how to accommodate folks going forward. And like I'm entirely for that, but especially under circumstances where like it's less likely to be used disproportionately to harm other people in service of power.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I completely understand.
Layla says, I hear and see your concern, and I do not share that same concern. For my part, though, I didn't agree with everything she said. I felt a lot of comfort from watching this video. I didn't agree with everything she said. For my part, though, I didn't agree with everything she said. I felt a lot of comfort from watching this video because I was drastically undiagnosed. Because I was a drastically undiagnosed child and had to figure all this out by myself and know exactly how that was for me, a person with a relatively strong social net, and am hopeful that it also does that for others. I mean, same. Also, masking. I mean, here's the thing: is that like my assessment and anxiety is like not uncoupled from my hope and aspiration, even though I'm not putting that at the forefront. The thing that I hope and aspire for is the positive outcome that you're talking about. But I'm a cynical person, you know, like I'm not an optimistic person. So it, rather than being like yeah, this could like, you know, like be used in service of power, but like on the whole, it's way better for us to be able to have the developmental language and understanding for this, because like this is going to help a lot of people, right? I can't do that affect outside of faking it, because internally what I'm experiencing is a full body feeling of, oh no.
Yeah.
But I do also hope for those things. Also, masking because it's uncomfortable to be alone in a situation, and to be stigmatized on top of it is just not generally desirable. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is uncomfortable.
I don't want any type of person, regardless of their diagnosis, to feel alone in a situation.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't want is for them to like feel like what I don't want them to feel, right? And maybe this is just like a crazy way to start off the sentence in the first place. Actually, no, I'm gonna rearrange it. What I don't want
Okay.
is for like folks who are who already don't feel shame or guilt being raised in a capitalistic system that basically rewards that lack of feeling of shame or guilt towards the actions that they perform towards other people.
Yeah,
And
there we go.
Through the normalization of that, I want like an opportunity for folks to understand, like, listen, you may not understand shame or guilt, but I need you to understand what harm is. Because even though you don't have shame or guilt, you can still harm people. And that ripple effect is nutso. You feel what I'm saying?
I mean,
still want
the
people to understand that.
No, it's impossible. The thing that you're describing is a paradox. Like
Is it really? Because I
you
feel as
basically
if
just
like
said the exact same thing that you were talking about, realizing that like I can't feel how hurt I made you. You were just like, I want people to be able to understand that they can do harm to people, and it's like they know that. But do you think that when she like pulled out that pencil and stabbed that girl, that she didn't know that she was doing harm? Like, oh no, she knows she's doing harm. The issue is that the consequence of doing that harm is euphoria, elation, a feeling of release and satisfaction, as opposed to like, fuck, how do I help this person who I just harmed, right? Because that's what happens to
I
me when
see.
I like lash out, have a meltdown, do like hurt somebody, like my immediate next thought is, are you okay? Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
like
and I guess like for them, it's like a dopamine hit for them.
that's how she described it, yeah.
Oh, okay, and that's why it led her to like the pleasure, the procrastination. I get it.
Mhm.
See, I was confused about that. I was like, I don't get you, girl. Whatever. That's just how your body works. But now that I get it, it's like it's interesting how things lead to each other. It's so funny. She was like, "Yeah, my husband doesn't like it when I break into houses. Go figure." And it's like, that
Mhm. Okay, Layla and Chloe
was
both said
funny.
more stuff. Layla says, also, for
Hmm.
my part, I detect from many conversations with you that you have an inherent distrust of NPD, ASPD folks. That's internal trauma experience as a result of
What's
being
NPD ASD?
uh, ASPD, NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, ASPD, antisocial personality disorder, folks from a history of bad experiences. Yes. And I guess my frustration is that it feels like in these conversations, you're deflecting from that with the larger socio political picture. I feel intellectually disappointed that you do not discuss these conditions in the same way that you do other neurotypes. I respect that position. Like it is definitely coming from a place of trauma. I don't think that I'm conflating it with the political circumstances that I'm describing. Um, yeah, I don't think that I'm like being emotionally or intellectually dishonest. But I do think that I and would be happy to continue to develop the way that I talk about these things in conjunction with my own healing from the trauma that I've suffered from narcissistic and antisocial people. But like I'm not uh like I don't wait, the thing that I said before is that like I am not disinclined to, not conflating, deflecting, not dishonest, inconsistent. Not conflating, deflecting. Okay, I don't understand what you mean by deflecting, and not dishonest, inconsistent. I think the inconsistency is a result of the trauma. It's difficult for me to organize my thoughts around it because like when I'm referring to things, I'm thinking about specific circumstances of like harm done to me or people who I care about. So it's hard for me to be like, okay, like let me be objective about this. It's just I can't. And a time in which I felt hurt emotionally. Yeah, I can see the emphasis with that. And a time in which
Empathize.
I felt hurt emotionally in a convo with you was when, after you saw that I was saying, I forget what, but it was more or less me misunderstanding your intent from the way you had worded something. Like a second later, you followed up with, I feel disinclined to cater to people's misunderstanding of my thoughts. After you said that, I felt okay, so it feels like that was a wasted conversation if you don't actually care about creating this misunderstanding with me. Um, okay, so
This was like a you and Layla combo. Should I hop out and Layla hop in?
uh I don't know. It's up to Layla. Layla, do you want to have this conversation on stream, or
This
would you
open
rather?
face jelly peanut butter jelly sandwich
Yeah,
sandwich type combo.
I'm okay with it. I don't feel at all uncomfortable talking about this right now. In a minute, work stuck. Okay, so does that mean that should I address, or would is it okay if I address what you said, or would you like me to wait until you join the call? Chloe says, pursuant to having the tools necessary to properly address the situation, we must first gain an understanding of the situation, which requires the aforementioned study. Yeah, of course, please continue. Okay. So, first off, I feel earnest remorse for having hurt you emotionally. I didn't want to dismiss, or I mean, I don't know how to categorize what it is that caused you to feel hurt. And I'm curious to know more about it if you can articulate it. But I am sorry that I hurt you. With regard to me saying I feel disinclined to cater to people, cater, that you put it in brackets, and I feel like that's not how I think about it either. I feel disinclined to cater to people's misunderstandings of my thoughts. I think
that feels like something you said to me.
No, I think the texture of it seems accurate. Texture of it seems accurate. Layla's an ad. Oh, okay. I think I have a good way of explaining it.
Also, Cup, I didn't answer your question yesterday when you were like, why are you a terror gremlin? I kind of just switched the conversation to marble cake.
Do you want to answer it now?
No.
Okay. Okay, so Layla, that refrain that like I'm disinterested in catering to, I feel disinclined to cater to people's misunderstanding of my thoughts. That is a common refrain from me, or some version of it, because a thing that often happens is I will have a low level investment in a thing that I'm saying. And I feel like this is probably the conversation that we've been having is a good example of that. That like, I watched this video of a sociopath or a person who's been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder talk about their experiences, and it's causing me to feel concern. It's a low level concern. It is not like a like I can foresee in intimate detail society. Like I was talking about like the possibility of that happening on like a specific timeline with a specific set of things. And like, I'm not that invested in it. What I'm more invested in is like the reality that I do have a new set of understanding from this person's perspective. Now I hyper focused on the like potential way that this can conjoin with power and become a problem in the future, because I'm a disaster caster, right? So that's the thing that is at the forefront of my mind. But like internally in the space that I occupy emotionally, like this is actually exciting and and interesting to me, especially in service of like people who I meet in the future of this neurotype and other adjacent ones, in enabling them to be able to better articulate their life experiences, right? That's the actual thing that's like going to bear fruit. But the small thought that I had was, oh no, you know, and instead of like acknowledging, oh yeah, shit, like I guess that is kind of like a possibility. Power does tend to look at for every single instantiation of advantage that it can gain in accumulating more power. I could totally see that happening. Shit. but what about this though? You know, and just changing the subject, getting hyperfixated on and talking about this, like feels like a misunderstanding of what my core idea / emotion was around this, in a way that like is not particularly stimulating to me. It's frustrating more than it is like euphoria inducing. And like that is a thing that happens fairly often, that like I'll bring up something that feels small to me, and like it may be like a small like, you know, it's almost like an itch or something like that, and I address the fact that it's an itch, and then I'm like, okay, I'm down to move on. And then if someone gets hung up on that itch and like is extrapolating on every single minute detail about that itch, then like that just becomes a form of a source of frustration for me, rather than me being like, oh, I feel a strong urge to help this person understand that it's just an itch. And like that's basically the thing that I'm describing, or like was describing, if I remember correctly, in the past. It's not so much that I am disinclined to resolve another person's misunderstanding. I think that the evidence that I'm willing to help resolve people's understanding is that I will continue to talk about it even after having expressed like a desire not to. Because I am actively actually invested in helping people resolve understanding or misunderstanding. But the thing I think that I was describing, I want to see if I can remember another instance of it. But regardless, do you have an instance of when I've done that in the past, or like
What?
Or like you'd be
Like
talking
just...
about where I say something, you misunderstand, and then like it becomes this whole other tangent, and I'm like, I'm not interested in explaining myself further, because like you misunderstanding this.
Literally every time we have a conversation about zodiac signs and I'm like defending my sign as a Scorpio, and you're just like, listen, you bitches are just like on another dimension. Y'all are on another like wavelength. You bitches are just crazy. And it's just like, do you want to fight, bitch?
Yeah. Well, that's not even like a thing that's like real. It's just like a story that I tell myself. It's not even like a thing that I think is actually demonstrably true in the world, because I don't like
I think one thing that really does like cause us to have like backflips is like the degreification of the shit that we were talking about. Something that is small beans to you could be Mount Everest to me. And because of the fact that you are talking about whatever on small beans terms, like literally lentil beans. And I'm sitting here thinking of it on like a mountainous scale. Like I think that is definitely like a source of our like tisms. You feel me? Like, does that make sense?
When you say tisms, what the hell are you talking about?
Like our little like autistic misunderstandings. Like it's like
are you saying schisms?
No. I'm saying autism.
Our tisms.
I heard this from like a young trans masculine autistic person on TikTok, and it tickled me so bad that I started using it.
Okay.
They basically call like arguments between two autistic people tisms.
Okay, thank you for that context.
It is on schisms. I just thought it was funny as shit.
No, I don't disagree. I just had no context for it, so I was just like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh, you were just confused. You're just confused. You're like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, it's like, you know, the difference between, like, you know, that's the cause of autisms, and I'm like, "What the fuck are you saying? Like, what are you
saying, girl? What are you talking about?"
Like, what are our tisms?
That's another thing. That's another thing that we be like hyped up 9 squillion about.
I mean, you do this.
Context.
Yesterday, I went back and watched yesterday's stream, and you provided an entire paragraph where you used like 3 different idioms that I had never seen before in my life, as if you knew that I knew about them. I was just like, what are you talking about? The spiral of why? Like, you introduced that idea with 0 context, as if I was inside your own mind. And I was just like, how could I have possibly not misread that paragraph? You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, in my brain, in my mind, if I am providing context clues as to what it like, I'm talking about motherfuckers who are stuck in like the why, like why, and I call it the spiral of why. I
I
thought that I'm providing context clues as to what the hell I'm talking about. But that's not always the case, and that is okay.
debatable. Debatable that is always okay. um okay. I do still want to loop back around to identifying and trying to articulate my feelings around uh like
Of course.
if a person here's something that I say, and this is the thing that's actually true with Verganis often, is that Verganis will realize that we've gone off the rails and be like, when you said this, I didn't understand. Can you please explain? You know? And if a person asks me an active question, is able to identify the point of misunderstanding and inquire about it, then I just see it as a matter of course to resolve that misunderstanding by explaining myself. But if I say something and it's clear that the other person misinterpreted what I said and has gone in a completely different trajectory, what am I supposed to experience besides frustration? You know? like especially if I am constantly trying to course correct back to what it like the sentiment that I initiated the conversation with, and they are still caught in like their belief about what it is that I said, or the texture of what it is that I said, or the tone through which I said something, and I'm like, I didn't say that. I'm trying to be as clear as possible about what it is that I actually said, and they're still like refusing to adjust the degree necessary to align with our mutual understanding, then like that's the point at which I am feeling the thing that I'm talking about feeling disinclined to how did Layla phrase it? Cater to people's misunderstanding of my thoughts, because like generally speaking, I would prefer to be understood, and I would be preferred to like be at least on the same emotional and communicative page as other people who I'm talking with. But if they are in a emotional or cognitive position where they are resistant to like being on the same wavelength, then I'm not going to just match with them. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like that's just like force for like girl, like we have nothing else to talk about. Like we're incompatible with each other. And for a long
or
time,
let's just
I was
change the
like,
subject, you know, or let's just talk about something else.
or like, yeah, let's just change something else. Let's talk about something else. But even then, Cup, like this is something that's so interesting, right? You and I are like so opposite when it comes to like personality types, how it is that we talk about certain things, how it is that we consume certain types of media, and like what types of media that we prefer to consume. And it really does like this is like a big reason as to like why I enjoy being in community with people who are opposite to me, because I get different perspectives that I wasn't thinking about before. And being a late diagnosed autistic person, like I think you were the person who was just like, Diane, are you autistic? And I'm just like, what the fuck did you just call me?
Yeah.
Due to that stereotype that autistic people had.
R word.
Like, yeah, like, because I was also in the formerly known as special education, now called paraeducation. And like you asking me if I was autistic, kind of just like it bricked my brain for a second. I'm not even going to hold you.
Oh,
But
it's happened to other people too. Oh, you go ahead.
oh, what do you did you want to expound on that, or were you just like
Yeah.
just adding that in?
I was just thinking about a mutual friend of mine in Neo. Like one time I like they were describing a sort of like rigidity that they were experiencing internally around a specific thought form or like a feeling that they were having, and I was like, have you ever considered the possibility that you might be autistic? And they had the most explosive, like, don't you dare call me that fucking word kind of response.
Oh wow.
to that that it blew me away. And like I'd like realize like again, I don't experience guilt or shame the way that like I feel like the majority of people do, but sometimes when I see a person go into a state of like almost self-destructive rage, discomfort, or pathological internal recursion, like that causes me distress in a way that is like will cause me to like get goosebumps and sweat and be like how do I help stabilize this person, you know, like uh
I don't
and
think you
like
could stabilize a person at that moment after you just like brick their brain.
right. And I don't know that I think that I can, but I also am not the kind of person who is going to be like, okay, let me just leave the call, or like let me just get out of here, you know, like I'm
Yeah.
like I want to help. And knowing that I can't, and I'm the cause of the distress, like I feel like a deep sense of responsibility and like a need to continue to be here, be present, and help them like reach a state of balance insofar as it's possible, and they're willing to share space with me. Like fortunately this person didn't like block me from their server, or like go get the fuck out of here, but they did explicitly, but they were explicitly like never bring that shit up again, and then like went dead silent and just like did not want to engage with anybody anymore for the rest of the day. And I was like, that makes me feel really bad. Like
No, I understand that.
yeah.
That probably is I don't know if you like if you experience embarrassment. I feel like embarrassment and shame are like sisters.
Mm,
But
yeah.
but sometimes like when I'm in a situation where I accidentally cause somebody to like spiral, and I've
Hmm.
caused that kind of situation before
Spiral.
by accident.
Yeah.
I do understand that guilt. I don't know if it's guilt on your end, but the it feels like guilt to me,
Hmm.
because I feel guilty for, because like maybe this is something that this person has been thinking about for a very long time, and they just like have only heard it in like the most negative of connotations in their life. You feel
Yeah.
me? And I just brought it up in like a completely neutral tone, not knowing their association with that topic. You feel me?
See,
So it's just like
and this is a thing that happens between the two of us. Like, every single conflict that we've had has been that that specific thing. Like me saying something that I
like
think is just like it's totally normal for me to say these words, and you being like, "What the fuck did you just say to me, nigga?" Like, yeah, and I'm like, I don't know what switch I flipped to your brain right now, but I'm going to stand here on business that I said that, and I'm standing by it until you are able to articulate using words why it's upsetting you, so that I can apologize in a meaningful way.
yeah.
And then you
No,
go,
I
I
understand
got to
that.
get the fuck out of here. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know how like being like on the opposite end of the spectrum from you, like just being like the type of person that has a hard time like parsing through emotions in order to get to the what's the word?
The
The
meat and
cognitive,
potatoes.
like, yeah, the meat and potatoes.
Mhm.
Like that takes a while, and I do be feeling bad that it takes me so long to just like get over shit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But as I explained to you yesterday, like mental illness definitely runs in my family, bro.
Yeah.
It's real bad. And I appreciate when I be blowing up, and I think that I don't blow up at you as much as I did back when we first met, back
Yeah.
when we first became friends. Like I think that after so many blow ups, after so many why would you say that to me? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I just figured like I still want to be friends with Cup. I enjoy our conversations. I enjoy our relationship.
Mhm.
What I don't like is when I zap and it takes me 2 weeks to unzap.
Yeah.
And I feel you on that, because like I also feel like when I'm in that zone of like Cup hurt me, da 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 da. I also like once I get to the other side of this, I'm just like, I wonder how Cup is feeling after my blow up. Do they feel upset that I blew up at them the way that I did, probably in a call full of other motherfuckers? You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't feel good, and I am sorry if I hurt your feelings, Cub. In like
No,
those instances, I just never like apologize to you about it.
no. I mean, okay. There might have been one or two instances where I did feel that way, but I was like, I'd rather be back at baseline than like demand an apology. Because again, I think that forgiveness is a internal, personal decision, right? Rather than it being
Yeah.
something that someone needs to ask for. Um, um,
But to like wrap it up real quick so that you can like have what it is that you were trying to say.
mhm,
I do think that our ability to reconnect and talk through the things that got me upset and likely got you super fucking confused as to why I'm upset over it,
mhm,
that is the thing that makes our relationship as strong as it is.
mhm.
You feel me? Like, does that make sense?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Um,
Period.
yeah, I think like there's that thing that I'm always talking about, that like it's impossible to simply not do harm. You're going to do harm. You get close enough to a
Hmm.
person, harm is going to happen. It's whether or not like there is a mutual effort on resolving, ameliorating, soothing, um uh putting a balm on that harm, that is the defining trait of long-term relationship. It's like, can you get through the difficult times is a much more important litmus test for whether or not the relationship is healthy than like if you can never not hurt each other. Now, if you are
Hmm.
hurting each other like intimately and horrifically, and there is simply no communication or resolution about it, you just keep bouncing back, that's a completely different thing. I'm talking about resolving and actually achieving a state of balance, not just pretending like you forgot, that you forgave and forgot when uh, you just shifted to a different like instantiation of the mania that ended up causing the harm in the first place.
No, I get that. But
Yeah.
it also like means something to me though, Cup, when like because you say that harm there's no such thing as like not conducting harm on someone. And it's like
Yeah.
I don't know if that's always the case because like I've been seeing you and Dagger hang out and you and Dagger, I don't know if y'all have actively hurt each other by accident, but
Hmm.
I've just never clocked that type of like miscommunication between you and Dagger. Is that the case?
Well, not to put Dagger's business out there, but that nigga's a clown, and even if and when we hurt each other, like they like laugh it off and say, "Nah, it's good. It's nothing." And I'm like, "No, I'm being serious. Like I'm apologizing for real, for real." Uh, yeah.
And same thing with you and Neo. I haven't really seen you and Neo have like a bad altercation. But then again, you and Neo have been friends longer than you and I have.
Yeah. Also, the way that my feelings about Neo manifest in my body, I don't think I'm capable of actually beefing. Like, if Neo came at me with the kind of energy, like, nigga, do you want to fight? I would be like, no, I do not. I'm a little tiny puppy. I'm going to, like, whatever it is that you want, we will do that. That's how my body reacts to that energy coming from Neo. Um,
No, I feel that.
yeah. Uh, Now we have had also um we have had disagreements, and um they've gotten tight, heated, uh uh difficult, but I think that we're also both willing to like let a lot of shit slide, and not in the same sort of dismissive like it's all good, it's all love kind of way, but like um I trust that this person will like come back to and address this at a time when they're more ready to, and I know that they're not going to
Mhm.
just disappear off the face of the earth like while as a result of these feelings still being present, right? Like we may not resolve this right now, but
Mhm.
like when one of us is ready, we will. And in the meantime, we know how to be like candid, civil, and like not disruptive to the overall group in service of like whatever that disagreement is. So like
Yeah.
basically it's like um my and Neo's DMs are novel length, and a lot of it is us working through shit that nobody else knows about.
That's fair.
Yeah. um uh yeah. No, I think
Did
that
you read
hard
Layla's message, by the way?
say what?
Did you read Layla's last message, by
Oh
the
no,
way,
I
before
didn't
they?
I didn't see it until just now. Uh hearing that effectively you didn't care that I was trying to make you understand what I was saying. Hearing that effectively you didn't care that I was trying to make you understand what I was saying. Yeah. It there's also a part of that the specific language that you use there that is a internal boundary that I've put. Hearing that effectively felt like, okay, hearing that effectively felt like you didn't care that I was trying to make you understand what I was saying. Yeah. I was in a relationship with a person who okay, I need to explain the behavior first and then give the example. Um if a person is trying to make me understand how they feel or what they think about a thing that I've done, I have a therapy recommended set of boundaries that I've established that are in resistance against that imposition. Because when I first got into therapy, I was in a relationship with a person who would do self-harm and claim that the reason they were doing that self-harm was because I couldn't understand what they were feeling.
Yikes.
Like they're like, I just need you to understand. I just need you to understand. That became like a refrain that they would say while doing self-harm, and like be like, until you understand, I'm not going to stop. And like so
Ah!
when a person is like, there's just a threshold that I have for if a person is misunderstanding what I'm saying, or if I'm like incapable of understanding where another person is coming from, where I'm just like, I think it's okay that like, rather than being like, I don't care, which maybe in the moment that is the specific like emotion that I express, but I think it's more accurate to say that like I shut down as a mechanism of like acknowledging the like, it is impossible to perfectly understand a person, and I don't want it to get to this unhealthy place that I've seen it go before. If that makes any sense.
Also, Cup, I don't know if this is going to be effective for you, but I'm sorry you went through that. I
Mhm.
too have been held hostage in a relationship, and that is not fun.
Mm.
Trademark.
Yeah.
Uh so yeah, I'm sorry you went through that, babes.
No, I don't need that, but I do appreciate it. uh yeah. Okay, is it okay if we watch the video? You want to hop back
Yeah,
in?
let me hop out of chat. I think we talked this to its most logical conclusion. I actually have to use the bathroom.
Okay. I
Um,
can wait if you want.
so go ahead, because the title of the YouTube video is literally right there on the screen. So I'm gonna get out of here. I might hop back in after this 32-minute video. Layla's waiting for their Discord phone to charge.
Yeah, I
Maybe
see.
it'll be done charging once you're done, once the video is over. Because I would love to have like a open face sandwich type conversation with all the neurotypes. You know what I'm saying? All the neuro spicy bitches get in the chat.
What time is it? Should I start drinking? Okay.
Oh
All
no. We
right.
have to avoid, okay. We have to avoid that. Somebody made a status on Facebook and was like, my neural spicy girlies, put down the blunt, put down the pipe, put down the alcohol can. Cup came for me crazy last Otakon, Layla. They was like, who the fuck puts tequila in a can? And I was like, a crackhead, duh. And they was like, you know what? That makes sense. They were coming for the fact that I was supplying us with cut waters, and I specifically got the lime can. It's just a straight lime margarita can. And Cup was like, what crackhead came up with this? And I was like, this crackhead, duh.
No, but you're talking about a thing that was manufactured by a company, and they like rather than it being like I don't know, like you say like a limerita or something, right? Like it
That's
was
versus a
just
cut water, in my opinion.
it was the fact that I opened a can and drank and tasted tequila. It's just like that feels incorrect. Like aluminum and tequila should never, like never the twain shall meet. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know how to explain it. It was just texturally, like it just like there was many
It
drinks
feels
that
like a
have
conduit of bad decisions. A
yeah
conduit of bad decisions.
yeah. It's reminding me of the Four Loco days, right? When like we would have like a party and like someone would just crack it open a Four Loco and be like chug 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 chug, and it's like that's crazy. That's
Yeah,
in
that is
that
nuts.
is that is that's that's harm. Like you know, like that is
Okay,
immediate like physical harm.
Chuck,
Uh,
can I be so honest with you right now?
uh,
The first person who ever gave me a Four Loco told me to my face that they are schizophrenic. So whenever I see someone bust out a Four Locos, in my brain, I'm just like, this is IRL schizo posting. Like,
I don't know.
is that
Seems
fucked up?
seems ableist to me. Yeah, that
That
seems a
feels
little ableist to
ableist.
me. Yeah, it seems a little.
I'm so sorry. I was
It's
like, oh
okay.
my
It's
God.
just you've had it in your head like that for a decade now. That makes sense. Okay. Um.
Literally a decade. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll talk to you after the video.
Okay.
All right.
I texted you. I'm snapping. You can't. I don't. This doesn't seem like it's audible. Autistic sociopath story, a life with few emotions. Blue says I got a match on Hinge, that they recommended to reach out to. Okay. Layla, are you still here? Yeah. Are you still in the midst of work stuff, or are you available to chat? Chat about what we chat about. Chat about what we chat about. I've been thought I had antisocial personality disorder from before today. I think I might have told you about it, but this last interview kind of clinches it for me. One sec, let me see if Discord phone is alive. Okay. I don't want to watch the video about the autistic sociopath. These all from the same. It's an hour long. It's half an hour long. Let's save it for later. Save it for later. Add. What up, bow? Oh, this is by the same person, right? Isn't it? This is another interview with a sociopath, autistic sociopath. I don't want to watch this too. I want to watch this one too. It's 30 minutes. I've already watched this one. Autistic mom with two autistic kids. I like her. She's fun. And the kids are great. Yeah. When the person is talking about the work that this person does, how it's important, I feel it. I feel it. BRB, Rusty needs to go pee. I still haven't taken my break yet. And Galaxy wants food. I think that I'll probably take I'll text it to Layla in case they're already gone. But I'm gonna take my break now, and I'm not gonna eat, but I am going to take a break, come back in like 15-20 minutes. 15-30 minutes, let's be honest. 15-30 minutes. Please enjoy music while you wait for my return. Life is Ina girl, you singing. Welcome back to the Petal Party. I'm your host, Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. We're back. I want to extend an invitation to Layla if they are here to join me in Discord. Welcome back, thank you. I know what Reganis said, which was something about like getting all the autistics up in the spot, all the neurospicy bitches up in the spot. We can do that. I think it'll probably be very distracting. But anybody who wants to come hang out in Discord, please feel free to. The same conditions apply though. You got to be older than 22. I'd prefer that we stay on topic if possible. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. Turn the music down so low y'all probably can't hear. Hopping in Discord. Okay, I'm gonna turn the music back down. I'm gonna scroll up and see if we can find the origin point of the conversation. Yeah, I think I found it. What's poppin'? Hi, Spooky.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. I'll let you start because you said there was a few things that it seemed like you wanted to talk about.
Yeah. Okay. So first, thank you for your apology. I was not telling you that to garner an apology, but I appreciate that it's consistent with what you had said earlier in the conversation, which was that if you had hurt somebody that you would want to know and that you apologize. And so I was actually content to never tell you about that. But because you had said that you would want to know, then it became a different prerogative to tell you.
Yeah, thank you.
And let's see. Yeah, in the moment, it felt like that because you had said the thing about like not wanting to like cater to like being misunderstood. And I was like, well, I was the person who misunderstood you. So does that mean that you don't care to like be understood by me? And yeah, I simply disagree with you on the ASPD point.
What the disagreement is the foundation for my concern, the oh no feeling, or something different?
No. I disagree that the potential harm caused by this like language being applied to ASPD/NPD would be that the harm would outweigh like any potential benefit.
No, do I think that the harm would outweigh any potential benefit? No, because I don't think I'm analyzing it from a problem-solving standpoint. I think that I'm simply concerned. Like I'm not even anticipating what outcome will happen, or I'm saying like, or trying to say we should course correct in any specific way. I am simply like what I'm able to see in my mind's eye is how this can be manipulated for the sake of power, and I'm anxious about seeing instantiations of it in reality. But I'm not like saying like this is going to cause a problem, or I'm not like predicting it in that sort of like concrete way.
Hmm. Oh, well then, okay.
Yeah. But you did say that watching that video of the ASPD person like clinched it for you that
Yeah,
that
I mean,
might
I kind of already knew,
mm.
and I think I may have told you about it before.
We've talked about other neurotypes that are
Because I've literally
congruent.
described myself as like, how did I used to say it? Like emotionally shallow, or like that my like capacity for emotions seems to be shallower than most people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like I guess it is also totally separate from our conversation. Like this is something I'm working through in therapy. It is frustrating to me that before I figure out like another wrinkle in my neurotype, I like unintentionally tell people about it by like not having like the specific language, and it feels like I am kind of being unnecessarily vulnerable.
Mm.
Because like literally with every like thing that I have found, where I'm like, oh, I that sounds about right. Like the like 5 to 6 months prior, I've just been like describing those symptoms to anybody who would listen.
Yeah. Well, I think that lends credence to an autism comorbidity at the very least. Because
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not worried about that part.
yeah.
Definitely no questions there.
I kind of want to watch the video of the on the same channel. It's an interview with an autistic. This is an autistic sociopath story, a life with few emotions. And that might be. I'll link you to it, regardless of whether or not we get around to watching it on stream.
Okay, we can
yeah.
also watch it. I would just
Yeah,
have to ask you to mute here so that I can watch it on the screen.
It's another half hour though, and like I'm not like fully invested in because we've now watched 90 minutes worth of content addressing this.
Right. And I honestly don't feel that I need it, because I'm like, well, that just sounds like hearing elements of my experience a third time. So
yeah, but it is a black femme as opposed to the other two examples, which is we had like a white woman and black dude. Golly, this is Spooky. Hi, Spooky and Nomo. Just FYI, I'm not ignoring y'all. It's just we've like you said, the stream has been going on for 5.5 hours at this point, and we've been yapping about a bunch of different stuff. I guess a quick catch up is that at some point during stream, I mentioned that I off stream watched a conversation with a white woman named Patrick Gagney, who is a former therapist and is diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. And I started talking about it because I was saying that like watching that interview drummed up in me a concern that I didn't previously have, which was that like normalization around using the same kind of neuroatypical language that autistic people have cultivated over the course of the past few decades to describe the experience of sociopaths, most of whom, like as a consequence of the prison industrial complex, were diagnosed as a result of committing violent crimes or committing violence against other people, that there's a possibility for, and like, again, this is the thing that I was just describing, which is that like, I'm not flatly anticipating or under the belief that this is the trajectory that society is going, but it has conjured in me a fear of people who are, you know, in their 50s, 60s, 70s and have behaved in a way that is consistent with antisocial personality disorder, justifying their behavior, and similar to how Elon Musk's fans have been like, oh, he's just an autistic little guy, he's dyspraxic, he didn't mean to do a Nazi salute. That like there might be an instantiation of a similar kind of justification for, oh, they couldn't help it, they like experience antisocial compulsions, and yeah, you're good. Antisocial compulsions and yeah, avoiding accountability. Yeah, and I was saying that like under circumstances where we like already are in like a community or like a socialist, if we're in if we're already predisposed, oh come on, if we were already in community with people who have these traits or this relationship to empathy and like being in community with them would, and their ability to self understand in service of the continuation of that community, like if having this language was beneficial to like them cultivating self-understanding and being able to find ways of adapting and managing their compulsions, then like I'm 100% for that, right? That like, sure, co-opt the language of autism in service of like self-understanding. I feel that way about like subclinical autistic people. Why would I feel that? Why would I feel any differently about people with antisocial personality disorder? But in the milieu that we do occupy, where like hegemony and power are based around violence, apathy, and like flagrant disregard for people, and thinking of everything as a competition, like I can imagine the majority of people with these traits in power using this as an opportunity to deflect accountability. And I'm not saying that I think that will happen, but it's a thing that I'm now afraid of that I wasn't before. Just like a new detail added to the sort of like big picture perspective on the state of things, looking at how our new Christo-fascist overlords might navigate managing and what do you call it, engineering consent. Yeah, especially in this climate. Exactly. Is that the right term? No, manufacturing consent. It's like, it's okay for me to do this because I can't help it. I'm just it's a part of my it's a part of my neurotype. I can't help it. It's like that shouldn't be the justification for violence under any circumstance. And it is not my hope at all that this become some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm just a chill guy who occasionally has a meltdown, you know? Nomo, do you really just need $1? Or were you asking like money in general? I keep doing this, and I know that half the time it gets caught on my lip, and then I have to manually pull it. But I'm just stimming. So well, nice to know you. I'll be moving on. There's another interesting potential conversation. I kind of want Layla around to actually talk about it.
I'm here. My family was just being loud.
Gotcha. You seem to be expressing concern about, like you said, you're disappointed in a specific sort of inconsistency about how I talked about different neurotypes. And I'm curious to hear more about that, or for you to, could you provide an example of that so I can sort of self-assess?
I guess it's hard to point to like a specific example because it is something that I've just sort of like been slowly observing over time. And like I agree that it's definitely like a result of trauma and completely understandable. Like I'm not I'm not like poo-pooing it. But I guess like as your friend and as somebody who likes to yap with you, I do, I guess, have like some kind of like internal desire for you to, I guess, like approach all neurotypes equally.
Yeah.
At least like theoretically.
Yeah.
And so like that's actually why I tried to use the term. I couldn't remember it at the time. Epistemic injustice. Because it's like the flavor of your like conversations around like neurotypes that are like more like just generally sympathetic is like that, and the flavor of the conversation about like NPD or ASPD is I could never deal with those people, like da 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 da, like so it's just like I said, it's something I'm like observing over time.
Yeah, I don't think that that's my attitude about it though. That like like there's a cumulative wariness, but it's similar to the cumulative wariness that I've developed for men, right? Is that like for whatever reason, and like not presuming that it's innate, over time my experiences with a specific demographic have been overarchingly negative as opposed to like the alternative or like, you know, the rest of the population. And so as a result, I'm like, rather than being like, oh, I'll never be friends with a man, it's that I say I don't trust men. And it's true that like men have a higher barrier for entry into a trust realm with me, but it doesn't change necessarily how in real time and space I interact with them. It's that like there's a part of my brain that is clocking whether or not this person is trustworthy innately as a result of my past interactions. And I think similarly, because I have been like emotionally hurt or seen violence done by I've been emotionally hurt by or seen violence done by people who have ASPD and narcissistic traits, that like I'm like now hyper vigilant about people who exhibit similar traits, and like there's a higher threshold for trust that needs to be established, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to be bigoted or treat them inhumanely in real time.
Oh no, I would never think that you would do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's difficult for me to talk about the neurotype because it is. You said that was maybe I'm misremembering, but I was saying that I think that I can that it's. I want to try and remember the way that you phrased it.
Oh, the conflating, deflecting thing.
Right. Yeah. Conflating, deflecting.
Yeah. Like, that was me overreaching for sure. But
okay.
I guess when I was still thinking that it was a conversation of like whether the potential benefit of like this like shift in language would outweigh or be outweighed by the potential harms.
Mm-hmm.
And I was interpreting your stance as like this is a
net negative or something.
Exactly, a net negative thing. I was like thinking like, and again, this is I guess like kind of mean that you're like reasoning on the subject was too colored by like past experiences with people with that neurotype, and that like you were using the conversation about potential like long-term sociopolitical harm as a way to not engage with the like smaller scale like potential benefit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A thing that I do often do is it like use the shorthand of saying like psychopathic, sociopathic, or narcissistic people. Like when people who behave that way do this kind of thing, what you need to do is ... That is like a thing that like in casual speech I feel like I do, and in service of like, you know, not reinforcing that specific kind of ableist language, I am interested in reorienting the way that I think and speak about it. But I also am it's still it seems unlikely that I'll easily navigate talking about it without it being colored by that trauma and the distrust thing that I was just talking about.
Yeah, and nor should it be.
Okay.
I know that you are a person who is interested in like observing the world, and I feel like that also applies to being observed, and so it was an observation that I wanted to make.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I value that in our friendship. That you take the time to do that.
And vice versa.
Mm. It's Tuesday. We're doing our Tuesday talk, but it's live.
Tuesday Talk live.
Tuesday Talk
Twitch.
live. Oh, how was Atlanta?
Oh, so much fun.
Mm.
I love being down there, except that I don't know how to drive and I can't get anywhere by myself. Aside from that,
barring that
like one, you know, minor thing that affects every single moment there. I love being in Atlanta. I had a very nice time with my lover Rayson and with my partner Parker, and on the way back, I drove for like 4 hours on the highway, 2 of which were unsupervised.
Wait, you drove like part of the road trip back?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Unsupervised? Oh, was the other person sleeping? The other person in the car?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Been there.
No, usually I'm the person sleeping
mm-hmm.
the entire drive, no matter how long the road trip is.
Yeah. Wow. That's how did that feel? Was that like
It was
afterwards, I
so like
guess.
surprisingly accessible. Part of it was like, okay, I've been like hyping this up. This is like a golden opportunity to try out the thing that I want to be better at under the most optimal conditions. There's nobody on the road.
Mhm.
It's a long drive, and my partner's car is like kind of shitty, so I don't have that like inherent fear of like I'm gonna fuck up this car and owe this person like $90 billion.
Mm.
Um, which affects me when I'm driving like a new car or like a fancy car.
Mhm.
Um, and so part of it was like I just have to do this. Like who knows when this like window is going to appear again.
Mhm.
And the other part of it was just like a very practical like I don't want to die, and if my partner drives like the whole way, like being a sleeping driver is almost the same or maybe even worse than being a drunk driver, and like that will also potentially cause us harm. So I just got to
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Uh
And that was also the impetus for being like, oh yeah, just sleep. I got this for
mm,
hours 3 and 4.
word. Well, I'm proud of you. Do
Thank you.
you feel proud of yourself?
Very
Very, very proud of yourself. Uh
extremely.
were you able to do any of your were you able to knock out any of the things on your, let's call it fuck it list?
No, it's very much a bingo board.
Okay, bingo
And
board.
yeah, I think I have like 6 things done now total.
I still like fuck it list. I'm sorry. I
Bucket
know
list has like a
you're trying to achieve
ultimate
bingo.
twist to it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm trying to achieve ultimate bingo. I want to get every single item on the
Okay.
thing.
Also,
Because
that's
last
sort
year I
of
got
included.
double
It's
bingo,
like
and this year I want to get every bingo, all possible bingos. But yes,
the
other
all
than that,
bingo. I want to achieve the
yeah,
all bingo. I want to
all
go
bingo.
full bingo. um.
Okay, I visited a state park. I went to
Mm,
Stone Mountain State Park. I also went to the
oh.
top of Stone Mountain. I did not see the Confederate, like whatever.
Okay.
Um,
Cool and good.
I sang karaoke sober, and I got to sing that Bad Bunny song that I've been obsessed with for so long, which was nice. I feel like
Nice.
I did one more thing. Oh, I did hourly comic day, but I didn't. The quality is so bad because literally every pen I had was so like on its like dying breath.
Mm.
So I have to redo all those comics. But all of those comics are done and we're done on the day. So I counted that as doing hourly comic day.
um. A person who I met at my book release, and this is a person who is the not a classic story, but it's a really adorable, in my opinion, story of a person who like knew me, but like lives like in the Pacific Northwest or something, like, or maybe Maine, just somewhere fairly far away, and so like they had no expectation of ever meeting me, but then ended up at my book release party and hit me up to be like, or we're like, hey, I really like your stuff, it's so cool that I get to meet you in real life, like sign my book, etc., etc. And then they ended up at SPX, and so I was able to give them a free copy of the behind the scenes zine. But this person's name is Millie St. John, and that's their username on social media. They had a really adorable hourly comic day this year, and I just want to recommend that to
Oh,
you because I think that you'll
how
enjoy
do you
it.
spell Millie?
I'm DMing it to you right now on Instagram.
That's perfect.
Millie is spelled with L
I
one
love
Mili, St. John
I love reading people's
STJOH.
hourlies.
Yeah.
I was annoyed because I thought my hourlies this year were good.
Yeah.
And actually last year they were good too, but they were in pencil.
Also, to be fair, she cheated, but it's explained inside the comic why.
What was the cheat?
Huh?
What was the cheat?
Oh, it's that like on Okay, so the first comic, it says like, January 31st, 8 p.m. Hourly Comics Day. In parentheses, the night before Hourly Comics Day. Wow, glad I'm finding out early this year, and it's not until next week. Like, she was like half asleep and didn't realize until like halfway through the day that it was Hourly Comics Day because she went to go hang out with some other comics friends. But yeah,
Strong
yeah,
and also relatable.
yes. Oh, it's like, oh, I'm so glad that I found out before the actual day. It was only 4 hours before the actual day.
You know, actually, I had something similar to that happen. I was like doing something totally separate, and I was like, huh, I wonder when the application for Black Zine Fair is due. And I looked it up, and it was like in 4 hours.
Oh. I might be doing BlurredCon this year. It's March 7th through 9th. And I didn't think I was going to be able to because the table fee was out of my budget. But my dad said that he would cover the cost. So I ended up applying.
Table fee.
Yeah, it costs money to table at cons.
No, I'm saying what's the BlurredCon table fee?
It's $175 for the cheapest one, $200 for the next one up, and then like $350 or something for like the premium.
Jeez, and people don't even make money at cons mostly.
Yeah, like the goal oftentimes is to just break even. Like, did you, like, a thing that people say at cons is like, did you cover your table? Like, like, were you able to make table? And oftentimes, at least in my experience now, having tabled at 3 cons, the overwhelming majority are like, nope. Have been like, nope.
I think it's hard to do, from what I can tell.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you from firsthand experience that it's difficult. I was strategizing every time I strategize like novel ways to get people's attention and direct them toward the material. And it honestly, if they don't already know who you are and know about your work, like it feels like there's basically no guarantee that you'll make a sale. It doesn't matter how like charismatic or engaging you are, and it can be frustrating. But
I don't know. Some people are just like born to sell.
True enough. I guess it feels fortunate to me that I've cultivated a big enough following on social media that at this point now, at least anywhere that I go, there will be like 3 to 5 people who know who I am. Like, nice. There was one person who came to my table and bought a bunch of stuff, and I didn't register that they were like a long time follower of mine on Twitter until like a couple days later I saw that they were at the event, and I was like, oh, and then I put it together in my head and I was like, oh my god, like we had a full conversation. You never said like, hey, it's me, this person. I was like, I didn't even know you were from this city. Yeah, I consider that fortunate, but also.
Have you ever like interacted with one of those people who are just like uniquely good at sales, like real life Kanamori-sans?
Wait, ask the question again. I'm sorry, Suki said something really cute in chat. What did he say?
Have you ever met one of those people in life who's like a real life Kanamori-san and just like naturally and inherently good at sales?
Yes and no, because in the comics zone, like in comics culture, it's so nerdy fundamentally that like even though they might like walk the walk, they're doing it in a way where the affect is still very nerdy. And I don't get
I
that
just
vibe
mean
from
in life
Kananai.
in general.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Good salespeople. Um there was somebody who came to mind. What happened? I mean, producers in the film industry are really like there's a whole in Hollywood, there's like a whole, what do you call it? Like methodology to it. It's almost like a school of interaction. And every producer that I've ever met like has that exact affect. There's something else that I'm thinking about. For some reason, my connection keeps dipping and it'll go down to 0 and then jump back up to 3K. So let me know if there's like any inconsistency in the stream.
None at all.
Okay. It's interesting. Says that I've dropped 12,000 frames and I'm like, when did that happen?
Oh, I'm not watching stream. I just have it kind of on in the background, so I
Gotcha.
can't tell you what stream is doing.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay. Shrewd salesperson, single-minded, but also like is holding all the things in their mind at the same time so that they know precisely like when to drop the specific chess piece where. All that happens is video pauses, but audio continues. Okay, cool. Thanks. There was a specific person who I was thinking about. I mean, honestly, Hollywood producers are the standout for me. I spent like 3 straight years working in Hollywood, and like that's like there's a specific personality type, honestly. Wait, I'm curious why you asked that question, or like what?
Oh, because we were talking about like cons and like how difficult it is to like make sales, and I just like got a flashback to like being in college, and you know you meet like a pretty wide berth of humans there. And I remember like repeatedly meeting people who all had kind of similar backgrounds, like started selling stuff like as straight up children, like very easy to talk to, like, and you just like know that they would be like so good at sales. They usually like were working on like their second startup by the time we met.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if yeah, I know for a fact that I'm not that person.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
I'm not even in the same area as that person.
Yeah. Not even playing the same sport.
Like, good for them, but
yeah.
and you know, I can't be good at everything. It's only fair.
Yeah. Well, I keep coming back to thinking about the fact that in the like comics world, and like granted I've only been like actually like submerged in it for the past year, but like, you know, you go to a big con and like you think that all the people who are super famous or that like people know well or who have worked on a bunch of comics, that they'll be really like charismatic or like personable, but like they're more awkward than average still, you know. And so like even if they like, you know, have a bunch of publications or whatever, oftentimes it's still like they're just waiting for you to bring up their hyperfixation, and then once you do, then they're like, oh.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I could use a Kanamori song.
We all need a Kanamori-san, I think.
Yeah.
My life would be so much more regulated if I had maybe a couple Kanamori-sans.
Mm-hmm. Just maneuvering things in such a way that life was a little bit easier. And like might end up having to do more work, but still less.
I think it would be less work though, because the toll of trying to do the Kanamori-san job without the natural ability is, I feel like, quadruple work.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, my publisher, Neil Brideau, is like I think just socially adept and compassionate, and has sowed so much good blood with people that like that people are just willing to do anything for him. And in that way he's a shrewd business person, because he like does the things that he says he'll do, and like takes the time out to identify, acknowledge, and look out for people who are in need, and is willing to put his like security on the line in order to help other people, and like not in a dysfunctional way, but in a like way that where he's also doing some self-preservation. And it's like, oh yeah, like you sow goodwill, and people will match that energy, especially if you're particularly discerning about who you end up in relationship with. And it feels like a genuine honor that like he was willing to go into business with me, because like that means that he saw that in me, you know. And it like that makes you want to like not disappoint that person.
Oh
yeah,
so that's your Kanamori.
Yeah, more or less. It's funny because I'm remembering that like Jamila tapped me to like, okay, I had a few conversations with Jamila Rouser, and she was like, I know who I want to do the art for this thing that Neil had like hired her for. And it was me. Neil and I didn't have any rapport whatsoever, but then I ended up running into Neil at the following Small Press Expo, and it wasn't at that one, but the next one, where there was a like a autistic person who just latched onto me for some reason during the event, and it wasn't necessarily unwelcome or anything, but it was like I felt cornered because of the social blindness, that like this person couldn't tell that I wanted to go and schmooze, and so like they would just corner me and talk about their special interests. And I like, though internally I did want to go and do other things, like I also like wanted to be in company with this person, and they clearly didn't want to do that, so I just opted to spend time with this person. But so Neil walked over and saw me talking with this person, and we ended up having like a really interesting conversation about like disability and representation in comics. And it was like during that conversation where I was able to clock that Neil was like, oh, like I actively like this person. Like I know that we've worked together, but like I like this person. And it was like a couple months later that he contacted me being like, hey, so I finally read through all of them and I hated it. It needs to be a book. Shouldn't just be on the internet.
Cute.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Now that I've been quoting that for so long that I now want to know. I wonder, did he say it over a call? I want to see if I can find the original email. because I've been like, it feels like apocrypha or like mythological that's the way that he phrased it. Uh, but I wanna actually know. Come shawty.
Done with work for the day.
I am not done with work for the day.
Sorry. Done with work that I will be paid for for the day.
Mm.
Done with work that I will be paid for financially in a reasonable amount of time for the day.
Mm. Come shawty, if you think you can roll with a nice stout, why not? Mm. Oh. Okay. This is tax document. Damn, now I'm curious. How did we talk about this? Or maybe it's maybe it's just oh. Whoops. Maybe it's not worth doing this now. I'm gonna delete it. Damn. The publishing house or the printer who did my book asked if they could like share like pictures from the book on their social media, and I'm seeing this now. The email was sent to me July 26th, 2024. I think I might have
Classic.
been, yeah. Whoops. Now I want to know though where I want to know where our first. Oh, you know what? It was probably on Instagram. No. Love you, babe. Maybe not. Nope, it wasn't here either. Damn. How how did he ask me? It wasn't over Discord, it wasn't over Instagram. It must have been an email. Maybe it was at the end of an email thread. Oh, you know why it wouldn't come up is because it would be part of a thread that we updated more recently than like going all the way back to our initial conversation. So I have to look up something that like with the title that would explain. Okay, I found it. Hi, Buttercup. How are you doing? I hope 2023 is starting out as good as a good year for you. It did. This is probably the last good year. Um, I recently sat down and read all of you have up on Tapas and really love it. I enjoy it whenever I've read parts in the past. I was wondering if you have plans to put it out in print. If you're planning on self-publishing, I'd love to carry it through Radiator Comics distro. If you're looking to get it published by someone else, I'd be into talking about Radiator Comics as a potential publisher. If you already have plans with another publisher, I can't wait to get my hands on a copy and help spread the word.
It's supportive.
Yeah. Maybe he just said it like when we had our first like in-person conversation about it, or like over Discord conversation about it. I forwarded it to my manager Grace with just like three dance emojis. I was like, hey, look at this. Okay, yeah. It just ended up getting into like a bunch of logistical stuff really fast.
Oh yeah, I can look at those galleries. Oh, these are so cute.
Oh, Millie's?
Yeah.
Yes.
Love the style.
Yeah. She's got a comic, and the first issue of it just came out like a couple months ago. Definitely recommend it. It's adorable. How's your top secret confidential avert your eyes project going? It's going. I'm working on it right now, and it's here's the thing. It's due in 5 days, and I'm around 15% finished.
Well,
so I'm probably gonna send the email tomorrow being like, hey, it's gonna be late. I don't know how late. But I'm just working on it without trying to without getting too uptight about that reality. Because yeah, the tragic thing about projects like this one, not to give away anything about it, is that it's just it takes time. It just takes time, and I don't have time. I think I'm going to have to email the client, be like, hey, so that deadline was ridiculous to begin with, and I'm going to miss it.
It's also like I feel irresponsible to have a deadline for a project as big as a comic to just be at the end, and makes way more sense to have smaller deadlines like
Well, yeah,
pencil or
there's been incremental things, and I've already submitted like a bunch of the incremental stuff. Like if I look at the email, actually, let me take this off of a view screen that y'all might accidentally see.
smart. Spooky says, yeah, understandable. What am I going to eat? Smoochie says, ambitious deadlines are so hard. I feel like people too far removed from being a contributor make bad project managers. Exactly.
Okay, so there's like concept was due January 19th, which I made that deadline. The like initial sort of work checkpoint was due January 26th, also made that deadline. The next step in production was supposed to be February 2nd, but I got an email from them about the last thing on January 28th, and so I only had 4 days to meet that next deadline. I was like, I'm not making that deadline. But then the the next thing was due on February 9th, and I was able to do both the last thing and that thing on that day. And then the final project is supposed to be done on the 16th, and I'm like, that's
Why were there
not gonna happen.
Why were there so many checkpoints from like 0% to 15%? I feel like
Well,
like
again,
a 50% would be good.
without revealing what the project actually is, it's not a comic.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
All of the
Spooky says jinkies.
yeah, all this stuff is industry standard. It's just not shit I can talk about.
Fair enough. Don't break that NDA.
Yeah.
What am I going to eat? Oh wait, I know what I'm going
Yeah.
Damn. And I just realized the meal that I'm about to have breaks the chocolate cake rule from last combo.
I was just rewatching that.
Because I call this dish soy noodle because somebody introduced it to me that way. But what is soy is the sauce, which is like blended up tofu and soy milk. And the noodle itself is whatever. Like mine is gonna actually be buckwheat noodles.
Interesting.
I've been lying.
Soba.
Oh well.
Very silly. Remember how I was just saying that I'm trying not to get too stressed out about things? Just reading the fine print of this, it looks like I might have actually missed a deadline, but they also haven't emailed me about it, so I'm not gonna beat myself up about it.
Excellent. No beating yourself up.
Mm.
What you trying to eat?
Yeah, what you gonna eat? No, it's okay. It's fine. C'est bon, c'est bon.
C'est une bonbon.
Mm-hmm. It was ridiculous for them to expect one person to do this amount of work to begin with.
I'm so curious when this project will see the light of day.
Probably in like 3 or 4 months.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I legitimately cannot wait. Never mind, Jodo. It's not particularly exciting, all things considered. It's like dope, but it's not like holy shit, you know. It's like, okay, that's cool. That's how I feel about it. I like seeing anything you do. True enough and fair. Do you have an idea for what you're gonna? I'm gonna stand by my statement. Oh, do you know what you're gonna eat? Layla asked. What you gonna eat? Tortilla soup. Oh,
Yum. It is soup season.
it is soup season. The spring equinox is in March, right? So we still got a full like month and change until winter actually ends. Beans, corn, homemade broth, chicken, tortilla chips, and avocado. Is that a mischievous face emoji? And salsa, of fucking course. Oh yeah, that sounds lovely. That sounds tasty. Oh, Spooky, have you met Jasper? I can't remember. It's my I'ma fuck that shit up face. It's my I'ma fuck that shit up. I have met Jasper. I got the lore too. Okay, yeah, word. The fucked up lore. Mm-hmm. 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 Tell me what it's worth. I can't remember, Layla, have I told you the lore? Look, Layla is muted.
I do this all the time. That is it that Galaxy's mom started feeding him, and you slowly acclimated to the concept of having a cat child in the home.
No, it's the origin of his name.
Oh no, I don't know the origin of the name.
Spooky says it's so funny because I just got a Twilight TikTok and I say, "Where have you been, Loca?" all the time, and nobody gets it. I would get it. I have friends who say that to me in real life. Okay, so Galaxy and I announced to Aaliyah that we were thinking about getting a cat because Jasper had basically already come into our lives, but we hadn't like caught him or taken him to get things done or anything. Um, uh, and Aaliyah was like, "Ooh, what are you gonna name them?" And then she immediately was like, "Oh, you should name him after a character from Twilight. What about Jasper?" Do you know who Jasper is in Twilight?
I don't know who anybody is in Twilight.
There is a vampire who is part of Edward Cullen, the Cullen family, right? Who was a Confederate soldier. And in the story, he is the most recent addition to the family, which has like very clear, like weird cultish sort of quality to it. And he's the last person to give up eating people. And so he has a harder time than the other members of the family resisting when like a person starts bleeding out near them, like not going back to their vampiric urges. And partially because it just fits the name, and partially to make Aaliyah eat her words for even suggesting it, we decided to name him Jasper.
You named your cat after a Confederate vampire?
Okay, now here's the thing: is that like technically yes, to in retribution for Aaliyah suggesting it in the first place, but then we thought about it and we're like, no, we're naming him after Jasper the Gem from Steven Universe. Because there's a history in Galaxy's family of naming cats after gemstones or types of rock. So there's already onyx, copper, and Jasper's name before like what Jasper's what Galaxy's sister named Jasper when they first met them was Pebbles, and we were like, Pebbles doesn't fit, but you know what does? Jasper. Now, is it extremely unfortunate that the first instantiation of it was Aaliyah trolling and talking about this Confederate vampire? Yes, but Jasper Steven Universe, though. It's so funny because I got oh wait, hold on, I saw that. It's hilarious objectively. But we know Jasper's a vampiric Confederate soldier. Yes. There's no way to divorce it from that fact. But at the same time, Jasper Steven Universe though.
The Jasper kneel in front of Lapis Lazuli is one of my favorite moments of animation from the whole show.
I wonder if did Rebecca do that? Hold on, I'm gonna look that up. It might have been one of hers.
It often winds up being that way where I'm like particularly moved by a scene and then it was either Rebecca or Ian.
It does look
But the boarder who did that episode is also like does a lot with Lapis. So I also wouldn't be surprised if it was her.
You're talking about the one on the boat, right? Captain
Yeah.
Captain Lapis.
I don't remember this storyboarder's name, but I do remember their Tumblr account.
It's called Alone at Sea. Who did this episode? Yep. Oh man, boarded by Hillary Florido, Kat Morris, and Rebecca Sugar.
There you have it. Then in that case, it was definitely Rebecca.
It was definitely Rebecca. Yeah, just even looking at the stills from it, it's like there's
So Rebecca coded.
it's so Rebecca coded. Like I've got an image here.
Oh, let me pop back to stream. Let's see what you're talking about. Oh, it's not on the screen.
Not on the screen yet. What do I do? It's this one. Like the bag under Lapis's eye. Extremely Rebecca coded.
That's a Rebecca thing.
Yeah, and this shot, like oh wait, it didn't switch. Oh, it's because I'm on my fucking
Yeah. It's just the like weight at which and the speed of it too.
Mm-hmm. The Dutch angle for no reason.
Preparing you for your fucking world getting tilted.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's my cat. You see that? My lesbian cat. It's just inaccurate. Listen, every day Jasper punishes me for naming him after a Confederate soldier, so I also get to eat my choices on that account. Right.
Oh yeah, and I forgot that Lapis is just straight up Rebecca's self-insert character from the Margot thing.
Yeah, Margot and what's it called?
I remembered because of the bow. Hi Neo.
Margot and Rad. Man, see, there's an interesting point of, it's not frustration necessarily, but like to know that Rebecca is simultaneously compelled by this sort of classicist what do you call it, like flowy artistic expression, and but similarly compelled by just like pure rubber hose like borderline minstrelsy. And it's like, these are the things that my attention is split between in terms of what I'm fixated on. I'm like, it's dope that she fully abandoned both in service of like streamlining the aesthetic for the show, but like knowing that like those are her artistic fixations is like deeply frustrating to me. Hi Neo.
Hello? Oh, is it working now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. So annoying. Hi.
Hello.
And hi, Layla. I was trying to say something before, but it was just like, nope.
Oh, what was it?
I don't know, man. It's just sometimes it decides to work, sometimes it doesn't. I gotta like throw shit around.
Oh.
It's just like shake it up.
It's a part of me that is sad that I don't get to read this comic. Although, where are the pages? She released some pages. Where are those? Are they in like one of the Steven Universe art books, or where did I read that?
Completed pages?
Yeah. Oh, not completed with like colors and stuff, but it was like the story was intelligible.
This is what I found doing my DuckDuckGo searches.
Here we go. I found it. I saved these pages and like looked at them over and over again. Yeah, proto lapis lazuli. In this like really silly, but like hilariously, like it's so OKKO Steven Universe coded from the jump.
Mashup.
Yeah. It's Beauty and the Beast, but like what if Beauty and the Beast was extremely Steven Universe / OKKO coded?
Beauty and the Beast, but it's Babe and Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, exactly.
With feet.
With feet, with terrifying toes. Those terrifying feet. Oh, this is even more. Oh, whoa, this is even more. Blue broke a nail. Okay, time to save all these pages to stare at later. Do I have a way of doing that quickly?
I'm tempted to ink them just for shits.
Oh my
but also
god.
so it would be more legible. Blue says I've been putting off trimming them for too long, alas.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
The cow. There's something else interesting in my mind about like the nostalgia now at this point, but it's not the most accurate way of describing it, but like looking at how like James Jean esque and like meticulously composed each of these pages is, like, causes my brain to feel that urge to like make comic. You know what I mean? Of course.
Yeah. It's like, it's just so pretty. There's an extension called download all images. I'll help you download. It'll help you download all images on a site in the format of your choosing, but it literally downloads all the images. I think I'm good on that count then.
Can you email me this when it is complete?
I'm not gonna arrange them in like order or anything.
That's okay. You'll already be saving my carpal tunnel adult hands much work.
Is over Discord? Look, you don't use Discord on desktop, do you, or laptop?
Email is better.
Okay, I'll do that.
Do you have my email? It's just my Instagram username at Gmail.
We shall see. I'll be interested in finding out. What's the size? Because maybe I can just send it to you straight up. Oh yeah, it's only 6 megabytes total. What the hell? How big are these images?
I think I will ink them. I just want to see, or somebody must have done this. Wait a minute.
I never bet on the certainty that I feel about those kinds of things. Like, you'd think fandom's big enough and zany enough.
And dedicated enough, and
Yeah.
there's enough like cartoonists in the fandom. It just like the math seems to indicate to me that somebody's done it. And I just want to see it without having to squint. That's so wrong.
It's your main Instagram, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do. I have sent you an email at some point. Don't know what about.
Oh, your book.
Mm.
It was your book.
Oh, it doesn't let you send. I'm gonna zip it. It doesn't let you send a folder.
Strange.
Do you have an unzipping software?
Of course.
Okay.
We'll only boil 30 minutes, which means at 8 o'clock I need to take this off the boil.
Sent. Blue said, "Never tell me the odds." Apropos of nothing, or in response to something? Oh, you're talking about talking
the fandom getting some shit together.
Yeah. Now, what fans have done is pair the different scenes between Lapis and Jasper with the scenes from the comic.
Okay, thank you, fans. I also wanted that. So that's I got kind of frustrated with the Steven Universe fandom when there was this trend of like making up like hypothetical gems, and everybody was kind of like doing it in a very like fan inserty way.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, y'all. Don't you want to instead make fan works of like what life on Homeworld was like before the events of the show?
Okay, so were you watching it as it aired?
Yep.
Because I'm remembering the gem sonas happening before they even revealed.
No, this was shortly after the end of Future. Like there were always for sure gemstones. Actually, no. The trend that was frustrating me was it was alternating the gems, so making Steven like blue Steven or like white Steven or yellow Steven instead, and just like switching everybody that way. And I was like, look, this is good, this is fun, but y'all could be making the episodes that didn't get made because there was a gay wedding. Like, you got to think big.
Yeah, I think this is also a point of frustration for me and fandom in general, and like this Steven Universe's fandoms particularly. Like, not to say that they got. I don't know how to frame my relationship to the fandom's actions or attitudes about things, but what was I gonna say?
Frustration with the fandom.
Yeah, like once a piece of media has reached a certain threshold of like popularity or fan engagement, like it fully, there's a high probability of it going fully off the rails, and like that's
Which
how
it
you get.
fully did, like from the beginning.
Well, I mean, I don't know about from the beginning because I wasn't a part of the fandom in like 2013. I think I found out about it in maybe 2015 while I was working on
I
when I
was
started
I was
working on
also
Doom.
watching Adventure Time as it aired, so
Mhm.
I just wound up finding out about it. So, yes,
Yeah, so you were there from the beginning. Man, those
from the beginning of the beginning.
that release schedule was
They were
fully, it
hurting
was a
us.
fully like, it was fully a life experience. It's one of those formative things. I don't even know what else was like that, that like you can be like, oh no, I was there. Like, do you know what I mean? Like you fully had to be there to understand at all.
It's
uh
true.
Daggers, oh good.
I was introducing one of my partners to Steven Universe, and I did feel like a twinge of I don't know what to call it, but like
Well,
you just get to watch all the episodes.
okay,
You
so
don't have to wait for a mysterious person from Brazil to leak stuff.
mysterious person from Brazil. Okay. Now I have a friend, Margarita, who I expect that you'll meet at some point. They are the person who runs 350 Collective, which is a zine uh um uh publishing and distribution cooperative. And sometimes I do work for them. But Margarita was of the sentiment back in like 2018 when things were sort of ramping up plot wise. They were like, I'm so sad. It seems like it's like about to end. And I was like, Marg, how do you not feel how I feel about this? That I long for it to end. Not in the like I like want them to stop making the show, but I want the story to be a complete four-dimensional object that I can hand to another person and be like, please inspect every facet of this thing. Because
Okay, that's not
it's
why I
toward
feel that way,
uh
but I feel similarly. I just like for things to be complete, and especially for them to complete before they like jump the shark.
right. Yeah.
Um, because I get completion euphoria from finishing
There we
actually
go.
anything.
Completion euphoria. Yes. But Marg was like, I'm so sad that it's going to end. And I was like, it's not literally that I can't wait till it ends or for it to end, but like I can't wait to be on the other side of all of the content being out. And I'm already in 2018 I was like, I'm already jealous of the people who will like Galaxy, who like we met in 2019, and so by the time they had caught up was when the movie was coming out.
Although
So
actually there was a real camaraderie to the Steven Universe fandom, and like being like so hyped about so little in the beginning. So while I am like, look at you just watching more than 5 episodes at a time, not waiting for Steven bombs, not waiting 6 to 8 months for no reason. But I also like, I'm glad I have that experience.
Dagger says there was a certain vibe with aspects of the fandom. Blue says most fan spaces, from my experience, aren't necessarily interested in the bones of the series itself. It becomes more about certain preoccupations and fixations rather than what it is actually happening in the media itself. Think of headcanon superseding a lot of media to the point where entitlement about how certain story beats go becomes the norm. Yeah, and that is a thing that I find, like, I think that is a like, not, if not normal, I'm trying to think of a better word, it's like a a neutral component of human behavior that we take mythology and warp it to serve our like specific needs and like desires, but like understanding of the world, that like the actual utility. Okay, this is a whole like philosophical theory that I have about mythology, and it's that like we started telling stories in the first place for two reasons, right? Oral history and mnemonic devices. That like by being a pro-social species, when you tell a story about people, like our brains encode it more readily because we care about people. And then if you take stories about people and then make it a metaphor about something else, then it becomes an effective mnemonic device to be able to understand things in the world, right? If you say, I mean, I don't want to do an example, but like describing the myth of Orion and how he got his belt and how he tamed the dog Sirius is an effective way to help people remember where the stars are in the sky, so that it becomes a good navigational tool for when you're sailing, right? That like you tell the myth of Orion so that people become more proficient sailors. And I think that that is the role for the past, 10,000 years that mythology has played in human history. And it's sort of like, again, like I said, a net neutral component of how we communicate things to each other, is that we like yap and gossip. And over time, that yapping and gossiping transliterates into fictional stories about characters who suit certain archetypes, and we're able to use those archetypal stories as metaphors about the rest of the world, and that's how we make the world intelligible. And so like that was back in the polytheistic folktale era, a useful tool for enabling people to understand things about the weather, about the sky, about time and calendars, and to entertain people by the fire, to teach morals to children, to establish traditions that would bring people together in times of like regular moments of need, like during dry seasons in the winter. And so like that's the reason why we have this library of archetypes and stories, is because it was a useful communal tool that has like now in the modern era transmorgified into intellectual property, and in the post Abrahamic religious tradition era, like is fraught with ideas about like what's true versus not true, what's good versus not good. And my connection dipped all the way down to, okay, it's back. My connection dipped, but it's back up. And so I think that our relationship to storytelling is textured by the media landscape that we inherited, and that's colored by, like I said, Abrahamic religious traditions, and like the belief that you need to argue for your specific narrative, rather than accepting that like it's all fiction in service of developing mnemonic devices to be able to understand the world around us. Instead, it's like, no, this story is the correct story, and like we need to adhere to the canon. And I think that like what fans are doing is partially in rebellion against that ethos, but it's also in keeping with what stories were back in the day. The reason why there's 1,000 different stories about any random polytheistic deity is that people would cater those stories to their specific needs and engineered their own mnemonic devices for the world that immediately surrounded them. And that's what fans are doing. And this actually ties back to the conversation that we had about horror and romance, like back before you left for Atlanta. And I think that fandom is a neo-religious like outgrowth, in the same way that I've identified horror and romance being I said that romance is tooled specifically for a specific purpose, and that horror was this kind of tapping into a thing that was a part of our myth making for such a long time that trying to suppress it caused it to like bubble out of the branching paths of what sort of stories they're trying to curate. And similarly, I think that fandom is doing something similar. Yeah, horror was reactionary to a degree, correct. And I think that fandom is, and the like kinds of narratives and practices that are common in fandom are reactionary to the fact that like intellectual property and canon are so closely curated by the people who own those properties. That like things shouldn't be owned, and stories should be communal, and like be an ongoing game of telephone that are useful mnemonic devices for the individual people and the space around them. And instead, because like there's this like tightly curated, this is how it has to be kind of attitude and ethos that's been cultivated, fandom, like the attempt to hold that thing in causes like these sort of bleed zones where fandom is able to be like, no, we're like, instead, like, what if we cross this universe over with this universe? So like, what if these two characters who hate each other were actually in love with each other? Or like, what if this character in an alternate timeline was this other character? Or like, what if we gender bent them and like all this other stuff? Like that would be totally normal if we were in like pre-dynastic Hindu South Asia, where it was an absolute folkloric free-for-all. But that's not the case anymore. A healthy society that didn't monetize creativity. Yeah, I don't know if it's healthy or not. I just think that it's something that is like a neutral component of human expression. That like a legitimately unstoppable outgrowth of developing language and telling stories is that individual people will come up with their own versions of a story. And in a society where intellectual property is protected and like canon is sacred, people are going to still keep doing that same thing, but in a way that feels socially destructive, because we've built our society around these things that constrict the like very understandable human urge to like self-insert and like curate something for your specific experience. Or like Layla said, desires, aspirations. Now, while I'm thinking about it, I want to show off my Steven Universe Pinterest board. Please ignore the Lapidot sub group, because that has been, like I said, it has been refuted. The way that I engaged with in fandom was being like, Lapidot win. And Rebecca was like, those hoes are like, Lapis got a lot to work through and Peridot is Ace Arrow, so shut the fuck up. And I was like, you know what? Fine, but I'm not deleting my Lapidot Pinterest board. Fair point.
I was
still
an
have
Amadot shipper.
Amadot, yeah. Fair point. I still have a way of looking at certain aspects of function / humanity as good or bad or healthy or unhealthy. Yeah. This was one of my favorite outgrowths of the fandom is the folks who did fan art in the style of the pilot, like redesigning what's his character's name again? Oh god. Spinel in the like pilot design Spinel. Yeah, I really like these. Oh man, like we never got pilot rose quartz. Pilot obsidian. This is probably the only fandom that like I was all in about or that I am even partially all in about.
Nah, the girlies were embarrassing. Like
I know.
in time, a Steven Universe episode would drop, and 47 minutes later there would be like a bazillion think pieces.
A thing that brings me great joy is clicking on a Steven Universe like fan art on Pinterest, scrolling, and one of the first results is my Steven Universe fan art. Did someone else repost this? Yep. Someone else reposted it. Sick. How many notifications? It's only got 10 likes. That's okay. Blue says, and to be clear, I don't necessarily have an issue with fan spaces having preoccupations or fixations, but as a reader who primarily engages stories through meta / talk, it's always frustrating that fan fiction nowadays seems focused more on wish fulfillment versus maybe codas or extrapolations on what happened in certain story / episode / film. Yeah, no, I agree with that as a lore nerd. Right? Like I, as a lore nerd and a meta commentary person, I want to like do an analysis of the text, you know, and it's impossible to do that in fandom spaces because they're doing exactly what Blue is talking about. Like the wish fulfillment component of it. And like, you know what? Like there's a to each their own kind of attitude that I take with it. Because I like it, like I said, I think that it's frustrating, but it is also a neutral component of how humans behave. And so I'm not in any way interested in negating it or like talking shit about it. I'm just like it's too bad for my specific interests that I'm never going to get the sort of satisfaction that I want outside of doing it myself for the things that I develop a special interest in. And like what that ends up meaning for me a lot of the time is that I will have a take on something that like the fandom has never even endeavored to explore or indulge, and I'm just like, oh, I guess I got to sit over here with my isolated ass fan theory and like because there's no way that the fandom is ever going to come to this conclusion on their own. They're too preoccupied with whatever else it is that they got going on. Layla, are you watching stream?
I am. This is so cute.
Yes. This is correct. It's what this is. This is the thing that you were talking about. Like, can we talk about what it was like on Homeworld before the Empire?
More of this, please.
More of this. Right, it's the pits. Yeah. Mm-mm. Oh wow, somebody. Wow. Okay. Still fucking with these freak hoes, stank pussy salad. Da-da-da. Um. I'm trying to think of if there were any like fringe theories that I had that like just we never got to explore more. Nothing's really coming to mind. I was definitely one of the first I was like an early adopter of the rose is pink diamond. I was a
Man, and I was like fighting for my life after I forget what episode dropped. But
what do you mean?
because I too was an early rose quartz is pink diamond supporter, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And my IRL friend who also watched the show was just like, it can't be that. It goes against the entire ethos of the show. Like, blah, 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 blah. And I forget what episode it was, but it seemed to like confirm. I think it was the when they first go to the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, the fandom was pretty much on it as of Rose's scabbard.
Hmm. Mm. Oh, I'm trying to remember what I was saying. I was like, what's the deal with Lion? uh uh yeah, the reveal. Oh, okay, so okay, I like mysteries, right? And this is the thing that I was talking with Reganis about a few streams ago, is that like the kind of storytelling that I really vibe with is stuff that is structured like a mystery, where they're giving you hints and clues. And I think it feels tragic to me that we got the reveal of what Lion was in the episode where Lars died. um Partially because that meant that there wasn't enough like in show evidence to explain it until that happened. That like there was no way that we would be able to deduce that that's what it was, um outside of like identifying that the what do you call it, the what do they call their house,
The castle? The temple.
the temple. Yeah, the temple had like extra dimensional spaces inside of it, and it's like, well, did she instantiate a extra dimensional space inside this living thing? How did she do that? And like the conclusion that I came to pretty early on, thinking about how she like did all of these experiments with organic life, that like the moss in the bog, and her fountain, the like roses around her fountain. I was like, oh, she was experimenting on organic things to see what happens if you fuse it with crystal intelligence, to test whether or not it will be possible to make a human gem hybrid, which also probably means that she was experimenting with shards behind garnet, pearl, and amethyst back.
One, I agree. And two, there was a clue as to what Lion was. It's in the episode where they like find the like history book of the guy.
Oh yeah, I know about her lions. She had those 7 lions.
No, but Lion is one of those lions.
Right, yeah. And like one of the lions, like I remember that there was like a shot where you saw one of the lions had a heart-shaped nose like lion does. I remember all that. But like like there that wasn't enough to say like, oh, like is lion undead? Like did she like somehow make this one of these lions like like it wasn't until Stephen raised Lars from the dead that it was like, oh, okay, this is the answer to that question. And the reality is that because there's only 2 trees in the space, that means that it's only happened twice total. So she brought this one lion back from the dead, and then Stephen brought Lars back to the dead from the dead, and now this extra dimensional space has like 2 entry and exit ways, which means like over thousands of years, she only did that once. And then Steven only did that once, which is like, there's not enough to be able to be like, oh, maybe this is the case. I mean, like you could be like, maybe this is the case, but there's not a lot to be like, this is for sure. Like, this is what I think happened, and like, be like, I knew it, you know? Now, here's the thing that is still puzzles me. And now that I'm thinking about it, it stopped puzzling me. And it's that. Okay, so obsidian. The temple is clearly the former, like the crystalline, what's that word? When something is molten and then it cools off, the cooled off body of obsidian from some time that she like saved Beach City or some precursor settlement from a tidal wave or something, right?
I have never thought it was that.
Are you kidding? Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It doesn't look like igneous rock.
Oh, okay. Well, it wouldn't be igneous. It would be glass, or like, because
it also doesn't look like glass. It could be igneous or glass.
Steven Universe Temple. What I'm looking for. Yeah, no, this is my interpretation of what we're looking at here, and like, regardless of whether the stone is correct or not, is that like if we're like trying to figure out what is this, how did this happen, what's going on here, it had to have been that they formed obsidian to protect something from hitting the settlement behind it, and like it was probably like a big ass wave, or maybe they were in combat or something, and like it got like the like outer shell of obsidian got stuck as this shape. I
have never considered that, but I appreciate the fan theory.
Yeah. Now the immediate thought, or not the immediate thought, but the question I had was, okay, well, why is there an extra dimensional space in the place where Rose Quartz's gem would have been in this like, you know, representation of obsidian's body? And thinking about it now and understanding that like when Steven was on Homeworld and was able to create pebbles just by crying on them, crying on the like surface stone in Rose's room, because we don't see a lot of instances of gem technology outside of the hand ships, but we also see that there are gems that are like walls, and like some of the buildings on Homeworld are like living things. When you see that there's the through line that goes through the temple, and it's the crystal heart, I was like, does that mean that the temple is alive? Is the stone thing that you see on the outside, is that the temple? And I don't think there's like actually a clear answer to this. It's just something that I'm like contemplating. It's like maybe Rose did some diamond magic to like make it sentient, similar to how not sentient, but like living without being sentient, similar to how Pearl has an extra dimensional space inside of her gem. And so it's like a pseudo pebble, but like a massive one.
That never says hi.
Who's never? Oh, that never says hi.
I guess, but I guess that would make sense because she wouldn't. Wait, then what did the other crystal gems think this was?
Right. That's the issue with everything having to do with rose quartz. Is a bunch of the gems on Homeworld and elsewhere have unique abilities that are specific to their gem. Now, and like rose quartz was able to heal, had the shield that was able to stop the diamond onslaught. And so she's like clearly way more powerful than the average gem, but like it seems like they must have just never questioned it, because like they were just like, yeah, we're just chalking it up to these are her special gem abilities. Because there are a bunch of gems that do have unique magical abilities, but like hers like so ridiculously outclassed everybody else's that like they should have been like, you're a fucking diamond, right?
That
Like,
was why I was like, that's why I didn't understand why people weren't just like unilaterally on board the rose quartz's pink diamond train. It's like, why is she so OP?
she's so, exactly. She's so OP. Yeah. Yeah, there is not an abundance of what I'm trying to think of what other things there could be, because it's not like there's a ship. There are other gym buildings, like, you know, like colonial installations elsewhere on the planet, like the Moon Goddess Tower and the Sky Spire, and they obviously run on gem technology, but the temple doesn't. But there must be some way that they like made this.
The heart in the temple looks just like the heart of a ship.
Yeah, let me see. I don't stay asleep. Borderline dreaming. Missing out on this good loving. I be really thinking about some. What you say? Oh, actually no, because look, it's not a heart. It's a core. Like more similar to one of Peridot's.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Little guys. But it does have veins though.
Cubes.
This is funny. I approve. There was another question / theory that I had. I'm trying to remember what it was. Have I told you about my theory about the inverted pyramid?
Oh yeah, that was a very early lore questioning episode, and a bunch of people were like, "That's White Diamond." No, I did not know your theory about the inverted pyramid.
Okay. Oh. Albite? Hold on, what is this? I'm reading this Reddit thing. Hold on. In previous posts to talk about the meaning of the inverted pyramid mural, they are interested interesting, but unfortunately they are false because Rebecca gave us some clues in the art books of the meaning of the rose mural or the inverted pyramid mural. So I will tell you blah, blah, blah. First thing is that the further down the mural are the traps that Garnet and Steven went through during the episode, and is a representation or warning of what will happen to intruders who enter the temple of the pyramid, but leaving these parts that are actually very easy to know, meaning what they mean. And let's move on to the interesting parts. The next image on the mural is one that actually gave us a clue in the zoo of the 4th season. What is this? Almost feels like AI wrote it. Okay. Rose quartz fighting against white gem. Fighting is not about white diamond, pink diamond, or a fusion between the diamonds, since white and pink diamond have their gems in the abdomen and forehead, and this gem has it in the chest. This gem is actually the gem of the pyramid, also called obelisk or albite, and this is further reinforced with designs in the art books. In the art and origins, the resemblance is similar in the book End of an Era. The resemblance is also similar to that of the mural. That could be interesting. I kind of believe this. And if they tell me it's not blah, 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 this person is really... Okay. Struggling to get through that. But here's what my headcanon was until I read this thing, not knowing that they had addressed it in the art book. I thought that because white diamond is capable of hijacking the consciousness of a gem, I thought this is a gem that was hijacked by white diamond that then also got corrupted in the corruption blast. And so the memories depicted inside of the foyer of the temple were like...
Foyer is a safe place.
Where, yeah, that's before you get to all of the danger places. But it's the things depicted on the mural are like the final memories that White Diamond had of on Earth prior to leaving to do the Diamond Blast. That was my headcanon. And the reason why when they get to the core and the gem is like a bright white gem that turns and looks at Steven, I was thinking that White Diamond is still capable of looking through the gem as if it were her, like one of her extended consciousnesses. And that's the reason why she knows all about Steven once he gets to Homeworld, is that she observed that he existed through this corrupted gem body.
Nice.
Yeah. It's my head canon.
Maybe.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems
she
like...
does know a ton about him.
Yeah. Well, they never, what do you call it? Like when they uncorrupted a bunch of the gems, it doesn't seem like they wrapped this storyline up at all. Sad. Wrap up your storylines, girl.
So many threads left unthreaded.
Yeah. They did a great job, in my opinion, of wrapping up a bunch of stuff, though.
True.
And also, I'm a huge fan of the Steven Universe future final twist. I had a jaw drop reaction I was like, oh my god, they're going to, like, the show's called Steven Universe, and the villain of the entire show, they're gonna make Steven Universe the villain. More shows should name their show after the villain. It's very exciting for me.
No, I like that they broke like a ton of tropes for the future. Happily Ever After with Lars and Sadie.
The training arc.
Child has to save the
Jasper.
day.
Who? Oh.
A child has to save the day, and the adults are just like, "Oh, good luck, guy."
Wait, what was that?
Because instead of Steven like saving everybody else, like the show has been like more or less up until the point it's everybody else saving Steven.
Yeah, got you. Yep. Yeah.
But I didn't like how much of it was dedicated to Rose Quartz is the real villain, like story arc. That I was kind of like, eh.
You're talking about future specifically, or the
future specifically? Future and the movie, actually.
Yeah. Well, the real villain. See, these categories, and I know that I just said like they're gonna make Steven the villain. But like I think that the categories themselves are not arbitrary, but they are burdened by history. They're, what's that there's a terminology that means like the like the weight of their past, they can't escape it. And I can't think of like the idiom, but like
Laden?
No, I mean I don't think so. But like the idea of the hero and the villain, right? Like in a story is doomed by the narrative. No, not exactly that. It's more like the weight of the word in our consciousness is flattening something that should be more complex, right? Is Rose Quartz the villain of Steven Universe? Yes, in the same way that Tony Stark is the villain of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's like this person is internally like self-motivated and willing to make choices that hurt other people in service of their interests. But like at the end of the day, what they want is like for their personal idea of what the good of everybody is. And it's like, okay, well, you shouldn't be able to like determine this for people. But at the same time, like when you have so much gravity and you do something selfish that changes the texture of reality for everybody around you, like what other choice did, like there was no other way for that to play out. Like Rose having a transformative death wish like negatively impacted the lives of everybody around her immediately, but then like enabled Steven to exist. And it's like I don't think that there is like a clearly defensible or even explicable like narrative justification, or not narrative justification, but like personal justification for making a choice like that. But like from a storytelling standpoint, it had to happen for anything to happen. Similar to I don't know, It's just anybody choosing to have a kid, I guess.
Yeah,
But
I
it's
was gonna
like,
say I don't think this is even like limited to Rose.
yeah, no, I don't think it is. But it is, it carries a lot more gravitas because of the impact that it has on the characters that we're experiencing the story through. It's like because that's the one thing that I feel like the show leaves ambiguous. It's like, why did Rose do this? And like, I don't think she had
Really?
a reason. I think she wanted to do it and did
it was
it.
just fascination.
Yeah.
Like that seems like a pretty good reason.
Well, that's the thing, is that you'll remember the extensive conversation that we had about reasons and justifications, and like, what, how did I describe it before? Like when we were talking about like intrinsic and extrinsic purpose. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, because someone wanted to is a fully justifiable purpose or a reason, sorry. And I'm like, I don't know that I think that that's necessarily like, it may be
I think it is a reason, if not necessarily a purpose.
Yeah, no, and I don't want to conflate the two. But in a similar way to the conversation that we had about that, about purpose, I'm guessing that, or I'll just ask, like, do you think that a person wanting to do something is not just not good enough, but like that's a reason to do it?
Yes. Wait, it wasn't the word purpose. What word was it?
Telos?
No, the simpler word.
Intrinsic, extrinsic. Huh.
It was a word that I had been using to mean utility. So maybe if I go to utility thesaurus.
I think value? No, because it's it had to do with I'm gonna look up telos. Yeah, no, it seems like teleology is has the paragraph that we were returning to repeatedly.
No, we definitely returned to that, but there was another word that I like. A big thing in the conversation was me looking up this word and realizing it had like the implication of like a plan or like an intent from like the outset. I guess maybe it is purpose then.
No,
it does say intention.
But telos. We were talking about teleology. So
we were also talking about teleology, but I think the word that I was getting hung up on was purpose.
Well, teleology or finality is a branch of causality giving the reason or an explanation for something as a function of its end, its purpose, or its goal, as opposed to as a function of its cause. And then we read the paragraph over and over again. A purpose that is imposed by human use, such as the purpose of a fork to hold food, is called extrinsic. Natural teleology, common classical philosophy, though controversial today, contends that natural entities also have intrinsic purposes, regardless of human use or opinion. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing about like what you were talking about in terms of like a reason. Like without making a value judgment about the category, if a person does something with a significant amount of uncertainty about the outcome, I do not categorize their choice to do that as having a reason.
What? Why not?
Because I see reason as a person performing a sort of internal calculation about what their expected conclusion for the action will be in a teleological or teleological way. So like, why did you make a meal? Well, because I was hungry. And so the reason is for me to eat it and to stop being hungry. It's tied to its telos. Now, if you like compulsively ate something, just because you wanted to, but like it's either inedible or it was just sitting right in front of you, and it wasn't for like any sort of active sustenance. It was just like a sort of compulsion that you indulged in. Like I see the choice to do that as different from having a reason. And it's again, it's not a value judgment about how or why people choose to do things. It's just like that is categorically how these things fit in my brain.
I don't think that's a good example, though.
Fair, yeah. I'm coming up with it spur of the moment.
Because people engage in pikas usually because of nutritional deficits.
Right, but like you might be able to divine a so it's interesting because in a this goes back to a conversation that Reganis and I were having yesterday about why versus how. Is like if you say why did you do that versus how did you do that? Typically, why and how can be interchangeable in the way that you arrive at a conclusion about explaining like the process by which a thing occurred, right? But there's a subtle textural difference between the words why and how, and I feel like it's demonstrated in asking why did you do that versus how did you do that, right? In the why did you do that, you're presuming that there's a will, there's agency, there is decision making, and that like even if you choose to answer the question giving a how series of procedural events, there is an implicit expectation that the person was activating their will in order to arrive at the action that was taken. But if you say how did you do that, there is an atelic expectation around the response. Like it. There's
right.
And so I don't think that the how answer needs a reason, but it does lead to an explanation. But if you say why did you do that, the answer presumes a reason. And if you don't know that you have pica, or however you pronounce it, then you can't answer, well, because I have this. The answer is because I wanted to. And I don't think that that's actually a reason.
I don't know. I feel like human beings and creatures are motivated by so many things that are beyond our understanding. And
I agree.
So, like one, I don't think I actually believe in free will at all.
Yeah, me either.
So I don't think a reason needs to be understood. to fall under that category.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, but in my understanding of the concept of reason, there is a sort of vague threshold by which I then categorize it as reason, telos, purposeful action, and it requires that there be some amount of not just like want in and of itself, but wanting to arrive at a conclusion. Like if you do something and you don't even know what the outcome's going to be, or you haven't even estimated or like, you know, internally proposed what the outcome is going to be, then you're doing it quote unquote for no reason. And I'm not saying that invalidates the action. Like there are tons of things. Stimming is a thing that I do for no reason. Like it does make me feel good to do it, but internally I'm not thinking I want to feel good, so I'm going to stim. I'm doing it because I'm doing it. Now, how am I doing? Like, how did I arrive at the choice to stim? You could like do a bunch of psychological and somatic analysis to arrive at like, well, because it's a self-soothing practice, but like internally I wasn't like cognizing using language. I'm going to do this because it's soothing.
Yeah, I guess I just don't have that threshold for the word reason.
Yeah. The reason why I went through explaining all of this was because I presumed that was the case based on your feelings about purpose previously explored.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I feel like my stance on purpose was like the opposite of telos. Was that any utility found in something can like retcon itself into being a purpose.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say the same thing about what you just said about reason. That like, there's no, like, because something happens, there's a reason for it happening. Basically, this is me like pantomiming what one way of framing what I think that you think. That like, a person doing a thing instantiates in and of itself a reason. And similarly, like any action a person takes, like, can and does have intrinsic purpose because they chose to do it.
Actually,
oh, what?
I think I thought you said that my stance on reason was surprising, given my stance on purpose.
Oh no, I was saying the reason why I was explaining myself was because
confused.
Got you. Yeah. Yeah. I presumed. Yeah. It's interesting though. Because I enjoy talking about these things because sometimes occasionally I like end up rethinking the way that I approach these ideas, even though I do feel pretty set in my ways in terms of like my own philosophical rigor around thinking. Have I thought enough about this to explain my position on it? Usually the answer is yes. Even if I know it's like an opposition.
I feel the same way, though I have not thought about these things a lot.
Reason.
Raisin.
I used to call, when I was a kid, I called raisins vivas.
Because they're alive?
There wasn't a reason. As far as
I'm thinking there probably was.
I don't think so, because I didn't speak Spanish as a kid. Like I didn't start learning Spanish until I was like 10 or 11, and I called them that when I was like 3, like when I was like bordering on like pre-linguistic. Like was one of the first things that I said. Is I would say vivas, vivas, and my parents eventually realized that I was talking about raisins.
I think the reason that you probably wouldn't clarify as a reason is that your mouth just couldn't pronounce the sounds right.
That's very possible.
Because I experience it all the time with Ellis, because there are several consonants that he just can't pronounce, but he like understands them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also said my own name as, instead of Stevie or Steven, I'd say DB.
Yeah. Simon does that all the time.
DB.
And sometimes the only person that understands him is or sorry, Ellis does that all the time, and sometimes the only person that understands is Simon.
Convenient to have a person who understands
and can translate baby.
Yeah. A really funny thing, you just reminded me of a memory that I have of a like I was was hanging out with a, Jesus, this is so long ago. Sorry, I'm having trouble instantiating the memory in a way that is like I'm finding explicable. So I mentioned that my mom sold Tupperware to Japanese housewives. And sometimes their kids would start talking to me in Japanese. And I'm remembering an instance of one of the moms asking, like, do you speak baby Japanese? And I was like, what is baby Japanese? And it wasn't until years later that I watched a anime where there was a character who was a baby and like spoke baby Japanese that I actually understood what she was talking about. And like there is a, like, similar to how we do the it's a widow, you know, why you do that, you know, like that kind of thing. Not just goo goo gaga, but like baby voice, you know, and baby pronunciation. Like that there is a like known version of like standard Tokyo Japanese that is in anime that like baby characters speak to indicate that they are baby. Like instead of like they can't make the sa sound, so when they say small, instead of chisai, they go chichai. Like that's and like I think that what's his name in Full Metal Alchemist, Hughes' daughter speaks baby Japanese. It's for me. You just took it out of the. No, I haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Why? Why you ask? Why you ask? You thought I ate? She's gonna fully drop my sandwich. I can already see it. I'm hoping that food industry training kicks in before my sandwich is on the ground. What were you saying, Layla? Did you say something?
I don't remember.
Oh, I was talking about chichai.
Baby Japanese.
Yeah, baby Japanese.
burn
Oh,
break.
you said you're taking a break?
I'm preparing fern break. It's a food.
Mm. Oh, I was saying that oh, what are their name? What's their name? Um the Hughes family. I don't remember anybody's name. I don't remember the main dude's name. Hughes.
Something like Elsa, I feel like.
That's
Eliza?
Lieutenant Maze Hughes. Eliza sounds close. No, but that's Hawkeye's name.
Oh, you're right.
Oh. Lisa. Oh, I almost had it. I had the scene where he's like talking about like how much he loves his wife and daughter. He's like, Gracia.
That sounds right.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'll come eat soon. Gracia and can I remember by thinking about the flashback to during the Ishvalan War? No, Gracie is his wife. So what's the baby's name? I'm gonna look it up now. Give up. I got halfway there. 2/3 of the way
No
there.
shame in admitting defeat.
Does anyone want to see Cat? You were right, Alicia.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, almost right.
Yeah. Yeah, close. Gracia is his wife's name. Alicia is the baby. But yeah, Alicia speaks baby Japanese. Oh, I'm trying to remember. She like says,
I actually really dislike the version of that for English.
Big Butter?
No, not even that. But like where kids will like watch TV and also be around other kids that watch TV and then start talking like that. That to me is tragic.
Yeah. Well, do you have like a specific example? I feel
I
you,
have to
but
think
I'm also...
about it. I don't have to think about it, but it's like it's kind of like the kid is like after they say something, they're like looking back and like seeing if they got like the desired reaction.
Yeah.
It was so like noticeable when Simon first started going to daycare.
It's like, did I do the joke right? Did I say it right? Yeah.
Am I about to get the dopamine hit of approval?
Yeah. I feel like I don't know how to describe that. I feel like that's a behavior that I disincentivize when interacting with kids. Like I'm like without being patronizing. Like if they start doing like that's the skibbity bullshit.
I don't mind that because that's them engaging in like slang. The thing I'm thinking of is kind of like where they'll take something that's like clearly from TV, like a really exaggerated, oh man, type thing.
Yeah.
That was hard to do. Woof.
The reflexive, like the aw man of the aw man.
Yeah.
Hmm. um. Yeah.
It's kind of also like when kids start drawing like more timidly after they like develop self-consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
self-awareness.
Yeah.
It's like, no, don't do it. Also, it's fine. Oh, can't update your kids.
Okay. I'm gonna submit this half-assed version.
Stuff is all the ass you're gonna get.
Sometimes half-assed is all they ask you're gonna get. What feels really strange to me is the delusion of grandeur in my mind that I can still finish this in 5 days. For sure. There's no way. It's simply not possible.
Who knows?
Hmm?
It's not over till it's over.
Big facts.
I've also done some nuts things in 5 days.
You've seen me achieve
Some
ridiculous
nuts things in 5
accomplishments.
days.
Well, not necessarily 5 days specifically, but like how it took me a month to do that minute long animation. Yeah. That was bonkers. And to be fair, I didn't do it to the like what felt like the apex of my ability, but like I certainly did it and play it on stream every day as if I were proud of it.
You're not?
I some things I feel neutral about at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, this is interesting because
I feel like as an animation nerd, you should be proud of it just because of understanding like how hard it is to do.
That's interesting. I was gonna say that like this might actually loop back into talking about like how we feel things.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say something about that, but I didn't know if I wanted to bring it back to the sociopath conversation.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear if you want to share, and I kind of want to talk about like
Let's hear it.
some nuances. Well, okay, so uh similar to the clarity that you said that you experienced after watching the conversation with the dude. Yeah, actually I want to know his name. Deshay. But so like it's interesting because there's some overlap in terms of like let's call it not subsensory, because it's the idea of, I feel like you've talked about this before though, it's the idea of like not feeling things as intensely as other people, and like usually we talk about it in terms of like pain or like sensation, but if you migrate it over to talking about emotions,
Yeah, this is what I've been working with my therapist on for like a year.
Hyposensitive. There we go.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, and like I definitely well, it's not necessarily that I experience things in a hyposensitive way, but I definitely do not experience the neurotypical or holistic complex of like euphoria around skill development. And I think that it's sort of reflected in the way that I play video games. Like I don't remember if you were here when I first started playing Hyper Light Breaker, but it's a roguelike. Yeah, and like I was complaining so much in the beginning. And at some point like off stream, I like broke the game and just like made it really extremely like easy to play, and like I've been having a significantly better time now. Like I'm just like but like it was the knowledge going in that there must be this design principle based on the kind of game that it is, and it's a puzzle, and if you sit with the puzzle for long enough, then the game will be like
Intelligible.
like not even just intelligible, but like almost seamlessly easy. And it's not exclusively building the skills to be able to make it that way, but it's also there's a underlying component of the game where you have to understand the systems well enough to make it easy for yourself. And I like those kinds of puzzles. But the satisfaction that I get from solving those kinds of puzzles is like I'm curious to know what she was talking about. How do I explain this? The like when I solve a puzzle, rather than elation. Hello, Rocks Fox Socks. Welcome to the Petal Party. I'm your host Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. Welcome. We're just chatting about a bunch of stuff. Neuroatypicality and hyposensory experiences. But yeah, when I solve a puzzle, rather than being like, yes, I solved the puzzle, or like doing like seemingly typical like Tiger Woods like yes, or like yes, whoa, like when I solve a puzzle, I go, I did it. All right, time to find another thing to better and more meaningfully self-regulate my attention economy now that I've completed that task. And I feel that way about art. That like every instance of art that I participate in crafting, I view as a puzzle. And so when I finish, I'm looking at it and thinking, have I fully solved this puzzle? And if the answer is no, then I keep working on it. And if the answer is yes, then I'm like, okay, time to move on to the next like self-regulatory task.
80%er.
I am, yeah. But I mean, that's what I mean by finished. It's a
I see.
yeah. And that's not necessarily the case with like illustrations. Illustrations, I tend to go a little bit harder than 80%. 60% is my go-to for comics and animation, and like I'd say 80 to 90% is how far I go for illustrations. And at some point I'm just like, okay, like I've plateaued at like being able to make this noticeably better, or like solve this puzzle noticeably more effectively than I already have. Now, the interesting thing about it is that, like, for art, like, I'm not just the puzzle solver, I'm also the puzzle designer. So I design the puzzle in my mind, and then I just try to asymptotically approach the solution that I've crafted in my brain. And like, I sort of engineer for myself a specific threshold that I'm okay with reaching before I like designate the puzzle solved, if that makes sense.
That is interesting. I do not think about it that way.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Or puzzles.
Yeah. We're getting into the nitty-gritty of the ways in which our neurotypes differ. Yo, Cup. Hi, Nomo.
Oh yeah, what was I thinking to share about the what did that woman want to call
Layla?
it? Emotional lack? I like how she worded it.
Nomo says, "Oh, hey, Layla."
Howdy, Nomo.
Yeah. I remember, and I lost it. Hold on. I remembered again, then I lost it again. Hold on. Low affect.
Low affect.
Yeah. Yeah, I did want to speak more broadly about my experience of being like something similar to low affect. I think the difference.
It is
Oh,
a
good.
component of autism.
Yeah. I was going to try and differentiate it between what she was describing versus what my personal experience is, because like, I will develop I can and do develop emotional fixations on people and things that are not apparently beneficial. And like, I also understand, having talked with people with antisocial personality disorder, that like sometimes they'll hyperfixate on something that they believe is like socially beneficial to them to be aware of or know about, and then it turns out that it's like the larger culture or society doesn't care as much as they were led to believe that their peers cared about it. And so now they're like, okay, well, I've developed a knowledge base and interest base in this thing that like it doesn't serve me anymore. Like, even though like at the time when I was a part of a specific group, I'd specifically learned about it because it was useful. And like, my brain does not care about the utility of an interest base. And I can get very enthusiastic about like a specific texture of media, or a specific type of storytelling, or a specific person, like basically apropos of nothing, aka for no reason. Besides that, I find like it or them like pleasing to look at, be around, etc. And like, it does not seem like people who express antisocial like personality traits have a distinctive experience of doing that. It's like, oh, if I'm gonna do this thing, I'm gonna do it because like my peer group has basically communicated to me that there's a utility in acquiring the skill.
I don't know. I feel like it could go either way, to be honest, because like I feel like, and again, I can't speak for anybody but myself, but I feel like, and this does not speak for me, by the way. It could just as easily be that the person is like, everyone around me is stupid and I'm the only smart person for being into this thing.
No, that makes sense. Well, I mean, that.
And what you call it? One of the parts where I felt like particularly clocked by the dude. What do you say? Oh, just like knowing how to like mold yourself to be like what the other person is like most receptive to. And also like the thing about manipulation. I completely know what he meant about manipulation. I don't get much euphoria from that, mainly because I think it's kind of embarrassing to want to do.
Okay, now why do you think that?
It's like okay, one. Anytime I have behaved like selfishly or like in a super self-serving way, like and disregarded the feelings of others, I later eventually felt bad about it. And so that was how I got into like this is wrong.
Interesting.
And my like autistic, like black and white thinking was like, okay, well then this must always be wrong. And I think that might have saved me from sociopathy.
Yeah. Well, okay. Why? What caused you to feel bad about it though? Was it like what circumstances? Like, if you can think of a specific instance.
Like aesthetically, niceness is just so much better than meanness. Like the vibes of being in an area where everybody's nice to each other are just much nicer than the vibes of being in an area where people are being mean to each other. And like the people that I admired and the situations that I aspired to be in were just good and nice. So I was like, okay, this is the way.
Interesting. Good and nice. My brain went on a full-blown tangent thinking about the ethics of niceness, and I'm gonna try and resist.
I'm talking about like smarmy politeness, by the way.
You are talking about it. You're not.
I'm not talking about
smarmy politeness. Yeah.
Like kindness, I guess, is a better word.
Thank you for that clarification, because now I can rein in my compulsion.
And another like super formative thing for me was reading this comic. It's called Nightmare Alley. It's based on a pulp novel from the 30s. And it was definitely developmentally inappropriate for me to be reading at the time.
Developmentally inappropriate. Yeah.
Like many things I was interested in.
Yeah. Same.
It's about this guy. He's a con man. He's like got like a little 2-bit job at the Carney. But he like feels like he could be doing like so much more, and eventually he like works his way up in the mesmerism time to like being like a more, you know,
competent prejudiced prestidigitator. Yes.
But
Blue says the Guillermo del Toro movie.
It was recently made into a Guillermo del Toro movie, but I was reading this comic when I was about 13.
Developmentally inappropriate.
2003-ish. And so he he leaves the carny to like set off on his own. He becomes, a lucrative prestidigitator, but he has all these debts that are like following after him. He tries to do one big scam. He winds up getting scammed. Spoilers, I guess, for something from nearly 100 years ago. And then he winds up having to go back to the carnival and take on the lowest job at the carnival, which is to be the geek. And that's just being drunk all day and biting the heads off of chickens and
Yeah.
rats. And something that like I would think about when I was reading that is that he was fucked super early in the comic, like while he's still like working at the carnival, he's still like sleeping with this woman, and they're like playing like cards, and I think he gets caught like trying to like cheat, like do one of those like card tricks, where you can like deal yourself like the best card or something.
Yeah.
And he was like, I could have taken all their money, like I should have done it. And I was like, he was fucked as soon as he thought that it was a good idea to like get over on other people. And that is what set him on the trail to geekdom.
Yeah. Wow. Autism saving you from sociopathy is it was fascinating. You're like, that's it. He was fucked the moment he had the thought. But oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
So therefore, that kind of thought, like, is what leads to like that kind of result. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, no. I like that analysis. Or at the very least, I can appreciate how that has informed your decision making vis-a-vis like compassionate behavior. It's like, yes, the best way to be is to not even think I'm going to do harm.
It's just efficient. I love efficiency.
Yeah.
But yeah, a few times like when they were talking about like emotional like conclusions feeling like math, that was extremely relatable.
Yeah. I think that I also, well, maybe not emotional conclusions. I think that I've always been pretty like internally earnest about how I feel about things. But like decision making around like what to do in life, I feel like has always been a heavily calculated process for me, which is hilarious. Yeah, that's fully the tism. And I think it's particularly hilarious because it's never led me in a trajectory that was like socially beneficial or lucrative. That's how I know it's the tism, is that like now that may not necessarily be true, because we in the conversation with Patrick, she was saying that like there or maybe I was reading something else that was about this, but it's like there is such a thing as like not like antisocial moochers, that they'll like use their cunning moochers. Like a person will like use their cunning to like make themselves specifically dependent on another person, and like like in doing some sort of some analysis around my behavior, I don't think that that's a thing that I've done like in a conscious way. Like am I and do I view myself as likely to be like dependent on other people for my entire life? Yeah, but I like attribute it more to like like a complex of stressors and like restricted interests that like prevent me from being able to effectively like self-sustain, self-provide.
I found the panel, by the way, and sent it to you.
Yeah, I think I saw that you linked it.
No, the specific panel is in Instagram.
Oh, okay. Instagram. It's still snowing. I didn't even know it was supposed to snowstorm, and it's just been doing that for hours at this point. Stan left the game and pushed through the back of the train. His right hand slid under the edge of his coat and unpinned a tiny metal box. Why do I have to frig around with all this chicken shit stuff? I didn't want their dimes. I wanted to see if I could take them. You're screwed.
Like that was the domino.
The very moment. But what was I gonna say? Oh, that like the person who I fell in love with in high school and proceeded to like remain in love with for a decade, and like I still retroactively like identified that feeling as how I'm describing it. It wasn't just an obsession, it was like earnest. Was a result of like me like very closely reading the Bible and seeing that like the Bible said what you should do is like find a wife and like be fruitful and multiply. Yeah. And like I was like, okay, I have to abide by this like social rule. It's moral for me to do so. I need to identify what person I want to spend the rest of my life with. And I found a person who I felt that way about, and, you know, proceeded to, for the next 10 years, still feel that way about. But like the arrival at like making those series of decisions was a consequence of, you know, doing the math. Thank you, Rocks Fox Socks, for redeeming Water Roots reminder. I will be sipping my coffee, but then I will take a jug of water. Wait, goddamn! How long you been in here, Rocks Fox Socks? That you accumulated 1,000 petals. You only like commented for the first time today. Jesus. That's at least 10 hours of viewing time. That sounds like Lara Croft, not in the history, but the thrill. I've been here on and off as a lurker, lol. Word. Have you ever seen this prompt from Nightbot? Well, I can't remember what my usual introduction is for. I guess it's welcome to the pedal party. But yeah, does that make sense, Layla? I'm pretty sure I have word. Yeah, I feel like there's a few decisions in my life that were like that, right? Where it's like hyperfixation on and fascination with anime, and like superheroes. And then like when my younger siblings started learning to play bass guitar, I like grew incredibly jealous and started learning how to do music. And in learning how to do music, I started learning how to do sound design. And then I took a computer programming class, and got really good grades in my writing and English class. And eventually I was like, like I want to figure out how to combine all of these disparate interests, because just being able to do all of these different things is not how you craft a career. I need to figure out, but I also don't want to let any single one of them go. I want to be able to do all of them at the same time. And so I found out that my school had a television production class, and I was like, oh my gosh, like if I go into making movies, I can storyboard. I can write the script, I can storyboard the scenes, I can shoot the scenes. I also like photography. I can score the movie. I can make the website for the movie, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the director, Robert Rodriguez, had already done that with his Once Upon a Time in Mexico trilogy. And so I was like, it's possible. I can do this. And turns out the one thing that you need in addition to developing all those skill sets is the ability to inspire and lead a group of people. And I never acquired that skill. Rockfox says, I enjoy listening in like I'm in the room. Word. That's good and fair. But yeah, so despite having been groomed to be a evangelical preacher, the thing that my elders neglected to do was to instill in me the skill set around like how to actually bring people together. They were always just like, that kid's smart as hell, natural born leader, one day you'll lead us all into the promised land. And I'm like, okay, word. Never actually gave me any amount of instruction around how to develop that skill set. So I ended up being very good at drawing, audio engineering, cinematography, writing, visual composition, graphic design, web design, and never learned how to people. So when it came time to make my first film, I spent basically 6 months just rigorously depressed because I had no idea how to convince the people who I thought were right for the parts in the movie how cool and good it would be for them to participate in this, and how passionate I was about it. I was just like in a social anxiety spiral for 6 months.
There was another thing that put me on the path that I am now. Going to a predominantly white boarding school for high school, just like completely like being out of my element. Like prior to that, I was like, I have one best friend in every social situation that I'm likely to be in, and therefore I don't need to know how to socialize. And then suddenly I'm here and I don't know how to socialize, and I'm experiencing like ostracization for like a bunch of different reasons.
Right.
And then I was like, okay, I feel terrible right now. Clearly just like focusing on like academics and whatever, like clearly that was the wrong path. Therefore, I have to course correct to the right path, which is knowing how to people. And so I did that.
Oh man, I just simply never
To the
learned
extent
that
now
skill.
that you don't believe that I used to be like an antisocial weirdo.
I mean, I can see it, but I'm like, it was shocking to find out, because it's just like, it seems like you're like partially because you're sensory seeking, that like just like going around and saying hi to you seem like you could have been the kind of autistic kid who would go around and say hi to everybody. And like,
No.
yeah, no. I believe you when you say that is not true. It's not the case.
Simply was not the case.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what it was giving.
Yeah, I still to this day have not developed that specific skill set. The thing that I got really good at as a coping strategy was like appearing extremely charismatic and present in small bursts, but I can never organize like my wants into a coherent enough telos to like guide people to that space. Like, yeah, it's interesting. Because like, you know, I'm the person who can show up at the party and like be one of the central like people at the party in terms of like, you know, like, oh yeah, I remember Buttercup was there, I remember Phil was there, I remember, you know, like I'm like I can be a party animal, but like I'll never be the person who plans the party. Or if I do, it's because like I just in an offhanded way said something to a person who is good at doing that. Yeah. It's deeply frustrating because what I need is a Kanamori.
Searching for Kanamori.
What'd you say?
I said searching for Kanamori.
Searching for Kanamori. You know what? Like making something that's like a like being John Malkovich style meta like postmodern story that's like called that actually seems like I can imagine you. I mean, I don't know if I can imagine me doing that.
I don't actually know what being John Malkovich is about. I just know it's the name of a movie, probably from the early 2000s.
That's correct. Okay, I'm not going to describe the movie, but what I will explain is that like it is the embodiment of a certain postmodern concept. Wait, have you seen any Charlie Kaufman movies?
I don't know who that is. So maybe no.
Adaptation.
I know what the cover looks like. It's Nick Cage's head in a pot and it's sideways.
Synecdoche, New York.
Nope, but I like the word synecdoche.
And I know you haven't seen Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind because that's.
No, I have seen that one.
Oh, you did? You have seen it? Okay. That was written.
I hadn't seen that one.
Maybe Aaliyah hasn't seen it, and I was like, okay, we need to watch that. I think I've been trying to convince folks to watch that movie. Maybe Galaxy hasn't seen it. Somebody hasn't seen it. And I think I presume in my head, if like I made plans to watch a movie with somebody, it was probably Layla. Okay, so Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. It's probably the least
French guy.
Yeah, but it's directed by Michel Gondry, but it was written by Charlie Kaufman. Charlie Kaufman makes movies, and that movie is the worst example of this. But he makes movies that are particularly meta, in that they take something from cinema and instantiate it as real in the context of the fictional movie. So in Adaptation, the main character's name is Charlie Kaufman. It's played by Nicolas Cage, and he is a screenwriter who is writing a film about a woman who researches orchids, and the person who is the orchid researcher is also a real person in our world. But the movie actually has like magical realism rules. So weird shit is happening. It's like more surreal than it is like an actual autobiographical story of Charlie Kaufman trying to write a movie about like this orchid botanist. Does that make sense? So the idea of like searching for Kanamori, like the idea of you making an autobiographical story called Searching for Kanamori that is about you trying to find a administrative assistant or collaborator, like is a sort of my own Kanamori. Yeah, but like if you made like a comic that was about that, it would be like a sort of Kaufman-esque like meta fiction. Because you're talking like, but you would because my presumption would be that you would also have to talk about your love of Isaacin and vis-a-vis what's his name, Yuasa. So like you have to explain like, I'm autistic, I love Masaki Yuasa, especially Isaacin, I could really use a Kanamori, and then like and like you're explaining that, but that's the preamble to an autobiographical story about you trying to find a administrative collaborator.
Yeah, I think you should make this actually.
Oh no, I'm an idea person. I think that this is a great idea. I already have 10 other things on my plate.
I said, you think I'm not an idea person?
No, I think you're an idea person. I think you got good ideas. I think a standout quality that I feel like you have in my life is that I describe ideas that I have to you, and you like re-describe the same ideas that I just described to you, like in a way that feels more comprehensive and cohesive than how I first explained it. So then it becomes a higher resolution idea in my mind from having you explain the idea that I explained to you.
That's just like when I accidentally named my partner's weed strain that they grew.
Oh, what did they name it, or what did you name it?
So they were saying that they didn't like the original name because the seeds that they got were called Black Magic, and they run like several community gardens. And I was like, oh, you should just name it after one of the gardens. And they said, yeah, but I don't know how I feel about Moja Magic. And I was like, what are you talking about? Moja Magic is a great name.
That's a fantastic name. Sorry, go ahead.
And then later they're like, all right, you named it. Like, it's Moja Magic now. And I was like, what do you mean I named it? Like, you named it. And they're like, no, but thank you.
No, but thank you. Yeah. Rocks Fox Fox says 10 on a silver idea platter. One more can't hurt. Nah, let's just say I got a camel's back, and I don't want to risk adding any more straw. Plus I've got like, just so many other things. I'm like actively currently working on a huge project that's due, like I said, in 5 days. And then I'm supposed to be collaborating with my siblings on something. I still haven't heard back about that music video from that like Canadian pop star. I am in the middle of working on a commission that I told my client that like I got to take some time off because I got this deadline coming up. And then like underlying all of that is my actual long-running webcomic that I need to continue to work on. That I've now done 4 pages for total for the final chapter for this volume, and I've got a meeting coming up next month to discuss with my publisher like whether or not we're gonna start working on volume 2. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no more ideas, thanks. I think I'm good. I think I'm good on ideas.
I feel the same way.
No, and I haven't fucking finished selling the books that are behind me. Like I need to sell these books and t-shirts to make rent. Like meanwhile I'm
That'll
working
be
on a
a
dozen other things.
piece of pie,
Yeah.
a piece of pizza.
Piece of pizza. Yeah. God. So many. Blue said anxiety. Yes. Now y'all understand why I come in here and play video games for 2 hours before I start working. Like I need a throttle. I need to like let some of that.
Because you like video games.
I do like video games, but it's the way that I described it to Reganis is that I spend so much time experiencing low level anxiety that playing difficult video games is like an exhaust release mechanism. It's like
Makes sense to me.
yeah. It's complex. It's complex stimming. So that I don't like go into my
Stimming
day
with extra steps.
stimming with extra steps. Yeah. I think I would consider like doing Sudoku like a few degrees less complex than the kind of stimming that the typical video game that I play requires. Like right now I'm like wrapping up. I say wrapping up. There's fucking 3 whole more chapters. Visions of Mana. And really enjoying it, but it's for a minute there it got really difficult, and so I was like, I'm gonna go grind, and then I beat one of the like final bosses in the boss gauntlet in like 2 minutes earlier today, and I was like, uh-oh. I might have made myself a little bit too strong for a game.
The best way to play video games. Obviously.
Nomo says, I'm fried. Damn. Nomo, earlier today, you came into chat and said, how do I make $1 online? Is there a way to make $1 online? Were you earnestly asking about $1 or were you asking about money in general? My guess is money in
I want to know
general.
the answer to this too.
How do you make money online? I mean, oh, I sent it here. Yeah. Bam, have you eaten in the past 24 hours? E-begging usually gets you $5. I don't know what that means, Blue. Yeah. Okay. You had me worried for a second. I don't think that this is actually a solution. And I can't imagine you being comfortable with this, but there's a reason why mutual aid channels exist, and it's for folks in your position, and it's a position that I've been in many times, and you know, you can do it anonymously on mutual aid social media accounts, being like, hi, can you help me? You know, a brown questioning kid who came all the way over here to Canada to try and get an education, and could really use the support. A couple times I've been broke and needed to pay a bill. I'd ask for some monetary support, and the most consistent number I'd get is $5. Interesting. Really? $5 total? Through what avenues? Wait, were you just posting to your social media where you have like 30 followers?
I
Yes.
got like $60-something.
You said that's the most you've gotten?
Like for just me, like
Mm.
raising money for a cause, I've raised like more because I feel like I guess more empowered to do that
Right. Yeah.
like aggressively.
Yeah. Aggressive at advertising.
But yeah, for myself, I don't like to ask, so I completely empathize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't have any followers on Blue Sky and Twitter. Right. I'm not talking about posting on your social media. I'm talking about looking for mutual aid networks, or what's another word for that, Layla? Mutual aid.
Network is good.
Yeah.
Group,
Like mhm.
org.
Org. Yeah. I need to look into it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know any for Canada, but Mutual Aid Hub is a list of mutual aid networks in the United States. They might have Canada too, though, because Canada is like the DLC of the United States.
See, we can't say that anymore because now Trump is actively trying to colonize that place. We can't do it anymore.
Listen,
we gotta stop.
It's still true.
No, we can't.
The majority of the population of Canada lives along the U.S. border.
We gotta resist. You're not wrong.
Obviously, the goal is Turtle Island forever.
Yes.
United States never.
Yes. Turtle Island forever. United States never. 100%.
I apologize. That was a Dr. Umar quote.
I don't care. I
not
will.
Not literally.
I know you just
Dr. Umar.
The forever never. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't mind co-opting a Dr. Umar ism.
Listen, the man is homophobic and transphobic as hell, so I feel obliged to
clarify. Yeah.
Yeah.
Church gong says, wait, hold on, I've got it.
B-Cup, would you mind checking to see if Mutual Aid Hub covers Canada?
Sure.
I'm outside waiting for Rusty to pee and poop.
Come on,
he started
Rusty,
hiding from me when he poops.
I
don't think he's actually hiding from me, but he started pooping behind the garage, so I don't see him doing it anymore.
Yeah, they've got mutual aid hubs in, looks like Toronto, Montreal, Winnipeg, and Vancouver, and Nova Scotia. Or yeah. So yes, they do.
Voila.
Mm-hmm. Can chatters do the soundboard thing? Unfortunately, no. But if you want me to play a specific sound, I will do it. Damn, now I want Taco Bell after hearing the bell. Oh no. I played the Taco Bell dong sound, and Rox Fox Sox was like, damn, now I want Taco Bell. That's Pavlovian. Yeah. Truly Pavlovian. My cats like their privacy when they poop. Like, they'll literally abort if I walk into the bathroom.
Man, most cats I know like make eye contact with you when you're pooping.
Shit. I'm glad my cat doesn't do that. Oh, please don't do that.
Inside. Good boy.
Galaxy, it's snowing out, and Galaxy is like, I want to see the little paws in the snow. And I'm like, please don't take the cat out on the harness in the snow.
I love seeing...
freeze their poor little beans.
Wait, does the cat happily wear a harness already?
Happily, no. But they're acclimated enough to it that it doesn't feel like an outright risk. Let's put it that way.
That was fast. I feel like most cats are like, it's like a solid 2-ish month process introducing harness.
Yeah,
At the like
Jasper
barest minimums.
Jasper is very treat motivated. Everyone's fingers are
That's
still
the
intact.
easiest to train.
Mm-hmm. They're very
Easiest to
treat
train.
motivated.
Do you have the meat tubes?
Chicken. We got a chicken tube.
Yeah, because the key to training is just making sure that reward happens like immediately after like whatever thing
Any
it is you're
stressful
looking
thing.
for.
Yeah.
So they know what exactly it is you're asking about.
Mm-hmm.
No, I will not have a second dry rusk. I will leave the rusk alone.
Yeah. Well, if you find it impressive that I was able to get him to like wear the harness, then please continue to find that impressive. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yes, cool, awesome.
It's actually yes, you, but mainly I'm impressed with Jasper.
Yeah, Jasper deserves the credit for acclimating. Now, yesterday, I was outside and without warning, Galaxy was like came out with Jasper with the harness on and was like, they wanted to come outside, and I was like sitting there like with my phone, like sitting like with my legs crossed in the chair, holding the phone right in front of my face while like smoking a cigarette, and like was like please don't hand that animal to me. You know, like this is like I'm in no position whatsoever to be responsible for a squirmy yeah, who's resistant to their leash. And so like I was like, okay, like give me a second. And like once I was like had myself gathered, I was like, okay. And Galaxy handed them to me, and I like wrapped the leash around my wrist and then like let them down, and they immediately like ran into the deck adjacent mine and like just turned around and tried to squirm out of the harness, and I was like, please, for the love of God, don't do this. So
Freedom.
It's freedom. Fox says, my family back home, I had been living on my own, stupidly got rid of the litter box. So now my cat is creating a literal mess when he hasn't been outside in a while. I chuckle every time they complain to me about it. Like, what did you expect? Wait, they just threw it out? Like
I guess they figure they're letting the cat outside to poop.
oh, yeah, that's not there should have been some sort of transition period where you put the litter box like on the porch or something. You gotta like you know what, I was gonna talk about how astonishing some component of human behavior is to me, and then I just remembered, no, sadly, and like not to reinforce any possibility of my own inclinations towards sociopathy, but like people just be doing shit. You know what I'm saying? People just
As
be doing
the first
shit.
person said, "Oh, that was the thing I disagreed with."
What was
Everybody's got, you know, a little thing.
a little thing. What little thing?
How, like, I agree with the lady when she said everybody has these kind of like shadow inclinations or thoughts or whatever. I don't agree when she said that
Everyone's a little sociopathic.
Yeah, I don't agree when she said everyone's a little sociopathic, mainly because when I was a lot younger, I used to think that like any condition I had meant that everybody else in the world also had it to some extent, and I have since learned drastically that that is not true.
Yeah, no.
And that feels to me like a similar kind of generalization.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. The cats do it in the box and out of the box. I'm confused. Wait, you said they threw it out though. Got rid of the litter box. Did they get a new one? The cats do it in the box and out of the box.
Yeah, I'm confused too now.
um yeah, no, I also disagree with that. Everybody's a little autistic. No, incorrect. Inaccurate.
Turns out. You know what actually got me
I've met
was
some
when I was
fully
like,
holistic people.
surely everybody's like a little non-binary. Like nobody can be serious about this whole like gender thing. And then eventually I learned like, oh, you guys are serious.
Yeah, they really got big feelings about it. And or like take it so like casually that like any confrontation whatsoever is just met with huh. No, I mean the cats are used to doing business in the box and outside, but since they got rid of the box they're confused since there's nowhere to go inside. Got you. I see. Nomo, are you still here? Do you need me to link you to the mutual aid hub? Have you already gone down that trajectory? Nomo ghosts and then comes back and is surprised that I've been talking to them the entire time that they were gone. So it's a pattern. So thought that I was having, I agree with you about the everyone's a little bit something.
Sociopathic.
Like about I agree with you disagreeing with her about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like okay, you were talking about coming to the conclusion that you don't want to manipulate people very early on, right? And I don't think that I had any sort of inclinations toward that until I met a person who I suspect is antisocial and narcissistic, who like hurt me in a really bad way, and I was like, I'm going to like use the sort of techniques that I've seen you use in order to rally people to like do something. I can't remember specifically what it was. It was more like not revenge. It wasn't revenge explicitly, and that's another version of the sentiment that is like, okay, clearly you're autistic. It was more like he accused me of being selfish, self-involved, self-centered, and not caring about like how my actions impacted people emotionally. And I was so flabbergasted by that assertion that I was like, oh, so you think that I'm some sort of demon or monster that doesn't give a shit about people? Well, I'll fucking prove. Like if that's what you think that I am, like I'll show you how much of that kind of thing that I can possibly be. And then I proceeded to, in the most autistic way possible, like fall over my own feet trying to manipulate situations into like I don't know, like proving him right, or like, or even like trying to assess, like I think I came to the conclusion that like if those things are all true about me, then I should just be doing the thing that makes me feel the best all the time. And the conclusion that I came to when trying to like mitigate the distress that I was feeling was I realized that like, no, I care a lot about other people. And the thing that makes me feel good all the time is making sure that everyone else is good. um, that phrase has always kind of set me off because that musical with the song everyone's a little bit racist. What musical is that?
Avenue Q.
Oh, sorry, that's
I don't remember how the song
untrue.
goes.
Is it a joke? Avenue Q is like a Muppets parody, right?
Yeah.
Hmm. I don't know. It felt so disorganized trying to describe the thing that I was just talking about. Did anyone understand what I was saying?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I had a response to it, and my response was, my life became so much easier when I understood what projection is.
Projection. Yeah.
And realizing that oftentimes when somebody is accusing you of something that you have like, it's like obviously like I'll take a note, but if someone's accusing you of something you have like all of my faculties are telling me I'm like not doing, then they're probably projected.
Yeah. I was so like emotionally and in terms of like survival dependent on this person that like I was just fully in what do you call it? Just an abuse genjutsu. I was basically just like yeah.
Genjutsu or genjutsu?
Genjutsu. It's a thing that Raganis invokes often. It's a kind of
From Naruto.
Yeah, from Naruto. Yeah, exactly. That like this person had gotten to the point where they were able to basically like sculpt reality for me because I like was dependent on them for survival.
Oh, I know what situation you're talking about.
Yeah.
I have the lore.
Well, and to be fair, that wasn't the first time that happened, but it was the like standout. This ain't happening again. Like final straw type of situation. Yeah. And like there's an interesting thing about like there's a quote that I mentioned yesterday. It's like you can't shame a person out of a behavior they do out of despair. And that's a me quote. I came up with that quote. And I do earnestly think that that's I do earnestly think that that's true. But like I was like so like desperate and under like my needs were so unmet that like rather than doing anything for like a specific reason like revenge or like earnestly, like I said, to prove him right, I don't think that was a thing that I was doing. It was more like I simply was like, I cannot imagine a way of getting myself out of this situation. And so instead of even attempting to, like, I'm just going to do the like successive, like every successive next thing that makes me feel good. And I had an archetype in my head of like, oh, well, that means like doing as many drugs, having this, as much sex with as many people and partying nonstop, et cetera, et cetera. And like maybe after a week of attempting to be that kind of person, I realized that like, like all the people that I thought that I was trying to take advantage of, I ended up caring a lot about and ended up becoming actual friends with. It was like rather than continuing to be dependent on this person, I ended up developing a friend network by trying to be a hedonist, which I think is funny. Yeah. Yeah. I think Nomo did the thing that I mentioned. Disappear.
That's okay, Nomo. We'll find you later.
Mm-hmm. Right now, though, I think what I'm gonna do is do a boss raid.
I think I went through a similar phase in college, and what I learned from that is that as a demisexual hypochondriac, it was not the way for me.
Interesting. Yeah. Sadly, those things are not the case for me. It's like, yeah,
Like my hypochondria is like way, way, way more like under control now. Like before, I would just like read, like just hear of like any condition, and then I'd be like, I think I think I have those symptoms like immediately afterwards, and then somebody would say this condition like literally doesn't even exist anymore. I was like, oh. Dagger says, I feel that though. I'm not sure what you feel, Dagger, but I appreciate it.
I think that I'm too demisexual and too much of a hypochondriac. I'm too much of a demisexual hypochondriac to do that. Like that is.
I didn't know if they were agreeing with me or you.
No, a hypochondria. I feel like, and Demi, yes, like. This is the reason why when, and I know that I keep pushing back against this, even though they don't really do it so much anymore. But whenever Reganis tries to be like, you know, us folks on the Arrow A spectrum, and I'm like, I understand that qua romantic and qua sexual are in.
I think you technically are.
I understand that, but like it is specifically around my relationship to the concepts, not whether or not I experience the signifiers of those things. Like my relationship to both sex and romance are fairly uncomplicated on paper based on the activities that I engage in and how allo my performance of it is. It's just that when you ask me like, oh, are you in a romantic relationship with that person? I go, what the fuck does romance mean? Or like I don't know, something. If you ask me a question about like, are you sexually attracted to that person? I go, I don't know what attraction is. But like, if someone says like, do you want to have sex with that person? I'll go, as long as they want to have sex with me, hell yes. Rather than having any other kind of like more complicated relationship to that concept, which apparently that's what like Ace and Arrow people actually experience. It's like, okay, like, do you have strong feelings for this person? Yes. Are you romantically attracted to them? I don't know what you mean. Would you go on dates where there are elaborate things that are expressions of how much you care about that person? Absolutely, definitely, yes. So it seems like you're romantically involved. What do you mean? That's how my brain processes those things. It's like I simply don't understand the definition that you're of the words you're describing. If it just means doing the action, then like 2 thumbs up. But like once you categorize it under this umbrella, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how to process that concept. I'm not an actual hypochondriac, but COVID is making me feel like it. COVID activated agoraphobia.
It's real. Whatever
Chloe
you
in
do,
here.
do not tell a doctor that you think you are a hypochondriac, because they will take that as do not listen to anything this person says.
There's a person on the Twitch main page who is just like, it seems like their whole thing is my titties are fully out, girl, and like it's working on my brain. Because all I want to do is click away to find an actual person who I want to raid, but what my hand scrolling up and down the page is actually doing is returning to goddamn girl, those titties are fully out over and over again.
Good for her.
Good for her. She's accumulated 500 odd viewers.
Maybe that's the key to growing your Twitch channel.
Titties fully out.
Incorporate some titties.
Okay. All right. Listen, it probably wouldn't hurt.
There's no bad ideas in brainstorming.
I don't. It's so difficult to disagree. Oh no. Another person who I was thinking about rating is watching a Jim Jones documentary. Hell no. Hell no. We're not
What's
doing
wrong
this
with
today.
learning about that guy?
It's the Kool-Aid cult.
I know.
Oh, what's wrong with learning about that guy? It's just severely life denouncing to spend multiple hours finding like I definitely, oh man, it's making me sad just looking at it. I've definitely watched multiple documentaries about him and cults in general. Partially because I was like, am I the kind of person who, huh?
I said in one.
In one?
Is the evangelical church not a cult?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's fair. Chloe says Ace Burrito. Okay, thank you.
Red Fox Sock says being demisexual and gray romantic is not easy for me. Like, ooh, yes, we snoo because we bond deeply, but I'm not sure I actually love you. ... Yikes. And then Dagger said, I straight up only register attraction from others from pattern recognition, so I'm constantly like, why are these people staring? Do I have something on my shirt?
Attraction from others. See, I hate the concept.
Dagger, what are the patterns? Because I know what patterns I have observed, and I'm curious what the ones you have observed are.
What? Ace Burrito is doing software engineering and game development. Interesting. Chloe, what's this person's acumen? What do you?
What's the definition of acumen?
Let me actually Google it because I don't know.
It's one of the elements of Card Wars.
The ability to make good judgments and quick decisions, typically in a particular domain. I guess rather than asking what their acumen is, I would like to know what is this person's reputation on, like, why are you guiding the raid to this person?
Because Ace is a friend of mine.
Okay, that answers that question. That's what I wanted to know.
I am also a mod in Ace's stream. So if anyone does act in ways
unbecoming
that are inappropriate, I can take action.
I see. I'm seeing a lot of notifications that I missed. Dagger says talking/restarting things louder when I get into the vicinity. Odd one. Okay, so without being too critical of Dagger's okay, wait. People attempting to slide closer into my space than others and doing so silently. I would, without being critical of Dagger's ability to clock people targeting attention toward them, I would call Dagger's relationship to like noticing people, noticing them, a particular hyperfixation of theirs. Like the amount that Dagger, huh?
High fixation?
High fixation. I said hyperfixation. I just, maybe the syllable cut out.
Hyperfixation.
Yeah. Dagger says, if I could videotape it, you'd be like, oh. Like, I believe most instances of when Dagger says, this person was like staring at me and then like was wondering like what sort of gender situation's going on, and I could feel their eyes like all this stuff happening, and I'm like, I believe you, but also the amount that you think and talk about it is disproportionate to, I think, most people, given that we're all aware that this is a thing that happens. It's like Dagger seems very hypersensitive to like what's going on, what sort of assessment are you making about me and my gender presentation, and like what sort of gender explosion am I causing to happen inside of your mind, huh, homie? What you looking for?
Makes sense to me.
Stay over there. Yeah,
that's a safety.
Yeah,
protocol.
no. Exactly why I'm not interested in like downplaying it. But when you were asking, Dagger saying, I straight up only register attraction from others from pattern recognition. So I'm constantly like, why are these people staring? Do I have something on my shirt? It's like, I'm curious to know if it's actually attraction or if it's like a combination of the multitude of potential factors for why a person might actually happen to be staring at them, which is they dress really well, they're hot as hell.
Isn't the second one the same thing? And kind of the first one too?
I mean, here's the thing is that like I don't even know if my brain registers whether or not I feel any sort of and granted, I don't like the word attraction because I feel like we've been over this, right? Do I need to explain it again?
Yes.
Okay. I don't like the word attraction, but like if I feel like if someone is how do I explain this without using the word I don't like? I'm too oblivious like even when someone straight up flirts at my
of not
face.
Liking a word should be coming up with an alternative.
Right. A prerequisite? I don't think so. I don't think that.
But having a vendetta against the word.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've been using some people in some context, attachment is more functional for me. Okay, FYI, for anybody who's watching the stream and is like reloading, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, I see that I've dropped 10,000 frames in the last like 2 minutes, and my connection is dipping down to 300 kilobits per second and then back up to 3,000. I don't know what the hell is happening. And now the cat is harassing me while I'm trying to think of a good word that to replace attraction. Okay, vendetta against attraction. Okay.
Stocks. Maybe you will figure it out after you turn 30. That's what happened to me.
I'm too oblivious even when someone straight up flirts at my face. Okay, so we've got the concepts of endearment and alluring and those also feel inaccurate.
I feel like endearment is different. And I feel like alluring is basically just a synonym.
For endearing or attraction?
For attraction.
Okay, but like so attraction, right? In my mind, two objects that are pulled together by a force, attraction. Alluring is like a lure, like, you know, like when fishing. And so you are like trying to get something to be drawn toward that thing. And so you're the one who is like projecting that idea onto the other person, because like you're feeling the feeling of wanting to pull them toward you. Which is different from attraction, which is when two things are by force, like by some unseen force, pulled together. I'm gonna come up with a term. I'm gonna do it.
What that means?
What?
Huh, mutual. I see. So your issue with the word attraction is that the physics definition implies something that is like perfectly mutual, but the human definition can be monodirectional.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the idea of a person saying like, "Oh, I'm attracted to that behavior," and I'm like, "That's not." You're just. We need a different word. I'm drawn to, right? Like I'm compelled by. I'm moved by.
I find alluring, I feel like is then.
But I still kind of don't like that, because it's projection onto the person, right? Like whereas like usually when you're talking about quote unquote attraction, you're talking about like a type, like a style, an affect, and it's like not necessarily like necessarily particular to that person. It's just a configuration of things that you enjoy that happen to all be attributes of the person. That's the reason why I'm like frustrated by it again. I mean, even in its base form with attraction, people are drifting towards you in some form. The power of attraction compels you, throws holy water, screams and disintegrates. Dagger is on a Alphaba tip right now. Like they're big into.
I got it.
Yeah, screams and disintegrates.
Dagger, do you like webcomics?
Ooh.
And also, are you into like the Oz like world, I guess? Oh, I forgot I had tea. I'm gonna assume the first yes was for webcomics. Waiting for answer to question about the world of Oz.
I want to know why the fuck my connection just all of a sudden went to, sorry, we can't afford to do more than 600 kilobits per second. Everybody out there is watching the stream at 144p. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's fine. It's like it's your face, so. Vaguely, I think I'm more attracted to Gelfie in general. Glinda Elphaba, got it. Well, anyways, in case this is of interest, Because as a kid, I really liked the other Oz books, and I read Wicked, like I think in college. But this comic is a retelling of, I think it's the Marvelous Land of Oz, but just making it like very cute and trans. Which actually the
Nice.
original was quite trans. And it's very, I guess, like nerdy to all the various versions of the telling of that story. Yay!
Gee.
Love to recommend a comic.
Art style's cute. Let's go. There was a thing that I was thinking / talking about. Oh, attraction, right? Okay. Yeah. I still don't. I'll try and give it a read. Yeah. I'm not a fan of drawn. I said drawn to, but I'm not a huge fan of it.
I see. So you want the source of the action of the verb to be the person who is experiencing the attraction as opposed to them being like more passive. Question mark?
No, I want to accurately prescribe it to the person who is experiencing. You said the person who's experiencing the attraction. See, I think that there is a confusion around the subject object in the relationship in the first place. And so the person who is experiencing the like sensation of being moved, right, is projecting like a bunch of things onto the thing that they perceive as moving them, but it's something that's completely internal to their world. So I want the word to be accurately attributed to the person who is being moved, rather than saying like when you say I'm attracted to this, you're claiming that there is something about that thing that is pulling you, and no, it's all on you, girl. Like, it's you. That's the thing that I find frustrating about it. It's like even if you are like I like their style, I like their
trying to be attractive.
Well, that's the problem, is that I think that it's that the act of trying to be attractive is an emergent quality of the concept of attraction. That you're trying to attract attention.
Trying to draw people in. What if that is their telos?
It's a testament to something having to do with I guess people who aren't me's relationship to that behavior. Because I dress a certain way, and I am self-conscious about the way that I appear, and I do want to the people who I feel drawn to or want them to initiate communication with me about their desire to be around me, how nice they think I look, what effect I neurochemically have on them. I am interested in that information, and I think that can mutually lead to types of intimacy and communication that are dope. But communicating it as I find the way that you do this thing really attractive. Even though a person can word that in a way that's hot, I think that it's fucked up. I'm ethically opposed to it. It's the problem.
see, I see.
Mm.
Well, now I feel inclined to help you on this mission to find the appropriate word.
Yeah. I am. Oh, I'm experimenting with like lead-ins to and hoping that my brain will conjure the word. I am. I verb. I verb. I see. My brain goes to like, and I think that that is adequate for me personally. You say like I like their style. I like the shape of their face. I like the way that they move.
Have you considered like?
What do you mean? Like just put like the term like I like them.
Yeah, like it denotes a higher level of liking
Yeah.
than merely it's the extra emphasis.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. But you're talking about maybe using it in the context where you might otherwise have said like I like their style, or like I don't know. Like
So in my mind,
squared.
like can only be drawn to or attributed to like a person. And so
Mhm.
you wouldn't say I like their style. You would say I like them because of their style.
I disagree.
Okay,
Yeah.
go on.
Because well, for one thing, I think of any sort of decisions that a person makes in their presentation is a an auric extension of them. So like and you can also use the word style to refer to the outfit that they're wearing at that moment, or you can talk about, or you can mean it over the course of a period of time. And so like instead of attracted, that's where we're at right now, Blue. But I don't know how long, I don't know if I'll stay here. Yeah. Now
I don't understand what you said, auric.
aura, like their aura. I don't know if that's the actual adjective. I'm Googling.
I don't know what that has to do with what I said though.
Oral. I consider choices that a person has made in their adornment an extension of themselves. So saying I like their style is the same thing as saying what was the thing that you said? I like how they present themselves or something like that.
I like them because of their style.
I like them because of their style. Yeah. Yeah, no,
Like I'm also thinking of this as like this is how like little kids say that they're like attracted to someone.
mhm.
And I have never heard it used as I like their
Yeah.
style. I've only ever heard it used
Here's the
to like
issue.
directly.
Uh-huh. Sorry,
Mhm.
go ahead. So can you finish your thought? Sorry.
I was done.
You're done. Okay. So the thing that I'm also trying to identify is like I don't like that people say like I'm attracted to you or I'm attracted to this person. I don't vibe with it being about the person because again it's a projection, right? So like I do think that a person's style is or how they choose to adorn themselves is an extension of themselves, but that's kind of liminal. But when a person says I like their style, what they're saying is they like how the person has chosen to adorn themselves, not that they like that person because of how they have chosen to adorn themselves. Like that's a part of it. That like I don't like that they leap to the conclusion
And
that
would be an application of like. That would just be an application of like.
Okay, but I'm talking about it in the context of how people typically talk about attraction.
Okay, but I thought we were coming up with a replacement word.
Right. And I'm saying that if we use the term like, then it would have to be about this surface level thing. Because that's what I'm trying to replace in like as a whole. Like like if you're walking down the street and you see a person and they catch your eye and you like can hardly help or feel compelled to like watch them as they pass, like most people would say like, oh, you're attracted to that person. And I'm saying I think that is ethically problematic because what is actually happening is that there is some component of the way that they adorn themselves, something about their genetics, something about like the way they comport themselves, something that's going on in your body at that moment that is causing you to feel something, but that is not something that should be attributed to that person because that person does not have the consent, it does not have the ability to consent to however you're feeling about them. Now you're asking like, well, what if that person wants to draw attention? What if that person wants to do all these things?
Though.
Huh?
Like I feel like the part of the conversation I'm at is like, okay, like let's find a verb that puts the directionality of the action on the person who is like projecting like whatever fantasy on this person. And that was why I picked like because the direction is coming from the person who's doing the like admiring or whatever.
Right. And so the discrepancy arose when I was saying attributing that term like to their style. And you were like, no, you were saying, you corrected me and were like, no, you like them because of their style. And I'm saying no, because now you're doing the thing again where you're superimposing without the person's consent something onto them and their personhood. And I'm resistant against that.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
So then to continue with the directionality being in the right spot, you would, I guess, therefore have to say, I like them because I admire their style.
No. I think that I think that we're confusing the I think there's something fundamental that you're missing about what it is that I'm trying to describe.
I must be.
Yeah, because if you are saying that you like the person, you are doing the same thing as saying I'm attracted to the person, which is effectively without that person's consent, like saying that something about that person is pulling you towards them instead of identifying that there's something about the person that is causing you to feel something. And the reason why I say I like their style is because you are acknowledging that there is something aesthetically about the way that they decided to adorn themselves that is causing something to happen in you, but that does not attribute those qualities or those choices like to something fundamental or foundational about the person who chose to adorn themselves that way. Like, now, if you say, I like them because of their style, then you're saying, I like the person underneath the style. And that is a, like, This person is not giving you permission to feel that way about them. They can't. It's the same thing as feeling attracted. It's like the person cannot consent to being
is fine. I thought we were
attractive to a person. Hmm? Oh,
I said I feel like the feeling is fine. I think we're arguing about the linguistic.
I think it's a both and for me thing. Like the reason why I don't like the word is because it like miscommunicates and misattributes like the phenomenon of what's happening when a person expresses feeling attraction, because what is actually happening is in their mind they are identifying something aesthetic or otherwise difficult to describe about like their perception of that person that is causing them to feel something. But it may not have anything to do with that person. Like let me give an example, right? If I I've got to resist talking about titties out person on Twitch because it's not a good example. Okay. Say I'm on literally explicitly a dating app, right? Tinder, Field. And like I'm swiping and come across a profile and I go and it causes me to do a double take, right? And like I instead of just like immediately swiping, I start scrolling and I feel like more inquisitive about this person as a result of something that happened upon that initial momentary observation of how this person chose to present themselves in this space, right? Now, there could be a like expert level knowledge about how to curate an online profile. It could be like a specific fashion choice, a specific genetic facial arrangement. It could be how they chose to do their hair. It could be, huh? What'd you say?
I said more likely it's a gestalt.
In what way? What do you mean?
It is an accumulation of like different factors.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yeah. A gestalt. Yeah. And like, I think that's the case, but I also think that the event that caused me to stop and like arrested my attention was not something that the person themselves did, but something that activated in my mind. Hey girl, I like your gestalt, says Dagger. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna hold on to that one. Real time. Hey girl, I like your gestalt. Now, if I like go and talk to a friend and I'm like, oh, I saw a person on Tinder the other day, and like, I don't know, there's just something about their vibe. There's something about their gestalt, like, or I just like felt really strongly about it. Like what a normal person under normal circumstances would say and or do is, like I found that person attractive, or I'm really attracted to this person. And I think that's just fundamentally incorrect. What actually happened is you liked their gestalt. And
I don't actually have an issue with I found that person attractive because it puts the action like on the correct person who's doing the thing.
Right, but
It's
my gripe is with the word attractive and attraction themselves. Like I want that to be, I'm advocating for the abolition of that concept. Because there's an agency denying quality about it, even if it's framed as I found them attractive.
So wait, that is also just true.
True?
In my experience, you don't have any agency over who finds you that way.
I mean, that can be the case, but oh my god. Okay, this goes even deeper into like my rationale for being averse to this is that like I would like to, rather than manufacturing consent, enable people to experience the highest quality and amount of agency in being able to navigate these kinds of situations. And if there isn't language around like that implies there's nothing that you could do about how I feel about you, then you remove the possibility of people imposing that. I don't think it's true. Because you even asked the question like, well, what if a person wants to be perceived this way, you know? And my answer kind of is, I just
wanted to bring it back to the Telos conversation.
Oh, okay.
That was me being like a nerd in school. Like I am learning the concepts. I'm using them.
Dagger says, I think the things that you're dissecting with the nuance of attraction are also the things that I constantly dissect in my day-to-day interactions. Being an object of attraction or interest in some way, shape, or form without active consent. Though I feel saying I'm interested in you is more direct. Yeah. Yeah. I'm interested in you. Again, the way that like human social dynamics work, I don't feel as averse to that one, but I feel that the way that human social dynamics work, right? A person, let me just be honest, a person relatively recently speaking, like came up to me and was like, I feel really attracted to you, and like said that to me, right? And what did my physiology do in response to that? Like, I'm feeling, he said barf. It's like, no, it felt good. It felt like, yeah, no, it's not.
I thought you would have heard the word barfed.
No, it's not that I have an innate repulsion or revulsion against the word itself. It's that I think that it is ethically unsound that it is included in our language. And it's, I don't know if you weren't here, Layla, for the conversation that Reganis and I had about why yesterday. Were you? We were talking about teleology. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, we were talking about it today. So like, I think that the textual inclusion of certain like consent negating and recursive and reality denying terms in language like disallow us the optimal ability to clearly communicate with each other. And I think that and that's largely, if I express having a gripe with a way that we talk about something, it's often because I'm identifying like it's fundamentally agency denying, or this is a concept that is recursive in a way that disallows us the ability to actually arrive at a conclusion and collectively agree and like rest at a state of interpersonal balance. Or this fundamentally denies reality in a way that like can lead people to behaving in a way that's life denouncing, and like things like that disturb and frustrate me. And I find the word attraction to be one of those things that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't have the typical physiological response to a person calling me that thing or saying that thing about me, because I think that it is a fundamental component of the human desire matrix to like aspire to be liked and appreciated by people who you want to like and appreciate you. But the problem is that the way that we talk about it in terms of strangers on the street is in a way that is fundamentally agency denying. And I would like to cultivate language that enables people to like reclaim some of their agency around how they're perceived. And by changing the language, we might actually be able to do that. Because all of this is fucking wrapped up in the reality that like we exist in communities where like we only ever see people like in clothes and once every you know, who knows how much time. I was gonna say that if we live in a big city, our community is so massive that like a person is liable to get like harassed, stared at, catcalled hundreds of times a day. And it's like this is a part of
yeah, I don't know.
the patriarchal
I think
framing
you
about
kinda
how we think
sold
about
me.
these things. Huh?
I think you sold me on the concept of using the expression "I find you attractive," because that has been my experience with that, like in reality. Like that is what most accurately represents yeah, my experience with that phenomenon.
So wait, so I sold you? You said huh? What happened?
Not what you wanted to tell me on.
Okay, what happened?
I feel like the cruelty and like violence of the term is accurate to my own life experience, and
Okay.
therefore I don't mind it because I love accuracy.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, fascinating. You're like, no, that's the right word. See,
Yeah, that is how that happens.
no, but the thing that I'm describing is like reframing the language in a way that disallows the thought form to occur, so that people do not enact that violent, do not like make that violent choice.
I have tragic information for you.
That changing language does not fundamentally change the texture of our reality.
Not like that, no.
I really think it does.
I mean, I feel like we can create a language that creates like another like dynamic and phenomenon. But I also think that so long as there is like a patriarchy, like a capitalism, a desirability politic, like that same violence is likely beyond likely to continue.
If we lived in a world where the trend migrated from asking the question, why did you do that, to consistently asking the question, how did you do that? That subtle textural difference could potentially ideologically change how we think about causality and intention. And I'm basically saying the same thing about this fundamentally agency denying concept, that if we talked about it in a way that was more of an accurate reflection of it being a projection on the part of the person who's feeling the feelings, then there would be a necessary recursive reflection on that person's part about the fact that it's their feelings and not something that the other person did. And so there's no justification for any kind of directed violence against that person. That's the thing that I'm aspiring for. Not to say that it's something that is I mean, it's aspirational more than it is an actual goal.
Well, I definitely like encourage you to create that language, and I would definitely be interested in using that language. but also you have completely sold me on the current use of the term.
Okay, well, do you still feel comfortable saying about people who you feel strongly about that you're attracted to them, given the circumstances?
People who I feel attracted. Well, what's the language we're using? People who I am interested in for imagination and potential relationship building purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in a very practical sense, yes, because that is the shorthand, and because that term is at this current stage like long enough to elicit more questions than answer questions.
Yeah. Use the language you got.
But also, like that is not a thing that that is not an expression I find myself saying a lot. I'll say.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it would make sense to me if that's just not a thing that you tend to say. Hello, sweet. Were we supposed to do something tonight? Wait. Apartment hunting? You're off tomorrow? Okay. Hello.
You're
Oh,
learning
he got
Spanish, Nomo?
Hizumi? Huh?
No, I was just standing there.
What did you ask, Layla?
I was talking to Nomo.
Oh,
Nomo,
Nomo
did you
says,
see the thing about Mutual Aid Hub?
yeah, it seemed like you ghosted us. I'm posting it in chat. Oh wait, hold on. No, I want to look at the map. There's a map for basically most of the major cities in Canada for Mutual Aid Hub. It's okay.
Nothing bad, Nomo.
Turns out there's mutual aid forms for Vancouver, Winnipeg.
Hey, Nana. Where are you learning Spanish?
Toronto, Montreal, Halifax.
That's a good reason as any.
I was bored. I can't see Toronto? You can't? I don't know why. Oh.
Ouch.
Oh, the Facebook page has been shut down. Damn. Wait, hold on. What about the Parkdale one? No, do you see the one underneath the?
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of them are inactive on that map.
Do you see the one right under the Toronto one though, the Parkdale one? Mm-hmm. Let's see when their when's their most recent post? November 2024. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool, very cool. Okay. Before we this site is tough to navigate. Yeah, I think probably it's more effective rather than using the map to hit the table of networks and then do like a search under the city, state, or community searches. Or table of food resources. Damn, they all far away. Thanks though. Damn. Well, there are other organizations like this. So if this is a good like starting point, I'm sure that there's somewhere more local to you that like that may not have a website that you just have to like ask folks about.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a website. Let's see.
You might be able to reach out to one of the ones further from you to see if they know of any closer to you.
Mm-hmm.
Doop, doop, doop.
Yeah, worth asking active places whether or not they're familiar with one's even closer. Oh goddamn. This is a relatively frequently updated.
What's a relatively frequently updated?
The current requests list on the Mutual Aid Canada.
Oh no, they're not taking responses. I'm sorry.
Where it says that?
Yeah, if you click on Maker's request. Maybe if you go to the Facebook group. Damn, I forgot to delete my Facebook. I'm never going back to Facebook.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah, but they're doing the damn thing here. Last update February 9th.
Yeah. Not those sad winky face, Nomo. That's cool though. All right. A lot of mutual aid hubs are either inactive or they're being hassled for suspicious activity. Yeah, that's the state of the union. I can't believe, Layla, where did you hear that Canada is the USA's DLC? That's
I just started
heinous.
saying that.
You started that?
Long before this current administration.
Oh my god. The DLC.
Like, I'm used to us referring to Canada as America's hat.
Yeah.
But...
What do you say? Lots of snow. Did you let him put his toesies in it? Good. Thank you. No beans on the ice. Okay. I fully need to go. I'm becoming delusional and if y'all want to continue chatting, you can in the place that I'm about to send you, which is Ace Burrito. Is Ace Burrito still streaming?
Yeah, he's still up.
Okay. Well, get ready to say hi, everyone, and tell them it's petal party time. Galaxy just standing here stimming like a cutie. Did y'all see the cat go and attack them and then run away? The scream. Dagger is making fun of the Okay, raid. I'm raiding. We're raiding. Ain't never gonna change, never gonna change. It's not letting me paste. Oh my god. Y'all are actual what is it called? Thing that is a menace. Y'all are an actual menace. Okay. This has been the Petal Party with me, your host Buttercup, animator, illustrator, and sequential artist. I'm sending you over, thanks to Chloe's request, to Ace Barredo, where she is a mod and a friend of the streamer. Y'all go over there and tell Ace that it's Petal Party time, baby. It's Petal Party time. All right, later, y'all. Please enjoy. Ace is doing game jam stuff. Ooh, game jam. Wish them luck on the game jam. All right, later, y'all.